They go back to their dressing room and still no Ozzy. When I make the announcement that the concert is canceled, maybe that'll calm the crowd down a little bit. And Noel Monk's thinking, or maybe they're going to start throwing bottles. There are a lot of kind of memorable, notorious events in Ozzy's career, but there's one that really stands out as something that kind of symbolizes the excess and the chaos of being a rock star. And it was something that happened while he was with Black Sabbath toward the end of Black Sabbath's career, at least with Ozzy. And it was while they were touring with Van Halen. And it happened on November 9th of 1978. They were supposed to be playing a concert at the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville, but the concert was canceled at the last minute. And I'm talking about last minute, meaning they were supposed to go on stage, they were ready for them to go on stage, and they had to cancel the show. And this particular event, this incident is so notorious that it's been written about. Alex Van Halen wrote about it in his book, Brothers. Noel Monk, who is the manager of Van Halen, it's in his book. It's in Tony Iommi's book. It's in Geezer Butler's book. It's in Ozzy's book. It was such a big, significant event. And a lot of you have probably heard this story before. So for those of you that haven't heard this story, it's going to be probably really interesting to hear it for the first time. And those of you that have heard this story, hopefully some of the research that I've done here will add maybe another little twist or something interesting that perhaps you hadn't seen before. So if you look on the screen here, this is actually an advertisement for the particular concert that I'm talking about. Again, that was supposed to happen on November 9th of 1978. And you can see it right here, Black Sabbath, this Thursday, November 9th, 8 p.m., Nashville Municipal Auditorium. Tickets, the first 3,000. I love looking at these prices. It's just so interesting today seeing this. The first 3,000 are $6.50, and the remaining are $7.50. And you'll see right there at the bottom, special guest Van Halen. And this is from the Tennessean. This was printed on November 5th of 1978, just a few days before this concert's supposed to happen. Now, in the Jackson Sun, here's a little announcement about the concert. This was printed in that newspaper just a few days before, also before the concert. Here it is, Black Sabbath to be in Nashville. Black Sabbath, a rock band from England, will appear along with Van Halen at the Municipal Auditorium at 8 p.m. on November 9th. Black Sabbath's lineup includes Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi, Ozzy Osbourne, and Bill Ward. The group's album repertoire includes Never Say Die, Paranoid, Masters of Reality, Black Sabbath Volume 4, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, Sabotage, Technical Ecstasy, and We Sold Our Souls for Rock and Roll. Now, you may have noticed when they were listing the Black Sabbath albums that they didn't include Never Say Die. And it's important to include that because that was the album that they were touring on at the time that this event happened. Okay, now the next thing that we come across is from November 12th of 1978. So this is actually a couple of days after the concert was supposed to happen. And this is the next thing that we see. And so it says, today, Black Sabbath heavy metal group makes up for missing their scheduled Thursday night concert. Special guest Van Halen will also play. Showtime is 3 p.m. at Municipal Auditorium. Pass-out tickets from Thursday nights are good for admission or a full refund. Okay, now, as I said a second ago, they were touring on the album Never Say Die. They'd been working on this album much longer than other albums that they had done. And part of it was because they had the resources to spend so much time in the studio. And then they also were having problems with major drug issues going on inside the band. And also, while they were recording this album, Ozzy Osbourne lost his father. Black Sabbath, in so many different ways, was kind of on the way out. As a matter of fact, before they even started working on that album, Ozzy quit the band. And then he came back. The album comes out on September 29th of 1978. This is Never Say Die. And the concert that we're talking about today happened on November 9th of 1978. So this is basically, 5-6 weeks after the album has been released. They have this concert scheduled and Ozzy disappears. Now, what happened? Well, basically for the 3 previous days, Ozzy Osbourne and David Lee Roth had been involved with something that they affectionately referred to as the Krell Wars, and it was a reference to something from Forbidden Planet. And to put it simply, with the use of chemicals. Both of them had, for all intents and purposes, been awake for about 3 days straight. And they pull into Nashville. And they pull into the Hyatt Regency Hotel. And so Ozzy goes into the hotel. They take his bags. They take them up to room 615, which is the room Ozzy's supposed to be staying in. Now, Ozzy, who's kind of a mess, pulls out of his pocket a key that has the room number 1515. And basically, it's a key that he'd left in his pocket from either the night before or a couple days before or something from another Hyatt Regency hotel they'd stayed on this tour. So he's thinking, without thinking much about it apparently, that he's in room 1515 and the building looks just like all the other hotels that they're staying in. So he walks up to room 1515. When he gets up to that room, the door to the room is open. So he didn't even have to try the key. Because it's open because there's a person in there cleaning the room. And so he walks in and he shows her the key, Hyatt Regency. And she basically says, have a nice stay, and leaves and closes the door. And then Ozzy proceeds, after being wide awake for the last several days. And there's other stories. The story's told different ways. Some people say that he wasn't feeling well, so he drank a bunch of cough medicine, like a whole bottle of it. Whatever. Either way, he'd been involved with this thing with David Lee Roth, and they were a mess. So he proceeds to fall on the bed and fall asleep. Now, Van Halen goes to the Municipal Auditorium and begins sound check. And some people come, while they're doing this, some people come in and say, have you seen Ozzy? Because they start noticing that nobody knows where Ozzy is. So they go through the sound check, they go through all the different things, Black Sabbath comes, they open the doors, crowds coming in, and people still don't know where Ozzy is. They've gone up to his room in the hotel, room 615, the one he's supposed to be in, and the only thing there is luggage. So they're back at the Municipal Auditorium. Where is Ozzy? We can't find him. And hoping against hope that he'll just show up. But they're starting to wonder, did he get kidnapped? Is he dead? Anything could happen at this point. They have no idea, and everybody's starting to panic just a little bit because he's gone. And no one has any idea. No one's seen him for hours. No one has any idea what's going on here. Okay, so now Van Halen actually plays their entire show. This is a crowd of something in the neighborhood of 12,000 people. Sold out auditorium. Van Halen plays their show. They go back to their dressing room and still no Ozzy. So the promoter goes to Van Halen's dressing room and he grabs Noel Monk and he says, I need to talk to you. And he takes Noel Monk out in the hall and he says, look, no one knows where Ozzy is and I need you to do me a favor. And Noel Monk's like, no one knows where. Why is that? Is that my problem or something? So he says, look, here's what I need you to do. If somehow maybe we can get your band, get the guys from Van Halen to go up on stage and maybe jam a little bit on some Sabbath stuff, and then that'll help me when I make the announcement that the concert is canceled. Maybe that'll calm the crowd down a little bit. And Noel Monk's thinking, or maybe they're going to start throwing bottles and go nuts. So he says, please just do me a favor. And Noel goes, well, I'll talk to my guys. So he goes back into the dressing room, tells the guys in Van Halen what's going on and what they're being asked to do. And they say, they're going to kill us if we go out there. And Noel goes, I agree. So what did they do? They hopped in their limos and they got out of there as fast as they could. So now the promoter has to get up on stage, and just like expected, he makes this announcement that Black Sabbath is canceling the show, and the place goes nuts. Bottles being thrown. Still, nobody knows where Ozzy is. And according to Alex Van Halen in his book, he says everybody was panicked about this. He's gone. Is he kidnapped? Is he dead? What's happening? And he says that they searched for him like everywhere. Stairwells, conference room, everything until about 2 a.m, and they gave up. And they all went to bed wondering what in the world is going on here. So then, as the story goes, the next morning, Ozzy, several people have told this story, just comes walking into the lobby like nothing had happened. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to these newspapers and read a couple things that came out of these newspapers reporting on this incident. I'm going to share these with you, and then I'm going to actually read you a little bit out of Ozzy's book where he tells his side of what actually happened here. And then to wrap it up, I'm going to read you a concert review that came after the concert was finally played. I think you're going to find all this stuff so interesting. Okay, so here we are on November 12th, 1978, and here is the report of what had happened. Singer slept through showtime, and this is from the Times in Gainesville, Georgia, where they made this report. Singer slept through showtime. Nashville, Tennessee, the lead singer for the British rock group Black Sabbath went to sleep in the wrong room of a Nashville hotel Thursday night and caused the cancellation of a sellout concert before 12,000 fans, while police frantically searched for him. Lieutenant Sherman Nickens said authorities originally thought John Ozzy Osbourne might have been kidnapped, but the singer turned up Friday, Nickens said. Here's a man who makes a lot of money and has never missed a show in 10 years, Nickens said. He doesn't drink or use dope. He disappears and his people are so frantic, so it was possible that something happened to this man while all the time he's sleeping. Yeah. The whole point of this entire thing was that he was so messed up because of a massive, massive drug use. That's what led to this in the first place. And it's so funny how they tried to spin it going, no, he doesn't ever do anything like that. This was just an oversight, just kind of an accident. According to Nickens, Osbourne had gone up to the 15th floor of the Hyatt Regency in Nashville and saw a maid coming out of a room. He said the 29-year-old singer went to the room Thursday afternoon and woke up 4 a.m. today. And according to Noel Monk's book, part of the reason they put those spins on there is because, they're dealing with insurance policies and legal issues when you cancel a show. If it's due to negligence, it's a whole nother issue. And so they're doing everything they can to spin it in such a way that it sounds like, look, this just wasn't a big deal, when in actuality, it was just complete negligence. Anyway, so now this is from the News and Record. This is from, let's see here, December 15th, 1978. It looks like this might have been part of something that Rolling Stone had written. Okay, here we go. Quote, "Oh, don't remind me, such an embarrassment," unquote, said Black Sabbath singer Ozzy Osbourne when Random Notes phoned him about how he'd fallen asleep in the wrong room of his Nashville hotel recently, forcing the postponement of the band's gig and sending police on a frantic night-long search. "You can easily get lost in these bloody places," said Ozzy, bemoaning the fact that his Nashville hotel had the same layout as the previous evening's hotel in Birmingham. Oz, after checking into the Nashville Hyatt Regency and drinking a cup of coffee downstairs, had reached into his pocket and pulled out a key to room 1515 of the Birmingham Hyatt Regency. His bags had been taken to room 615, but Oz, guided by mysterious internal commands, rode to the 15th floor, walked past the maid who was cleaning 1515, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, 12,000 ticket holders lined up for refunds, and the other band members sent police chasing after what they feared were Ozzy's kidnappers. Quote, "I felt very refreshed," said Oz, who woke up at 4 a.m., realized he'd missed the show, and finally tracked down the other members. Black Sabbath played the date the next night, and happily, according to Ozzy, quote, "The kids got off on it, chucking fire extinguishers on the stage and stuff." Okay, now I'm going to read to you just a little bit out of Ozzy's book where he talks about this event, this experience. And then, like I said, I'm going to share with you the concert review, one of the concert reviews that were written the next day about that show. All right, check this out. "One of my last memories of being with the band was missing a gig at the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville." And that's kind of an important thing because this was November of 1978, and it was April of the following year. So December, January, February, March. It was just a few months after this that he was officially kicked out of the band. And so this was one of those things that in some ways it wasn't a last straw, but it was something where the guys in the band go, look, this is too much. This guy's unstable, and it's actually hurting the band having this person here who we just can't even count on anymore. He's gone so far off course. He's lost so much control of himself. Okay. I hadn't slept for 3 days straight. I looked like the Walking Dead. My eyeballs felt like someone had injected them with caffeine. My skin was all red and prickly, and I could hardly feel my legs. But at 5 o'clock in the morning on the day of the gig, I finally hit the sack at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. It was the best sleep I'd had in my life. So again, they pull into town, they go to the hotel where everybody else goes, they take his luggage to one room, he goes to another, and he is out. All right. And when I woke up, I felt almost normal again. But I didn't know that the key I'd used to get into my room was from one of the other Hyatt hotels we'd stayed in earlier in the tour in another city. My bags had been sent to the right room by the tour manager. I'd gone to the wrong room. When I got to the room, the maid was still in there, plumping the pillows and checking that the minibar was full. So the door was open and I walked straight in. I just showed her the key, which had the right number and the Hyatt logo on it. She closed the door. And he says, I fell asleep for 24 hours. In the meantime, the gig came and went. They had no idea I was zonked out on a different floor in another wing of the hotel. The lads panicked. My ugly mug was plastered all over local TV stations. The cops set up a special missing persons unit. The fans began to plan a candlelight vigil. The insurance company was on the phone. Venues across America were preparing for the tour to be canceled. The record company was upset, and Thelma, who was his wife at the time, thought she'd become a widow. First thing I did was call down to the front desk and ask them what time it was. And they said 6 o'clock. And then it says that he called them back and he was thinking to himself, that's perfect. 6 o'clock, show's in 2 hours, got all kinds of time. And then he says he called back down and says, wait, PM or AM? And then it wasn't long after that he showed up downstairs. He actually, you hear different stories about all the different sequence of events that happened, but one thing you hear a few different people say is that he just kind of walked into the lobby of the hotel like nothing had happened. And apparently, like he said, he felt fantastic. So anyway, so he shows up and then they're able to move on and go to the next town. Now they have an issue where they have to make up the show. And what happens then is the management of Black Sabbath contacts Noel and says, we need you guys to do us a huge favor, because the only day that we can book this is our day off, which is in a couple days. And so they rescheduled the concert, like we said, we read in that other article. And then Van Halen, basically they'd already fulfilled their part of the contract. We played the show. You just didn't show up. So then Black Sabbath management contacts Noel Monk and says, hey, can we get you guys to do us a favor and come play a show on your day off, which is our day off too, but we've got to make up this show. And so Noel Monk in his book says, there's sometimes I'll be difficult, but this was one of those things where it felt like we just needed to work with the team. Black Sabbath had been really good to us. They'd introduced us to a whole new audience. This was a big deal for our band, so we just went along with it, took our normal pay, and just did the show one more time. Anyway, so that's what happened. So that leads up to November 12th, which was the day that they played the show. So here we go. Sab concert ear opener. Thousands. Oh, this is from the Tennessean, November 13th, 1978. Thousands of teenagers packed a municipal auditorium yesterday afternoon for a makeup concert by heavy metal groups Black Sabbath and Van Halen. Most seats were filled and hundreds stood on the auditorium floor, jammed up against the stage for almost 3 hours while they were literally bombed with sound. Judging from the beer cans and liquor bottles in the parking lots around Capitol Hill and discounting the possibility of a nearby football game, many were already bombed when they arrived. The makeup concert was made necessary when Black Sabbath's lead singer, Ozzy Osbourne, went to the wrong room at the Hyatt Regency to take a nap Thursday afternoon and slept through the scheduled concert that night. And then he goes on, and you can tell this guy's not a Black Sabbath fan when you listen to the rest of this. If the band had only thought to play a few instrumentals, the sound would surely have awakened Osbourne. The Hyatt is only a few blocks from the auditorium, and the problems of rescheduling could have been avoided. Other things should be avoided too, specifically the words music and show in connection with this concert. There was little of each from either group. The high point in showmanship occurred during an instrumental break in the Van Halen set when the band's lead singer picked up a microphone stand, held it over his head, and jumped up and down. In appreciation, those on the floor raised their hands. There was no room to jump up and down, and many lit cigarette lighters. A few of the more appreciative lit firecrackers. The, quote, music was a steady drone-like roar. Osbourne screamed over it from time to time. Van Halen actually sang occasionally. By a score of 1-0, Van Halen was the more musical of the two groups, but they were loud enough to hide the fact. Without music and without show, the only remaining attraction has to be volume. And if the crowd reaction is a fair indicator, some of the best volume ever heard in Nashville occurred at Municipal Auditorium yesterday afternoon. Great volume, in fact. And that's the end of the concert review for the makeup concert after Ozzy slept through the first one. So that is, again, one of the most notorious moments that came from the Ozzy Osbourne Black Sabbath period. And it's one of those things that even resonates today. And it just added to the whole Ozzy story arc. There were so many moments in his story that just led to him kind of being the legend that he was. There were so many crazy things, and this was one of them. That just added to that heap, added to that pile of things that just ultimately, here we are, 55 years after Black Sabbath first started, and ultimately led to him being this household name. That when he dies, the whole world talks about it. So those of you that follow this channel on a regular basis know that among my favorite things to talk about are Black Sabbath and Ozzy. And with Ozzy passing away yesterday, I figured to just give me an excuse to talk about him some more and to make some videos related to him and his career. And I have something really, really interesting to share with you today that goes back to 1984. And it was kind of a big deal at the time in Ozzy's career. And I remember hearing about it, but it's, I think, largely forgotten these days because it ended up being just a little bit of a speed bump. But it was one of those things that really added to his mystique. And I'd be curious as I go through this to know how many of you actually even remember when this happened. Now, what this is related to, this is related to a particular song that was on this album, Bark at the Moon. Now, you remember this album came out in November of 1983. And man, I remember when this thing came out and I first saw this cover, and it kind of freaked me out a little bit. It was so, I don't know, kind of creepy looking. But I also remember the first time I heard the song Bark at the Moon. And it was just so amazing. And of course, the year before in 1982, that's when Randy Rhoads died. And then he brought in Brad Gillis and they put out Speak of the Devil. And then this is the first album, with his new guitar player. None of us really knew who he was. It was Jakey Lee. And we hear that song, Bark at the Moon. And it to this day, it's just one of his most classic, amazing songs. So I remember hearing that song all the time off this album. And the other one that I remember hearing a lot from this record that seemed to that got a lot of attention around was the song Rock and Roll Rebel, which was really cool. But the song that I wanted to talk about today that was part of this incident was a song that's maybe kind of forgotten a little bit in Ozzy history. And I say that because I've actually talked about this song recently with some people, and nobody really thinks about this or remembers it that much. But it was this song called So Tired. There's a second song on the second side of this album, and it was it was a ballad. It was this very, very slow tune, and it really didn't even have any guitars in it, I don't think, except for the guitar solo. The whole thing was just kind of piano and strings, and when you listen to the song, I actually want to show you something that you might find kind of interesting on the inside here. The string arrangements, when you look down here, it says, let's see here, strings arranged by Lewis Clark. Now, when you listen to this song, it has a very kind of ELO feel to it, and the strings do. And the reason it does is because Lewis Clark was the guy that arranged a lot of ELO's strings. So go listen to it, and when you hear the strings, you'll get a kind of a sense that it has some of that ELO DNA in it. But anyway, it's this really nice song. I remember when I was a kid and I saw the music video for it, and it's Ozzy kind of in this theater, and it has this Hunchback of Notre Dame kind of theme to it. But anyway, the song is just a little bit lost in the history of Ozzy's career. But they actually put it out as a single. They made a video, like I said, thinking that this song was actually going to be a hit. But like I said, I don't know that it really did much after that, even though they put it out. And so anyway, what I want to share with you today is so interesting, and it's directly related to this song. And so like we do a lot of times on this channel, we go back and we find old newspaper articles and different documents that tell some of these stories when they happened. And I'm going to share a few things with you. And again, I want to see if you actually remember when this happened, what it was that took place here. So this first one I want to share with you is from the Miami Herald, and this is Friday, February 24th of 1984. And here it is. It says, music with some bite. And then it says, biting off the heads of bats and birds was once the specialty of rocker Ozzy Osbourne. But after undergoing a series of rabies shots and scrutinizing by the humane societies, Osbourne reportedly has cut back on his animal diet. No doubt he'll come up with something else to shock his fans in concert at 7:30 tonight at the Hollywood Sportatorium, including hard, loud rock music from his 4 albums, the latest being Bark at the Moon. And then it tells you how much the tickets are. So basically they're just saying, hey, concert tonight, February 24th, and it's going to be at the Sportatorium. And anyway, they're just kind of mentioning, here's Ozzy, this crazy guy that has this kind of legend that follows him about biting the heads off. You all know those things right there. And of course, he's touring on this album here, Bark at the Moon. Okay, so nothing too spectacular, just a normal announcement of a concert happening that night, February 24th of 1984. Now, this same day, in a different newspaper, this is the Fort Lauderdale News. And here's what it says. The Ozzy Osbourne concert scheduled for tonight at the Hollywood Sportatorium has been postponed. Ozzy is ill. The show will be rescheduled, and ticket holders can hang onto their tickets or refund them at point of purchase. Okay, so now they announced that the concert, because they had this concert scheduled, and then all of a sudden, the concert is canceled, okay, because he's ill. Again, be curious to see if you remember when this happened. All right, so now the next one. So now this is the Tampa Bay Times, same day. This is the day of the concert. And the headline on this one is Glass in Throat Causes Singer to Cancel Concert. And then it says a piece of glass lodged in Ozzy Osbourne's throat forced the rock star to cancel an appearance Thursday night at the Lakeland Civic Center. The injury suffered in London turned out to be more serious than was thought at first. Quote, a piece of glass lodged in the back of his throat, unquote, while he was filming a video, according to Osbourne's publicist, Rob Patterson. He did not know how the accident with the glass occurred, whether it involved a spotlight, a prop, or something else. Officials of Beach Club Productions in Orlando and the Lakeland Civic Center were unavailable to comment on refunds or the possibility of rescheduling the concert. Okay, so now we're getting a little close. He's ill, and now we find out that there's glass involved somehow. Okay, so now here's the next one. This is from the Tampa Tribune, same day, with a little bit more information. Accident puts rocker in hospital. New York. Rock singer Ozzy Osbourne, 35, was hospitalized here after some exploding glass caught in his throat during taping of a video in London hours earlier. Quote, he has lacerations in his throat, unquote. And the glass passed through his digestive system, said Mike Jensen, the British singer's publicist. Jensen said the accident occurred at about 11 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday. Osbourne, feeling okay, flew on to New York Thursday night for a concert in Lakeland, Florida. En route, he became uncomfortable and went to a nearby hospital after landing in New York. Doctors there found no glass lodged in his throat, Jensen said. The publicist said the Lakeland concert and a Miami show set for tonight were canceled and would be rescheduled. So now we get a little bit more of the story, and we find out that there's two concerts that have been canceled, the one at the Sportatorium and then this other one at the Lakeland Civic Center. And so that there was some sort of an incident when he was filming, and it had this glass. Okay, so now I've got a couple more here. This is such an interesting thing. And again, I'd forgotten all about this. I just remember when I was a kid hearing that this had happened kind of through the grapevine. Okay, this is from the Waterloo Region Record. This is the same day. Ozzy Osbourne hit by exploding glass. And then there's a picture of Ozzy there. New York. Rock star Ozzy Osbourne was admitted to a New York hospital Thursday after bits of exploding glass lodged in his throat during taping of a video in London several hours earlier. A spokesman said, quote, he's under observation, said Mike Jensen, Osbourne's Los Angeles publicist. The glass hit into his throat, unquote. Jensen said the accident occurred at about 4 a.m. London time after Osbourne had been working for 20 hours on a video for a song called So Tired. However, Osbourne apparently thought he was all right and boarded his scheduled Concorde flight. You remember the Concorde? Back way in the day, that thing's since been retired. But anyway, this was all involved with this. From New York, for New York en route to a scheduled Thursday night concert in Lakeland, Florida. He began feeling discomfort during the flight and on arrival at Kennedy Airport went immediately to a nearby hospital. Quote, the only thing I know is he had an accident while he was doing some videotaping, said a hospital spokesman. Jensen said the Lakeland concert and a Miami show set for tonight have both been canceled and will be rescheduled. Osbourne, 35, was the lead singer for Black Sabbath for 10 years before embarking on a solo career in 1979. Okay, now we have one more concert, and then I'm going to share something else with you that's pretty awesome. Or one more article, and then I'm going to go into the details according to Ozzy. All right, so this is from the Mobile Register. Now, this one's actually a few days later. This one's on February 27th. So this is a few days after this whole incident goes down. And this is this is Mobile, Alabama. And let's see here. So singer Ozzy Osbourne in stable condition. This is February 27th, 1984. Rock singer Ozzy Osbourne's condition remained stable and satisfactory Sunday as he underwent treatment for pieces of glass that lodged in his throat after a mirror exploded during a London videotape session. Luis Rodriguez, administrator at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan, said the singer has requested that no further information be released. Osbourne was brought to Mount Sinai Thursday after flying from London, where the accident occurred. The singer was en route to a concert in Lakeland, Florida, but went to the hospital upon arriving at Kennedy Airport because his throat hurt. The incident occurred during the taping of a videotape for his new song, So Tired, when some planned special effects went awry. His publicist, Mike Jensen, said a mirror shattered as planned, but a safety shield meant to protect the singer was missing, and bits of glass lodged in his throat. Now, before I get to the kind of the wrap up of this or the punchline that tells you what according to Ozzy, what happened in this incident, if you've ever seen the video for the song So Tired, the moment that this thing in the video happens, it happens so fast in the video, you might not even notice it. And yet it was such a big deal and it caused so many problems, it ended up having him cancel shows over it. But again, you watch the video and you're like, Was there a mirror that exploded? It happens so fast. What happens is Ozzy is basically walks into this, into a dressing room. He sits down in front of a mirror, and then he sings a little bit into his reflection in the mirror. And then all of a sudden, you see from the center of the mirror, it kind of explode outward towards him, and then it cuts, and then it goes to another scene. And that's all you see. Like it says, there was nothing protecting him in front of it, between him and the mirror, and somebody basically at a specific time during the filming, from behind the mirror, hit it with a hammer, and it just exploded into Ozzy's face. Okay, so now I want to share with you just a couple of things out of Ozzy's book where he talks about this incident. And again, what's so amazing about this is it fits so perfectly into his career, because it was just another one of those things that just added to kind of the chaos and mystique of all the things that were happening with him. Okay, so check this out. I think you'll find this so interesting. So this is on page 267 of his book. And I'm just going to read you a couple excerpts, but this tells, at least from his side of the story, what it was that happened at this incident of filming this video. If any of us had a near-death experience on the Bark at the Moon tour, it was me. Amazingly, though, it didn't have anything to do with booze or drugs. It happened when we took a 48-hour break after a gig in New Orleans to shoot the video for So Tired in London. The plan was to fly from New Orleans to New York, take the Concorde to London, shoot the video, take Concorde back to New York, then connect to the next venue. So basically, flying out of New Orleans, heading over to London, where they have this big theater ready to go, where they're going to film this whole video. And then he's going to film the video, get the thing done, fly back to New York, and then fly down to the concerts that we just read about that got canceled. The concerts in Florida, which was his next shows. Okay. That's what he means when he's talking about connecting to the next venue. That's where he's headed, to the ones from the newspaper we just read. When we finally got to the studio in London, the first thing the director said to me was, "Okay, Ozzy, just sit in front of this mirror. When I give the word, it's gonna explode from behind." What could possibly go wrong, right? This is so crazy. Okay, and then he goes, "There were no special effects. There was just an old mirror and a bloke standing behind it with a hammer in his hand." And then it says, "So halfway through the song, the bloke swings the hammer, the mirror explodes, and I get a face full of glass." Let's see here. And then he says, "I didn't think any more of it until I was halfway across the Atlantic on Concorde." He says, "I remember pressing the button for the stewardess, her coming over and almost dropping her tray with fright. And she yells, 'Are you okay?' It turned out that the pressure from being up at nearly 60,000 feet had caused all the tiny bits of glass lodged in my skin to rise to the surface until my face had literally exploded. It had just popped like a squashed tomato." When Sharon turned around to look, she almost passed out. And it says, "An ambulance was waiting for me at JFK when we landed. In the hospital in New York, they put me under." This is so classic. Anyway, this whole story and the way this ends is so great. "In the hospital in New York, they put me under and tried to pull out as much of the broken glass as they could with tweezers. Then they gave me some drugs to reduce the swelling. I remember coming to in this white room with white walls and people all around me covered in white sheets and thinking, I'm in the morgue." Anyway, so that's the story. And I'm curious, again, how many of you remember this? See, I remember kind of vaguely that whole thing happened, but when you look back at the overall story of everything that's going on with Ozzy and all the rumors of just all the chaos and craziness, that whole incident from that music video, I remember hearing about it, but it's kind of lost a little bit in the history of Ozzy. And so I thought, again, because we're thinking about Ozzy this week, because of what happened, and because I love talking about this stuff, that this would be kind of one of those stories that'd be worth talking about and worth remembering. And I have something that I think you're really going to enjoy. This is kind of a little bit of a time capsule, especially related to Black Sabbath. And what it is back in the 1970s, in 1975 and 1978, Rolling Stone did a feature on Black Sabbath, did a couple different articles, and these articles were then distributed across the country and printed in newspapers all over the United States. And what I did is I actually found these two different articles, the one from 75, one from 78, and what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to read these two because they're really interesting to hear what was being written about them at the time. So this first one, the version I'm going to read is from the Dayton Daily News. And like I said, these things were printed all over the country in newspapers far and wide. And so this one, it says Rolling Stone profile, Black Sabbath. And then it's really interesting. The subhead that they put here is, sorry, folks, they really aren't weirdos. They're sweet, charming, totally unpretentious young people. Now, that first part's kind of interesting when you hear the word young, because although they were young in a sense, these guys are getting up into their later 20s at this point, because basically the three of them, Bill, Tony, and Ozzy, were all born in 1948, and Geezer was born in 1949. So when Black Sabbath came together, in 68, when they were really starting to get moving, basically they were 20 years old. And by the time they get to this point in 1975, these guys are 27 and 26. And so they're getting up into their later 20s. And so because they're a little further into their career at this point. And one thing before I read this is kind of interesting is they print this picture in the newspaper, and it says Black Sabbath left to right. And look at the picture here while I'm reading this. Left to right, Ozzy Osbourne, Bill Ward, Tony Iommi, and Geezer Butler. Now, what's really funny about this, it's a little blurry, and when you have these old pictures that are blurry, it's a little bit hard sometimes to tell the difference between Tony and Geezer, because they both had those mustaches and the long hair, and then with sunglasses on, it's when it's blurry, it's tough. When it's not blurry, it's really easy. But I believe what the picture really is Tony Iommi's on the left, not Ozzy. Bill Ward, they have that one correctly. And then it's Geezer, not Tony, that's the next one there. And then, of course, Ozzy's the last one, even though they say it's Geezer. And what's so funny sometimes looking back at these old newspapers, when they print these pictures, how often they have it just completely wrong. And this is an example of it where it's just totally off. Okay, so again, I think you're going to enjoy listening to this. This was printed on August 31st of 1975. And so to put this in context, this is right after the album Sabotage has come out, because Sabotage was released on July 28th of 1975. So this is, just about a month after that album comes out. All right, Los Angeles. Black Sabbath is back on tour After more than a year's absence, this time with an expanded show, a 30-city string of, as usual, sellout concerts, a new album, Sabotage, and new managers themselves. And that whole manager thing, they talk a little bit about it here, but this was such a tumultuous time for the band because of this whole manager and legal problems, figuring out that they'd been being ripped off all this time, that they were getting a kind of an allowance from pay, but they were not making the money that they should have been making. So this was a very, very challenging time for the band. Over the last 3 years, Sabbath had become literally sick and tired of touring. Drummer Bill Ward had contracted hepatitis. Vocalist Ozzy Osbourne thought he was going crazy. And actually, right around this time, for a brief period of time, he actually did check himself into an asylum because he was having some real issues. Bassist Geezer Butler had developed a kidney stone, and guitarist Tony Iommi thought he would simply never recover from his physical exhaustion. Quote, after doing all those strenuous tours, Iommi said, we needed the time to sit back and look at what we were doing. We were losing all the content, didn't know what was happening at all musically. And like I said, this was a really challenging time for the band. There's so many moving parts, so many issues outside the band that were putting pressure on them in different ways. So this was a big deal. Sabbath retreated to their homes in the English countryside and stayed there for a year, leaving only for one tour of Australia and to work on Sabotage, their sixth album on Warner Brothers. Meantime, rumors surfaced in this country about lawsuits and threats and general unhappiness between the Sabbaths and manager Patrick Meehan, who had assumed direction of the group about 4 years ago. And what I was saying a minute ago, between Patrick Meehan and the group, this is where a lot of these challenges started. They began realizing what he was doing from a management standpoint. They ended up firing him, and it just cost them a small fortune dealing with him, dealing with all the lawsuits, the legal issues that were happening. And as a matter of fact, it became such a big deal. They talked about how they were in the studio recording Sabotage, and they were regularly dealing with lawyers. I mean, people were literally bringing them documents into the studio, legal documents, things they had to deal with were happening on a regular basis. And as a matter of fact, so much so that they actually wrote a song called The Writ. And it's an interesting song because it was the lyrics, which was kind of a different thing, were actually written by Ozzy, which he didn't do a lot in the band. It was usually Geezer that wrote the lyrics. But this one was a direct response to their manager that they were dealing with. It had all these legal issues, so they literally wrote a song called The Writ that was, for all intents and purposes, an attack on Patrick Meehan, their manager. So let's see here. Whatever differences did exist were apparently settled out of court. Meehan reportedly still gets a piece of the record royalties, but the group controls its own destiny, and that's all they will say about it. Now, interestingly, I think it's in Geezer Butler's book, Into the Void, where he talks just a little bit about this, about the settlement, and what he says is that they basically settled out of court for $1 million with Patrick Meehan just to make the whole thing go away. And they were having financial struggles all through this time anyway, and then that just made it worse, that they had to basically borrow money from the record company to pay him off. And anyway, they were paying lawyers constantly, and they were actually, when you read their books and listen to them, there was this part of them like, why do we even bother doing any of this stuff? Because basically all we're doing is making money to pay off attorneys. So anyway, it was just a really very, very difficult time for the band. Let's see here. Whatever differences, that's all they will say about it. Okay. Before launching their current tour in mid-July, the group rehearsed in Los Angeles and did a few interviews at Ben Frank's, a Sunset Strip coffee shop. Iommi ordered a plain omelet and orange juice and conscientiously dropped Sweet and Low into his coffee. Quote, "Got fat laying about," he smiled, if recording can be called laying about. And the issue here was that the amount of time it took putting that album together, that's kind of what he's referring to, is that they were just stuck. So Sabotage was, compared to their other efforts, a positively leisurely album. Quote, "It took quite a while," Iommi admitted, "but the actual studio time wasn't that long," unquote. It may have been too long for Osbourne, though. He told one reporter, quote, "If I hear this thing again, I'll shoot myself," unquote. And again, the point was, the amount of time they actually spent recording it, actually in the studio being productive, when compared to all the other things that they were dealing with, probably wasn't that big a percentage, or at least as much as it seemed like it would have been. Because they said that whenever they weren't in the studio, they were either playing a show or they were in an office or somewhere dealing with an attorney. That's all they were doing at this time. The new album, Iommi said, is a return to the Black Sabbath of yore, back to basic roots. That means hardcore rock, no more fiddling with orchestras and fancy embellishments as on Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Sabotage has the old familiar end-of-the-world motif, although the group did relent and add a choir and some keyboards. Now, this is an interesting thing, because this is the album they had that song Supertsar on it. And that song is just, it's an incredibly ambitious piece of music. And it is just filled with these choirs and some really cool guitar work in it too. But this is, if you ever hear that kind of legendary story where Ozzy walked into the studio late, notoriously, walked into the studio and saw all these people there. This lady, he said, that was like an 80-year-old woman playing a harp, and this massive choir of people. He thought he was in the wrong place. He walked in, sees all these people, turns around, leaves. Anyway, that legendary story, that's what it was about here, from that song, and where they'd had all of these people in there in this choir, because Tony Iommi had apparently been working this song out on a Mellotron, I think at his house. And if you're familiar with the Mellotron, it was, although it wasn't a synthesizer, it kind of served a similar purpose because it was a keyboard that would create all these different sounds. But it was actually, instead of being generated by circuits, the sounds were being generated by actual tape. And a Mellotron, when you'd play a key on a Mellotron, it would actually push a playhead down and drag a tape across a playhead, and it lasted about 7 seconds. And then you'd let up, and a spring would pull the tape, and then you could play the note again. And so a lot of people would use these for strings, for choirs, for flutes. And there were a lot of bands. I mean, everybody from Led Zeppelin to David Bowie, and probably the one that you'd know the most that used a Mellotron was the Moody Blues. Mike Pinder, the keyboardist for the Moody Blues, was notorious for using the Mellotron in even live. And matter of fact, a lot of bands use it live, but I mean, there were just so many people that use this. But anyway, I didn't mean to get off on that, but Tony Iommi had worked out this stuff on a Mellotron, and then he thought, hey, let's try this for real. And then that's how you ended up with Superstar on the album Sabotage. So in fact, a keyboard player, Jez Woodruff, is accompanying them on this tour, the first such musical addition since the group formed 7 years ago. He hasn't joined the group. He's just over here with us to add the sound, says Iommi, who plays keyboards on Sabotage. He only plays about 3 numbers, but he's carrying a tremendous amount of keyboards. You'd think he was doing the Philharmonic. Now, for me, the first time I'd ever heard the name Jez Woodruff was because I discovered Black Sabbath much later, was on Robert Plant's solo albums. And if you bought Pictures at 11, you'll remember, you pull the sleeve out and you'll see Jez Woodruff's name right there. Sabbath's new show is 2 hours long and about a half hour longer than last year's presentations. They've added a fancy shell in back of Ward's drum kit and some intricate lighting. Quote, "We wanted to do more," Iommi said, "but we just didn't get it organized in time," unquote. And again, of course, because of all the different things they were dealing with, recording that album took way, way longer than they'd planned. And they had scheduled the tour while they were recording Sabotage, not thinking it was going to take as long as it did. So the tour started so fast after they finally finished the record, they just didn't have time to put together all the things that they were planning on doing. This year's act is somewhat more restrained than the spree-spending lifestyle Sabbath adopted after their early success. Country mansions, Rolls Royces, Lamborghinis, as well as the unexpected scorn of their old croonies and the unwanted leeching of new, quote, friends. Let's see here. Quote, "This business does affect you in a way, but you don't realize it," unquote, Iommi said rather sadly. "At one time, we didn't even go down to the local pub because we felt uncomfortable. We felt we had to act like pop stars. Now it's great. I can do anything I like." Iommi attributes this newfound confidence to rural life and the reduced pressure to conform. Iommi told one English writer who paid a visit to Tony's 200-room Kilworth house and was quite startled to see expensive paintings and porcelain figures. Quote, "He said it didn't fit my image. What did he expect? Everything painted black?" Unquote. Right, that's exactly what people expect of this group. Ominous darkness, relieved only by gold crosses and occult mutterings, all shrouded in a drug-riddled haze. Well, no. They do have more than a passing interest in the occult, but it's the sort of naive interest that's easily satisfied by seeing The Exorcist 8 times, as Osbourne has. Iommi has been reading books by Lobsang Rampa and on astral projection, but that's not scary. They are simply not weirdos. They're sweet, charming, totally unpretentious people. And it's this contrast between them and their music that's the fascinating thing about them. One weekend several years ago, they played the Whiskey in LA dressed in white ties, tails, top hats, and canes, and came bouncing onto the stage grinning at themselves. It was a rare moment, a heavy metal, fire and brimstone group having fun and poking fun. So much for being sinister. Besides, there's absolutely nothing sinister about a slightly overweight Ozzy Osbourne galumphing around a stage in bright Superman tights, waving peace signs and shouting, "We love you," while the band thunders along like the Grim Reaper. Quote, "We tend to give another impression on stage," Iommi said. "We get carried away ourselves," unquote. Critics who have hated Sabbath in the past, and they are legion, probably won't be won over this time either. But Sabbath keeps packing in crowds and selling records, critics be damned. And it's interesting that they talk about Ozzy and the clothes that he'd wear on stage, because this album, Sabotage, is also one of those legendary album covers that they absolutely hated. Now, it depends on who you listen to, how they ended up with that album cover. But the idea, they're sitting in front of a mirror and you're basically seeing the wrong side of their reflection in the mirror when you look at the cover. But according to Geezer Butler's book, he said that when they showed up, that they were going to be doing, the guys in the band thought they were going to be doing some sort of test photo. And I think, as I recall from Tony Iommi's book, they showed up, but they just weren't prepared. That they knew they were getting photos taken, but they just dressed and didn't really talk about what they were going to wear, didn't come ready. And the one thing they do agree on, though, speaking of the Superman tights, is that the pants that Bill Ward is wearing were from his wife. They are these really funny looking things, and then when you look at what Ozzy's wearing, they just don't look like a cohesive unit. And you listen to those guys talk about it, and they just say they've been relentlessly made fun of over the years because of what people say is one of the worst album covers ever made. Now, me personally, I don't see it that way. I mean, it is a little silly, but I kind of love the weirdness of it. The what Ozzy's wearing, what Bill's wearing, the other guys. I mean, Tony's sitting down, and it's just because for me, I always kind of like these snapshots in time and kind of the weirdness that comes in moments like that. And so there's this part of it that I find a little bit charming in just how strange and goofy it ended up. But anyway, you be the judge of that. But the guys in the band certainly were not fans of what came from that. Okay, unlike other groups in similar situations, Sabbath isn't arrogant. They don't actually say, "Damn the critics." Quote, "We're not the best thing in the world," Iommi said. "We really enjoy it, and that's what counts." And which is isn't that kind of a funny thing listening to them? It's actually almost a weird symbol of their self-confidence, maybe, or how comfortable they were in their own skin, because here is Tony Iommi. They're this, at this point, this legendary band. They're a big deal, and his attitude is like, "Well, we're not the best thing out there." And you think, can you imagine other bands saying something like that? There's so many other groups that just have so much arrogance about them that you just could never imagine them making statements like that. So anyway, there's something charming about that interesting humility that these guys had, where they were very comfortable in who they were and they weren't afraid to say things like that. Okay, so that's the first one. That's the Rolling Stone article from 1975. Now, there's another one here that is really interesting, and this one's from 1978. And this is another Rolling Stone feature about Black Sabbath, and this one is about the time that they come out with the album Never Say Die. That's the one that we're dealing with here, which is, it's so fascinating because you're talking about just a few years later. You're talking about going from 75 to 78, and so many things changed during that period. I mean, they started having so many more problems. And when you look at Sabotage, one of the things that they talk about is that because they were being attacked so much from so many different directions, from lawyers, their former manager, all the different issues they were dealing with. Interestingly, it brought them closer together as a group. It made them a stronger, more cohesive group of people because they started really feeling like the world was attacking them. The world was closing in around them, and they were them against the world, which strengthened their bonds while they were putting together the album Sabotage. And why this is so fascinating is here we are 3 years later, putting out the Never Say Die album, and it is completely changed from that point where they are ready to fall apart. And as a matter of fact, before they even recorded the album, at one point, Ozzy actually quit. And what's kind of fascinating about it is Ozzy was getting so kind of, fed up with the band himself, even though they were all having so many substance abuse problems. They kicked Ozzy out, but he had actually quit before they started recording the album. And he had this attitude like, I'm going to go do my own thing. He'd even talked to Geezer about the two of them putting a band together. But Ozzy apparently had even started making some t-shirts that said Blizzard of Ozz as early as this time period, thinking that he wasn't long for the band. And they actually, for a very, very short period of time, brought in a guy named Dave Walker. And Dave Walker actually was involved with them writing some of the songs and even some of the lyrics, thinking that he was going to be a long-term part of this band now. But it was very short-term, and Ozzy came back, and they put the band back together, recorded Never Say Die, and then you know what happened after that, which is so funny. Because here's this album that they call Never Say Die when they were really ready to collapse. Okay, now, so with this context, it makes this stuff so interesting. So here in this case, the headline is Black Sabbath Surviving Species. This one's from the St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada. And again, this is just a feature from Rolling Stone. Now, again, look at the picture. And look at the names underneath it. Again, this is so typical. They got the first two right. Members of Black Sabbath are Bill Ward, Ozzy Osbourne, Tony Iommi, and Geezer Butler. And again, they didn't say left to right, so we'll let them off the hook there. But in order, it is wrong because it's Geezer and Tony are flipped right there as to who's who. I always thought Bill Ward was one of the coolest looking rock stars ever, by the way. I always liked Bill Ward. He's so cool. Okay, let's get into this, and I think you'll find this one interesting as well. We've obviously got what the people want, said Black Sabbath lead singer Ozzy Osbourne before the British band's first United States appearance in 15 months. It's aggressive music, and I think America likes aggression, he said. What Osbourne says America wants is clearly what it gets. Back on the road for a 6-week, 10th anniversary tour of arenas in late August and September, Black Sabbath played its ear-splitting Downer rock in 26 U.S. cities, and the band recently released its 7th Warner Brothers album. It's actually their 8th album. Sometimes they get those things wrong, but Never Say Die is in the sequence of things is their 8th album. Let's see here. Vintage Sabbath with little melody and lots of heavy riff. What's not so clear is why people still want what Sabbath has to sell. Spawned in the era of Manson and Miley and propelled to the big leagues in the early 70s with singles like Paranoid and War Pigs, Black Sabbath was very much a product of that age. And the reason they mention Miley, of course, is that was one of the atrocities that people talk about from Vietnam. And we've talked about that on this channel before. You just look at the chaos that was happening in the world, and they bring up Manson right there, and they say that's the world that those first albums, those first songs were being written in, and that's why you get that. And then now we're years later, and they're creating something. Actually, in some of the albums just prior to this, they were starting to do some different things, different experimenting, going little different directions. Let's see, very much a product of the age, a belligerent heavy metal outfit whose music consumed the listener like a deep depression. Today, Sabbath seems like a band without a context, one of the last surviving specimens of an endangered species, but somehow without adapting to the changing times and evolving tastes that have sent many a heavy metal group to the slag we never have been, said the soft-spoken, slightly pudgy Osbourne. A lot of that had to do with the initial drive to sell the band. We created a brand, if you like, a package. But I hope the coffin has been bolted forever on that black magic thing, unquote. And this is kind of an interesting thing because, it talks about them, all the things that had happened, the things that were changing around them. And it's when you listen to them talking in their books about this issue, they started there. Those first albums coming out, they formed in the late 60s, that first album coming out in 1970, and here we are in 1978, and think of all the things that changed during that period. Led Zeppelin was coming into prominence right around the same time they were, but there were so many groups, so many different bands, so many things going so many different directions, and then you start looking at all the things that started happening then through the 70s. You start having punk rock come in, which in some ways, Black Sabbath had that punk rock attitude before punk rock existed. And so, but that started coming into prominence during some of these periods. And then you had disco taking over. And then you had bands like Boston and Journey coming to prominence. And then here they are, kind of feeling a little bit lost. And you actually get that impression. And they'll openly admit it. They talk about the album Never Say Die, and they'll talk about how the thing felt like disjointed and chaotic. Like it just wasn't a great offering to the public. It was just something that they were confused. They didn't know where they were going. They had all this substance abuse. They were having these internal conflicts. And then that's what ultimately, the band started falling apart. Let's see, we created a brand, etc., blah, blah, blah. Still, the group's high-powered sonic assault at New York's Madison Square Garden early in the tour sent 20,000 neck-wobbling teens thrashing around like holy rollers. Quote, I don't profess to be a messiah of slum people, Osbourne insisted before the concert, but I was a backstreet kid, and that little demon is still in there shoving the hot coal in. The aggression I play is the aggression I know, and it's obviously aggression a lot of people have, unquote. Now, this is a pretty interesting thing for him to look back at his roots and talk about what he's bringing on stage, because the other thing that's happening during this period is that first tour with Van Halen, because they took Van Halen out on tour on this tour. And Ozzy's pretty clear about this. He was like, Van Halen was blowing us off the stage every night. And they actually became really good friends with Van Halen. You listened, I think it was Geezer in his book. He says, when we first saw them and we heard You Really Got Me, we were Kinks fans and we loved what they did with that. And then he says, and then I saw Eddie Van Halen playing the guitar and doing his tapping, and we're going, what is this? And then even though they got along with Van Halen really well and everything was mostly fine with them, even though Van Halen was kind of in some ways torching them every night. I think it was, I don't remember which one it was, but they talked about how they really kind of felt Van Halen maybe should have been headlining that tour. Well, what they started realizing was that Warner Brothers was using Black Sabbath to get Van Halen out in front of the public. Because they knew Black Sabbath was kind of a draw that people would show up, but they were starting to think that the reason that they put Van Halen touring with Black Sabbath was so that Van Halen could be introduced to the hard rock audience out there through Black Sabbath. And then Black Sabbath was kind of this washed up has-been group, and they could feel it. And it got to the point that Ozzy even started feeling like David Lee Roth was stealing some of his moves and things. It started feeling there was a little bit of tension between them at the time because Sabbath was on the way out and Van Halen was on the way in. They were the new kids. They were the sweethearts of the business at that point, which was also so interesting because if you read Alex Van Halen's book Brothers, he talks about this and says we were so excited to be touring with Black Sabbath because we were huge Black Sabbath fans. As a matter of fact, Van Halen had flirted with the idea of naming their band Rat Salad originally because that's a Black Sabbath song. So anyway, there was a there was a big kind of emotional connection from, Van Halen was there with their heroes touring with them. And yet every night in these shows, they were kind of upstaging Black Sabbath in the process. So anyway, this is kind of an interesting thing. So let me get back to this. They mellow. Ozzy admitted that the band members have mellowed considerably since moving from the tough working class neighborhood of Birmingham where they grew up together, the gracious country homes and high income brackets. But this newfound serenity hasn't completely dulled the proletarian rage that's always been the cutting edge of their music and the essence of their appeal. Never Say Die exhibits no real departures from the group's time-proven musical formula. The new album's only notable difference, in fact, is the time spent to produce it. Despite their renowned efficiency in the studio, they recorded 2 of their early albums in a total of 6 days each, and both went platinum. The members of Sabbath spent about a year pulling the latest disc together. And this happens with a lot of bands. And this, you listen to Geezer Butler talking about this, and he says part of the reason was, Tony Iommi would go into the studio to start recording his guitar solos, and he'd record it and redo it and try to get it better and try to get it better. And Geezer to this day is saying his best takes were always the first one, but we would just leave because he would just keep working over and over and over. So they had the resources and the time at this point to just spend time working on an album. And then that happens to a lot of bands. And then that freedom for so many groups actually kind of gets in their way. When they can just do what they want, then they spend way too long, and then the music suffers, interestingly, as a result of it. For the band's legion of diehard followers, it has been worth the wait. They get what Osbourne says they want and what Black Sabbath records have always delivered. Droning, reverberating vocals laid over fast furnace bass lines and screaming guitar leads that chase each other off into heavy metal oblivion, a place the band itself has clearly managed to avoid. Which, again, is so interesting because they seemed to be right on the edge at this moment of heavy metal oblivion. Because, like they said, they were looking at this going, we're actually being sent out to pasture so Van Halen can come in and kind of take over the world. And you can actually see that's where it all was going, because Van Halen, right after this, starts becoming the biggest band in the world. They were headlining not long after this stuff. And so this was actually a really, really challenging time. And so now, they finish this tour, they go through this whole experience, and the time capsule of this is what makes it so interesting, because here this Rolling Stone writer is talking about this, like, yeah, they're giving them the same stuff, people still like listening to it, things seem to be fine, and yet here we are in September 23rd of 1978, and it was April of the following year, April 27th of 1979, when Bill Ward went into Ozzy Osbourne and said, "You're fired." They kicked him out of the band. They realized that there was just nothing that they could not continue on the way they were going. Ozzy had really bad feelings about it because he was thinking, me have substance abuse, all you guys do, and you're kicking me out of the band? So he had very, very bad feelings about that whole thing. And nobody really liked seeing this happen, but they kind of felt like they didn't have a choice. And this is also the time, Don Arden then gets hired as the band's manager. And then, notoriously, that's when Ronnie James Dio gets brought in to take over. And you have that famous line where Don Arden says something like, "You can't have a midget singing for Black Sabbath." I think those are the words he said, because Ronnie James Dio was like 5'3" or something like that. So a really short dude with this humongous voice. But then, of course, that's when Ozzy really, he got to know Sharon, and Sharon kind of took over his career. And then, like a phoenix, when he could have easily gone off into oblivion, she basically puts this world together and helps him create this new career where he amazingly kind of becomes bigger than Black Sabbath was. Which is just incredible to think about, just how huge he became. Because Sharon, you listen to her talk about it, and she goes, without Ozzy, there just wouldn't even be a Black Sabbath. And so he was such a big deal. And this is, reading these articles, especially this one to me, is such a time capsule of that moment. Because even though Ozzy's talking about what he has at his core, like he said here in this article, but I was a backstreet kid And that little demon is still in there, shoving the hot coal in. The aggression I play is the aggression I know, and it's obviously aggression a lot of people have. And so he still had that at his core, but he had things had changed. You know, he'd become, in some ways, he'd become comfortable, like a lot, and the other guys in the band did. And some of that edge was probably lost in the process. And then having all those things fall apart the way they did, strangely, kind of was able to wake that up in both camps. By bringing Ronnie James Dio into Black Sabbath, it kind of brought it brought them back in some way. It gave them new life. It gave them new direction, new energy. And similarly for Ozzy, Sharon picks him up and then guides him into creating this whole new career that just made him, it re-energized that thing that he'd come from back in Birmingham, and he brought that edge back to his music. And then, of course, you know the story from there. Anyway, I love these things because they're these cool little views, time stamps, time capsules, being able to look at what people were saying at the time. And, this was the public face. This is what people were saying about them, but behind the scenes, as we've talked about, so many other complicated things were going on that, now we know about them, and it makes this stuff even more interesting. Hey, if you're a fan of Ozzy Osbourne or Black Sabbath, I think you're going to enjoy today's video. Now, the thing that triggered me to want to make this particular video today, believe it or not, was an article that I found in the New York Times. Now, this was printed, this came out a few weeks ago, but I just found it, and I saw this and I thought, man, this brings up a question, this long-standing question I've had about Ozzy Osbourne specifically. And the question is, why? Because if you follow this channel for any length of time, you know that one of my favorite topics is Black Sabbath. I mean, you go back into the 70s with Ozzy. I love that stuff. I love talking about it. You get into the Dio era. Anyway, I'm fascinated by Black Sabbath. I love talking about them. And then recently we had that big event, which was kind of the farewell to Black Sabbath. And let's be honest. Yes, it was paying homage to all the Black Sabbath music and that them as a band, as a unit. But at the core of all of it, even was just Ozzy. And part of the way you know that because of the fact that part of the show was him, and it was people playing his music, not just the Black Sabbath stuff, but the Ozzy solo stuff. And so, and then you look, here they were having this final event, and look at all the people they were able to bring together for that. I mean, it's astonishing. As far even Tobias Forge, the singer for Ghost. I mean. And I like Ghost. I think they have some great music. It's such a cool band and such a cool concept. But even he was there. Even he was there paying homage to Ozzy. He played. I think he was planning on playing some Sabbath stuff, but he ended up doing Bark at the Moon. So anyway, let me get back to the question. One of the things that kind of fascinates me is the whole idea of who Ozzy Osbourne became. Like he's this kind of ubiquitous and pervasive presence just in popular culture. And one of the things that fascinates me about this guy is that if I went up to my mom and I were to ask her any series of famous rock stars from the 70s, because that's kind of after her era, she probably wouldn't know who any of them were. Then you get into the 80s and 90s, and if I started saying some of these names, she wouldn't know anybody, right? Just because it's not her generation. But if I were to mention here in 2025, if I were to say the words Ozzy Osbourne, she'd know who he was. And that just is so unbelievable to me thinking about that. What was it? What was it about him? Was it one thing? Was it a combination of things? Why is it, of all the people, of all the rock stars from that era, what is it about him that here we are all these years later? I mean, we're talking about from the time of their first album, 55 years. And his name is known, kind of like I said, this pervasive presence in popular culture. And then when you step back and you take him in the context of everything else that was going on at the time, why him? And that's the question. That's the overall question here. Because then you look back at some of his contemporaries. So like Robert Plant, for example. I think, again, I'm just kind of putting this in the sense of what would my mother know? If I went up to her and I said, have you ever heard the name Robert Plant? She probably hasn't. Now, if she had, it'd most likely be because I'm around, and if you ever get in a room with me for more than 5 minutes, you're going to end up in a conversation about rock music. So if she did know who Robert Plant was, it would be probably because of that, but she probably wouldn't know who he was. And here he was. Robert Plant is the consummate rock star. He's good looking. He's got this great voice. He's got this great hair. He's got this striking presence. And you think, what is it that my mom wouldn't know who he was, but she would know who Ozzy is, who is kind of the opposite. Ozzy's a little bit frumpy, and he's just doesn't have that Greek god chiseled look kind of that you have with Robert Plant. Same thing with David Lee Roth, a little bit later in the 70s. But again, this really good looking guy, this incredible presence on stage. Like at that time, you read all the books about the early days of Van Halen, when they were doing their backyard parties and what have you. All the women wanted David Lee Roth. Everybody had a crush on him. Everybody was in love with him. That wasn't the way it was with Ozzy. And yet, if you ask my mom who's David Lee Roth, probably wouldn't have any idea. Again, go back and more contemporaries. Mark Farner from Grand Funk. You think she'd know who Mark Farner is? No way. Go back to Ian Gillan from Deep Purple, another contemporary. Would she know who Ian Gillan is? Again, no. What about Steven Tyler? Maybe because he was on. Was he on America's Got Talent or something? She might know who he was, but only because of that. Would she know Gene Simmons or Paul Stanley? Maybe, again, because of me, because I was a kid that loved Kiss. Would she know who Alice Cooper is? Maybe she'd know that name. But again, that's not even his real name, because what Alice Cooper, by his own admission, was just a vaudeville act. And so it was this whole, with good music behind it, but he'll even tell you it was all vaudeville. It was all this big show. So, but Ozzy didn't have anything like that. Paul Rogers, again, she wouldn't know who he was. And he was this massive star back then. This good-looking dude, great voice. Now, what about another contemporary that would have been also maybe kind of in the hard rock world? Freddie Mercury? Yeah, she'd know who Freddie Mercury was. And because Freddie Mercury, again, this legendary songwriter, singer, and he was... of course, they were almost forgotten, but then they had the big comeback in Live Aid, and then they became kind of legends. But she'd probably know who Freddie Mercury is. Another one she'd probably know from that area would be David Bowie, although it's not really hard rock, but she'd probably know who he was. So here we are in 2025, and if I went to my mom and I said, do you know who David Bowie, Freddie Mercury, or Ozzy Osbourne? And she'd know those three and probably nobody else. How does Ozzy, this frumpy kid from Birmingham, 55 years later, be on the tip of the tongue of somebody from a totally different generation, and probably my kids too would know who Ozzy was, and they'd know probably Freddie Mercury, and they might know David Bowie, but they wouldn't know any of the rest. Well, they might, because they're my kids and I lectured them when they were kids, but the normal kids with normal parents wouldn't know. And he wasn't this master musician like Freddie Mercury. He didn't have this godlike voice that he did. David Bowie, he didn't have this kind of all over the place reinventing yourself. Yes, Ozzy reinvented himself a little bit, but nothing like David Bowie. That he was in a totally different level from anybody else. And yet Ozzy's in that, on that plane. Okay, so you're following me here. Okay, so what got me thinking about this, and the reason I want to talk about it, is because I've been asking this question for years. I'll just find myself, like a lot of you probably do, sometime in the late night conversations going, what, asking these questions about these famous people and philosophizing about it or whatever. And Ozzy, and so I came across this article in the New York Times that was just put out a couple weeks ago, and it's 5 musicians on why Ozzy Osbourne is genuine metal royalty. And I thought this would be interesting because you actually have some people from the industry that maybe kind of attempt to answer this question. And when you look at Ozzy from a storyline standpoint, because a lot of these guys are looking at him from all the way back in the early days, from the Black Sabbath time. Now, for me, the first time I heard of Ozzy Osbourne was, I know a lot, just like a lot of you, and I know the only reason I know this is because we've made other videos and people have commented and communicated with me about it. The first time we're hearing about Ozzy Osbourne is in that Blizzard of Ozz, Diary of a Madman timetable. And because I remember for me specifically, every day I'd go into my math class, I was in junior high at the time, some stoner kid would come into the classroom every day and he'd write Ozzy up on the board. And I didn't know who Ozzy was. I just see that name and then I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is important apparently that I know who Ozzy is. And I don't know why the teacher let him come in and do it every single day. And maybe you were one of those people that would go write that on chalkboards in your classroom, Ozzy. But he just kind of had this almost cult-like attraction to people that you just knew his name, and maybe that was part of it, that he had this name, Ozzy, and that you could chant, and it had it almost had this rhythm. But when you go backwards, so again, for me and for a lot of you, this is when we're first hearing of him. And then our first experience with Black Sabbath then was with Dio, singing the song Mob Rules on the heavy metal soundtrack. That's the first time I ever really heard my first Black Sabbath song. And then you later make the connection, wait a minute, Ozzy? Okay, and again, you're 12, 13, 11, whatever, and you're just graduating from KISS and you're just starting to learn all this stuff. But then you go back and you look at Ozzy, especially the trajectory of it, because it even makes it's so fascinating, because of course they got together back in the late 60s. And you'd hear the stories. I think it's Tony Iommi talks about how I think the first time Ozzy showed up to a rehearsal, he didn't even own a pair of shoes. So these are poor kids in an industrial part of England that was still recovering from World War II. And music is maybe a way to get out of here, to create something. And so then he shows up, they put this band together that becomes Black Sabbath. They put that first album out in 1970, February 13th of 1970. And then think of what happened. It basically took 8 years. They became one of the biggest things in the world. And there were a lot of huge bands back then, like Grand Funk, which I mentioned earlier. And who even knows who Grand Funk is anymore? I mean, there's some, me, you probably, but you go to the world at large, they don't know. And yet they were huge. They had records for filling up stadiums, like Shea Stadium. They had the record for selling that place out. They were huge at the time of Black Sabbath. But all these bands kind of just disappeared. They faded away. And Black Sabbath actually was one of those bands that just they got huge, giant band. And then they got to 1978. They put out Never Say Die. And everybody was looking at them kind of like a washed up group. And so then Black Sabbath, they're kind of losing faith in themselves. And Ozzy now has become this messed up druggie. They finally have to kick him out of the band. And so now he's got, all his insecurities and he doesn't believe in himself. And he's now, his whole identity, which was Black Sabbath, is gone. And he's kind of lost. And then, of course, he discovers, this guitarist, Randy Rhoads. There's a whole story behind, these two guys meeting each other. And then Ozzy, puts this band together where they create these two albums kind of in sequence, which was, as we talked about a little while ago, Blizzard of Ozz and Diary of a Madman, which they basically recorded at the same time. And Blizzard of Ozz creates this song, Crazy Train, which today, go to a sporting event and you're probably going to hear the beginning of that song. It just kind of became this universal tune that here we are now, whatever that would be, 45 years later after that thing came out, that thing is still, everybody knows that song. So here he was, a washed up rock star in a washed up band, and he somehow, like a phoenix, rose from the ashes, became this huge rock star. And you might say, well, it was because of Randy, because he discovered this guitarist, this is savant, almost musician, kind of like on the level of Eddie Van Halen, some would say. of just his amazing talent, and he was able to craft all these songs with Ozzy and for Ozzy that put him out on the map and gave him that, that resurrected him from being this washed up, drug addicted rock star. And then, of course, around this, this same time period, he marries Sharon Arden, who becomes, Sharon Osbourne, and maybe she's part of the reason that he took it. But then, then he puts those 2 albums out, and then Randy Rhoads dies in March of 1982. And then what do we have now? Ozzy then is kind of his partner is now gone. And what is he going to do? Well, then he retreats to playing Black Sabbath stuff. He gets Brad Gillis from Night Ranger. They come put out Speak of the Devil, because that's he goes back to his old world of Black Sabbath, and it does okay, it does pretty well as far as sales go. But then Brad Gillis takes off, and then he starts going through this rotation of guitar players. Jakey Lee comes in, and then after having the stumble of losing Randy, then he kind of gets back up on his feet, and then they put out Bark at the Moon. And then The Ultimate Sin. And then, of course, Zakk Wylde comes in. You have this new guitar god who happens to also be a good songwriter and actually a really good singer. And then he comes in and again kind of brings Ozzy out, and creates this almost new... Because you remember when No More Tears came out? Just this... All of a sudden, it was like Ozzy's back again, or he's here still, or something. And this music is so cool, and this guitar playing, it just like every new guitarist he gets has this new amazingness to it. And then you bring Zakk, and then he's the one that kind of has been maybe there for really, really the long haul. And then it was just a few years after that he retires. He goes on his No More Tours tour. I saw him on that tour. He's done. There's no more. And then he doesn't stay retired. He keeps going. And then all of a sudden we have Ozzfest. I mean, sorry, I keep going on this, but it's just such a fascinating thing. And then this Ozzfest, where it's like the central figure of this is the Prince of Darkness, Ozzy Osbourne. And now his whole career is resurrected again. And then it goes, Black Sabbath kind of comes back, and then Heaven and Hell goes off, and then they play with Dio again, and then Ozzy's kind of around and whatever, and then Black Sabbath comes back and does this massive tour, and so it just culminates on, and then of course somewhere in there he does that TV show, The Osbournes, and all this stuff, and so you look at all these different little pieces. And somehow every single one of these, and maybe it wasn't just one thing, maybe it's a combination of all of it, but somehow this guy, this kind of frumpy poor kid from Birmingham who didn't have any particularly amazing musical skills, not like David Bowie or Freddie Mercury, he just could kind of sing, and he had this interesting presence on stage, but it wasn't like he was Robert Plant. He didn't have this striking, handsome thing that you associate with rock stars. I mean, at one point, he shaved his head. You never saw Robert Plant do that. And then when Black Sabbath got back together at Live Aid, it was like nobody even noticed. So it wasn't like the homecoming of the greatest band in the world. It was like there was a lot of meh that happened at that time. Anyway, I went way too long on this issue, but the ultimate question, and I want to make another video about this from your feedback. What was it about him? And now I'm going to read this article to you now and share this with you, because it is kind of it's so fascinating again to me, this topic of what was it about this guy? Going back to my mom, that if I could list all those other rock stars, she probably wouldn't know any of them, but she would know this frumpy kid from Birmingham that sang for Black Sabbath. She'd know him 55 years later. Amazing, amazing to me. Okay, here we go. So 5 musicians on why Ozzy Osbourne is genuine metal royalty. If you're still watching this right now, you're as nerdy about this stuff as I am, because I just find this stuff so interesting. So I've got my New York Times subscription here. And the reason I do is I did a show with Gary a few weeks ago where we were trying to read something and you could only get to it if you had a subscription. So I threw my $4 in or whatever, and I still have the subscription. So I thought, I'm just going to use it today on this video. So here we go. 5 musicians on why Ozzy Osbourne is genuine metal royalty. As the Prince of Darkness prepares for his final concert with Black Sabbath, admirers including Lars Ulrich, Lita Ford, and Billy Corgan extol his virtues. Okay, and then there's a picture of Ozzy on the screen. All right, Ozzy Osbourne has persisted for so long in pop culture and reemerged in so many different guises, including fiendish hard rock ringleader and bewildered Beverly Hills dad, that it's easy to lose sight of the core of his fame. His bone-chilling work with Black Sabbath in the 70s up through his surprisingly nuanced solo material in the 80s and beyond have helped define the sound and persona of the heavy metal frontman. Despite a pair of well-received recent albums, Osbourne performances have been scarce in recent years as he has battled with health issues including Parkinson's disease and emphysema. On Saturday, at a day-long event in his Birmingham, England hometown, the 76-year-old musician will appear both solo and with his original Black Sabbath bandmates. The guitarist, Tony Iommi, the bassist, Terrence Butler, known as Geezer, and the drummer, Bill Ward, at what's being billed as his last ever concert. The lineup for the event, and again, this is the point I made a little while ago. Yes, it was all about Black Sabbath, but in a lot of ways, it was really about Ozzy, because he's at the core of somehow all of this stuff. The lineup for the event, dreamed up by Sharon Osbourne, has his wife and manager, reads like a roll call of some of the biggest names in metal and hard rock, including Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Slayer, and Tool. Its musical director is Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello. Quote, "I can tell you that if we weren't invited to play, I would find a way to be there anyway, even if I had to sneak in under the fence line," the Metallica drummer Lars Ulrich said. "I think it's pretty safe to say that if there was no Black Sabbath, there would be no Metallica." Ulrich's sense of debt to Osbourne is widely shared, both in the worlds of heavy guitar-based music and far beyond. Ozzy is one of the most remarkable singers and performers of our time. Elton John, who was a guest of Osbourne's 2020 album, Ordinary Man, wrote in an email, he has an amazing voice and has done so much for metal. Again, Elton John commenting on Ozzy Osbourne. The ubiquity of who he became is fascinating to me. In separate interviews via phone and email, 5 hard rock luminaries reflected on Osbourne's career and impact ahead of his final show. Ulrich, the singer-guitarist Lita Ford, who collaborated with Osbourne on the heart-wrenching late 80s ballad Close My Eyes Forever, the Smashing Pumpkins leader Billy Corgan, and Judas Priest frontman Rob Halford, and the Motley Crue drummer Tommy Lee. These are edited excerpts from the conversations. And there's a picture of Lars right there. "I grew up in Copenhagen, and I saw Black Sabbath in '77. In Denmark, you were getting a lot of British pop rock like Sweet and Slade and Alvin Stardust and the Rubettes, and Black Sabbath was so to the left of that. Music at that time, especially in the harder rock world, was a lot about ability, guys that were really singing and screaming. With Ozzy, you really felt that he was more like a messenger, or he was the vessel that transmitted those words. It was a different kind of communication. It had a different level of authenticity to it. And so that's one of the things. Part of what, when you think about Ozzy Osbourne, there is a certain level of authenticity to it in the sense that he just seems so almost normal. There's something about him where he is this poor kid from Birmingham, and there's something about his presence that you kind of sense that. And maybe part of the reason is that he doesn't feel like a Greek god. Maybe it's a little bit more like why Meatloaf is a household name, not the food, the singer, but similar. He was this overweight dude, and he'd wear that tuxedo, but he had this crazy singing voice and this very interesting X factor that probably was built on the fact that he was so opposite of what you expected. And maybe there's a little bit of that in the mix here too. Let's see, different kind of communication, different kind of authenticity to it. Black Sabbath almost felt more like a mirror to what was going on in society. So when they were singing about Vietnam or war pigs or napalm in protesting or about institutional authority, it had a different sense of reality. And that's actually an interesting thing too, because so many people pin on Black Sabbath, you know, the I don't know, the dark magic, satanic kind of thing on top of them. But when you listen to people, especially like Geezer Butler, talking about the lyrics, because he was largely the lyricist back in those days, he was really writing, you have to put it in context. They were at the height of the Vietnam War at that time. And in so many ways, the world felt like a scary, ugly place, you know, with death and destruction and chaos. And so the words, and then again, they were coming from this poor, kind of industrial part of England where it was all surrounded by machinery and people felt like they were stuck and they couldn't get out and it was poor. And so the lyrics really reflected that. That's what was going on. Today we see them, we have a hard time, maybe we don't see them through those eyes anymore, but that's what was happening in the world around them at the time, and explains a little bit more about the words that were being said by these guys. And as he said there, and interestingly, in some ways, maybe Ozzy was the messenger. Okay, let's see here. Almost felt like a mirror to what was going on. I think when all the fans looked at Ozzy, you felt like he was at the same level as you. And he was a mirror of you. It was almost like he was a precursor to the punk rock that was coming a few years later, where there was an element of like, I could do that. I could be that person, unquote. Sharon and Ozzy were so gracious to let us be a part of their 1986 tour. It was great, obviously, just to be in the company of a legend of that level who was very much directly responsible for us even existing as a band. The fact that they believed in that enough to let us share the stage with him was crazy. And that is kind of a fascinating thing too, because when you look back at those tours, Ozzy, it sounds as though him and Black Sabbath specifically were very gracious in some ways, because when you look at the time that Van Halen was opening up for Black Sabbath, you know, in the kind of the later days of Black Sabbath, of course, Ozzy would openly say, yeah, Van Halen was blowing us off the stage every day. Kind of like very secure in who he was in his position, or he was just kind of a normal guy that was just being honest about things and wasn't trying to say, we were the greatest, we blew up. No, he was pretty clear, like, yeah, they were better than us most of the time. And there's something kind of human and kind of, I don't know what it is about that, but there's this weird humility that comes along with being able to say that. And maybe that's part of the thing too. Anyway, just more stuff. So Lita Ford, the first show I ever saw was Black Sabbath, and it was absolutely life-changing. I was a huge fan at the time because, of course, I grew up with all the old Black Sabbath records, Paranoid and Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, and I learned how to play all those riffs. I came away from that concert thinking, oh, this is what I want to do with my life. I want to make people feel like this band, Black Sabbath, is making me feel today. And that's a pretty interesting thing, because so many people, that was their connection to them, was like there was something about, a little bit like the way you hear people talk about Led Zeppelin when they'd go to their concert, like it was this otherworldly experience. And it seems that a lot of people that saw Black Sabbath in those early days had a similar experience. And if you saw them during that period, I'd love to hear about that too. Please put that down in the comments. We all know Ozzy is a huge Paul McCartney fan. He loves that Beatles stuff, all the melodic harmonies. That's where he comes from, his upbringing. And I think with Close My Eyes Forever, it was such a natural, effortless writing collaboration that we did. There was no pressure, quote, oh yeah, you have to write a top 10 hit single, unquote. No, we were just having a good time that night, and we happened to have come up with the song. Mike Chapman, the producer, brought the song to life. He put us in the studio and we sang it together. We actually put a plexiglass plate in front of us and we sang face to face. Ozzy just sang it so effortlessly. And honestly, that's a pretty powerful tune. You know, and you have the two of them singing it together, and it's pretty awesome. He is a talent, that's for sure. He's a great singer. With all the craziness in his world, I think people overlook that fact. That he, you know, again, that he is the Prince of Darkness, but we forget that he's actually a really, really good singer, really talented guy. Okay, then we have Billy Corgan. He's an interesting dude, just alone. But the fact he was a huge Black Sabbath fan. I first heard Black Sabbath, The Master of Reality, when I was 8 years old, and have been chasing that sound as a musician ever since. What drew me to them was this sense of cosmic, ennui, and a shadowy warmth that is only theirs. Ozzy, one of the greatest singers of all time of hard rock and ballads, as well as a great songwriter, has a one-of-a-kind rapport with fans, and his endurance is tied to this affection that we have for him and he with us. For me, it's his voice. All the other intangibles are there in a star, but his voice is a singular vehicle like Lennon or Sinatra in that it conveys emotions and hues beyond the lyric being sung. Impossible to quantify, but unmissable. And that's, again, it's that whole like X Factor thing. That when you have somebody like this, there's just something that sometimes you just can't even explain it. And when you listen to, I remember the first time that I heard the song Black Sabbath, and when his voice comes in and says that, what is this that stands before me? And it's just so odd. And it's just creepy and interesting, and it kind of pulls you into it. It's amazing. So there really was something about that kind of guttural thing that he would do when he would sing that just felt so real. So anyway, like he says there, the intangibles, but impossible to quantify, but unmissable. I would say Goodbye to Romance is the signature Ozzy song because it was Ozzy busting out from the disappointment and heartache of being fired by Sabbath and claiming his own greatness too. It shows his range, his heart, and his willingness to take immense chances, a career-defining song. And just think about this. He was that close to being completely forgotten. Because when he got kicked out of Black Sabbath and he'd kind of lost his confidence, he didn't believe in himself, he didn't know what he was going to do, he was strung out on, he was just this washed up rock star druggie. And he could have, like a lot of people in that position, could have just disappeared into the gutter and forgotten, where all these years later, be like, remember that? Who? I don't remember it. But instead, he's a household name. That's the thing that gets me. It's so interesting. Let's see. There isn't a single thing in my own music that hasn't been touched by the immense shadow of Ozzy's approach to singing and Tony Iommi's approach to guitar. I am forever in their debt. And that's Billy Corgan. Okay, so now Rob Halford of Judas Priest. If we think about where Ozzy began with Black Sabbath, he laid his platform of uniqueness during those early tours. And then when he was away from Sabbath, I know I was thinking, well, what's he going to do next? I always remain focused on Ozzy, the singer. I think he's got an amazing voice, and I've always felt that Ozzy was a little bit overlooked in that area because of all the other stuff. So as a musician, as a singer in the songs and the albums, he is remarkable and one of a kind. And it is, even though, like I said, he didn't have the big vaudeville act that an Alice Cooper did, he did have those little legendary things. Because when they say all the other stuff, you had the legends of the biting the dove head off, and the bat, and then how that just kind of grew into just all these legends of all these different things. So some of the stuff that surrounded Ozzy, a lot of it wasn't even real, because those things that did happen kind of turned into these bigger than life things that weren't even true, but it just created this legend of this character. And then people became more and more focused on the interesting stuff of him from a popular culture standpoint, rather than just the fact that he's actually a really interesting singer. Okay. Let's see, remarkable, one of a kind. Ozzy always talked about himself and the messages and the world like everybody could understand it. It was as though he was your friend, but you were terrified to meet him. He's a working man's everyman in the musical sense, and that's a really important part of his legacy. His nonstop reference to his fans, how much he loves his fans, he feels he never can give his fans enough. When he walks on stage, your eyes never leave him. There's very few front men that can do that. He wraps his arms around 20,000 people in that arena, and he touches every single person. And I think I talked about that a minute ago. If you ever see him in concert, there was something about that. And it was kind of sad, that he's in that position now on that last show where he had to sit in that chair. But because part of what made him so interesting was just almost the manic nature of how he would act on stage, like constantly telling people to go crazy, go crazy, go crazy. And he's always doing his arms and making people clap. And then it was so funny. You'd watch him because he'd start putting his mic on the stand and he'd take it off and on and off and on and off and on and off. And it's almost comical watching how he would do that. But there was kind of an interesting charm to it all too. Just the way he would present himself, the almost chaotic energy that came from that stage presence. And like he said, he had this ability in front of 20,000 people that you're just kind of arrested on this guy, that he's the guy. So, all right, so Tommy Lee of Motley Crue. Ozzy is a real big reason why we're still here. I can't emphasize enough how generous he was when we toured together in the early 80s. Usually headliners reserve a bunch of lights and give openers a fraction of the PA system, so the opening band isn't as loud as the headlining act. Ozzy was like, you can have all the lights, have all the sound, have a expletive blast, unquote. And that really moved me. I never really experienced that sort of generosity and equality that he wanted for everybody. And that gets back to what I think I was saying something about Van Halen a little while ago. I ramble so much I sometimes forget what I said 2 minutes ago, but when they were touring with Van Halen, they weren't afraid of Van Halen. You know, you have so many bands that have these opening groups and they go out of their way to kind of suppress them a little bit. And, you go back to those days with Black Sabbath with Van Halen open up, and Van Halen was the up and comers, and they were a lot of people were coming to see them. And rather than getting defensive, at least from Ozzy's standpoint, you can, there's other stories with Tony and whatever, but Ozzy seemed to have this attitude like, yeah, they've blown us off the stage all the time. And like he was aware of it and was okay with admitting it. So, and similarly, when Motley Crue, at least according to Tommy Lee, when they were touring with them, there was no holding back. It's like, hey, we'll let you guys do whatever you want to do, put on, have fun and put on a good show. All right. He was this sort of he has this sort of signature move. He kind of jumps in one place and claps. Yeah, that's so true. There's this weird charm to the weirdness of his manic stage presence that was always kind of fun and interesting. There's an evil, kind of jumps in one place. There's an evil smirk on his face as he's doing it, but I think the evil smirk is happiness because the place is going bananas. It's letting the audience know that you are enjoying it just as much or more than they are. That's connecting with people. That's connections. That connection's important, man. Otherwise, you're just kind of doing it for yourself. I remember when the Osbournes first came out, I was like, holy expletive, this is cool. This is letting people into his crazy train, unquote. That's when reality television was blowing up. And I think a lot of people, and especially young people that were watching that show, probably had no clue he was in Black Sabbath by then. The guy just keeps coming back and not reinventing himself, but finding other ways to get people to have fun on and off the stage. And that's, again, that is kind of my point, because you look at somebody like David Bowie and you really do have reinvention. I mean, he was the consummate reinventor. There's nobody that did it like he did. And Ozzy wasn't that. It was a little bit of the rising from the ashes in some way over and over again. And, we gave some examples of that somehow he just keeps coming back and maybe slightly different with a slightly different direction, surrounding himself with the right people, being at the right place at the right time, having the right song, having the right energy or whatever. Again, the whole question here that I wanted to get out of you, and I'd love to get your feedback on this down in the comments. What was it? In your opinion, was it a combination of things? Was it one specific thing? Was it timing? Was it the people he surrounded himself with? Again, I've had this conversation with so many people before, but it always fascinates me because there's so many moving pieces. There's so many parts to it that this one guy, again, getting all the way back to how we started. If I were to go to my mom and say, do you know who Robert Plant is? Who probably is one of the most iconic, legendary rock singers of all time. So many people based everything they do on him. Same thing with David Lee Roth. So many people built their entire persona around, studying David Lee Roth. And then there's Ozzy. And he's the one that everybody remembers 55 years later. He's the one. Not the Greek god, not the sex symbol, not these people that you would think this is what a rock star looks like and how they act and who they are. No, it's Ozzy. He's the one everybody remembers. I'm repeating myself, I know, but it's amazing and interesting to me. Hey, if you're a Black Sabbath fan, then today's video is for you. Now, one of the things that seems to drive this channel is our shared experiences. And I know that because so many people leave comments down below our videos saying, man, I had that same experience. I went through that same thing. I remember hearing that album for the first time. But I had a very, I think, really unique way that I got my first Black Sabbath album. And since today is July 5th, and this is the final day that, Black Sabbath's going to appear together, where you've got all the original members, and I thought maybe this would be a good day, since their whole theme is back to the beginning, to share kind of my funny little story, how I ended up with this album, Black Sabbath's, their debut. Now, as you know, this album was released on February 13th of 1970. So when it came out, I was less than a year old. But it wasn't until many years later, of course, that I would get it. And what it was is I was in a scout troop. And I don't know, I must have been 13 or 14 years old. And I was starting to play the guitar, got my first electric guitar, and I was starting to listen to a lot of hard rock and heavy metal music and that kind of thing. And my scoutmaster one day showed up to one of our, patrol meetings or troop meetings? I can't remember what you called it. But he showed up one day holding a record. And it was this one that you're looking at right here, this actual one. And he came up to me and he says, do you have any interest in having this record? And I looked at it, and I knew of Black Sabbath, and I think what had happened is I'd heard of them from the heavy metal soundtrack, with Ronnie James Dio, but I didn't know a lot about them other than that song. And so he said, do you want this record? And I said, well, are you sure? And he says, my wife, I've got kids, and my wife does not want this thing in our house anymore. Which is so funny looking back on it, like, my wife doesn't want it in our house, so here, put it in your house. Anyway, so he gave this record to me, and I remember taking this thing home, and I was pretty excited because this is, Black Sabbath, and they were, at that point, this would have been in the kind of early 80s, and they were legends. Everybody knew that name, everybody knew who they were, at least had heard of them. So I remember taking this album home and putting it on the turntable, and it was just kind of this amazing experience, again, that I think many of you probably also had, because you put that thing on, you hear it for the first time, and it comes on, and you hear the rain starting, and then you hear that bell goong in the background, and then you hear that thunder, and it's just kind of this setting this mood of just darkness and eeriness, and then all of a sudden the whole band together, boom, ba, ba, and they do that tritone thing, those three notes that right in that moment when they recorded those things defined an entire genre that would resonate all the way until today. Here we are in 2025, and those three notes still resonate. It started this entire movement, this entire sound that everybody knew as heavy metal, and it was those three notes. Just unbelievable. And then, of course, Ozzy comes in after a few measures with that line, "What is this that stands before me?" And the way he sang it, the whole thing was so amazing. And I remember sitting in my bedroom hearing that for the first time, just thinking that it was just one of the most amazing things I had ever heard. And it's such an incredible song too, because not only it captures both of the things that we would understand as heavy metal. And what I mean by that is we have heavy metal that is the really kind of slow, plodding stuff. And then you have heavy metal that's the fast rocking stuff. And that song had both things, complete with an amazing guitar hook. And it encapsulated so much of what would define heavy metal over the next several decades. It was incredible. And combine that with what I think is one of the greatest album covers ever created. And when you look at this thing, it just says simply Black Sabbath, and it has this this British scene with this what looks like some sort of a witch or something on the front of it. And there's nothing else other than it's just all mood and it's darkness and it's this heaviness. And when you hear that sound, when you hear that song, Black Sabbath, the song Black Sabbath, you can almost just look at this picture and just feel it. It's just amazing the way they did this. And then, of course, you start going through this record. So I listened to that first song. I remember hearing that going, this is one of the most amazing things I've ever listened to in my life. And then it comes out of that, and then you hear that harmonica start with the song The Wizard. And just this next song is just so incredible. And then I remember hearing on that first side of the record, I remember the experience all of a sudden hearing this bass solo, a bass solo. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. You know, I'm introduced to Geezer Butler and this kind of amazing bass playing that he would do. And then you have that song NIB. And I mean, that whole, the whole experience of hearing this album for the first time. And then of course the second side, the whole thing was just so amazing. And it's today, this record right here, this particular one is one of my most cherished records in my collection. And not just because it was what introduced me to Black Sabbath, because of how I got it. You know, I had this scout leader that it was really cool because he was able to see me on a personal level. And he knew what I was interested in. And I don't know if his wife was really telling him to get rid of it. It wouldn't surprise me though. But the fact that he was willing to kind of make a sacrifice like that just to help make a connection with a kid, just knowing what I was interested in. And then it's impacted me for the rest of my life. This music. And so again, this album, this thing right here in front of me is one of my most cherished things in my record collection. And kind of a funny part of that story is that all these years later, the guy that gave me this record, my scoutmaster from back when I was a kid, is today my accountant. I took my daughter to see them on that last tour that they did. And one of the most disappointing things, of course, was that Bill Ward wasn't there, because Bill Ward was such an amazing, interesting drummer. And again, when you get back to that first song, Black Sabbath, you get introduced in some ways to the whole band in there. You know, you hear Geezer's really unique, powerful bass tone. You hear Tony Iommi and this skill of making these great hooks. You hear that guttural instinct that Ozzy has in his vocals, but you also get introduced to Bill Ward and his almost jazz approach to drumming. I mean, he was heavy and it was strong and it was powerful, overwhelming stuff, but you also could hear kind of the jazz influence in it when he would play. So he was just so great. So it was really disappointing to me when I went and saw them on that final tour that Bill Ward wasn't there. And they were great. You know, I loved them, and it was great to just be able to see them all together. And that was the only time I ever saw Black Sabbath together, you know, as Black Sabbath. And it was just amazing. And to take my daughter, we got her a T-shirt, and because of course my kids all know about all this stuff. And so that was a cool experience. But then to hear, you know, some months ago that they were going to get back together one final time, and it was going to be the original four guys. And then the whole theme then of this concert that they're doing today is back to the beginning. And this album really was the beginning. Came out in 1970. It's interesting because it was the beginning of a decade too. It was the beginning of heavy metal. It was the beginning of the 70s. And I, as we do a lot of times on this channel, we go and we find these old newspaper articles, and I thought it'd be really fitting today in context of everything that was going on with the final concert and discussing this. I found this really cool little record review about this album from April 8th of 1970. So this album is barely 2 months old when this review is being written. And this is from the Formby Times, and this is Merseyside, England. I loved reading this review because while so many critics didn't really like them back then, this guy got it. And so when I found this, I just loved loved seeing this. So the headline is The Ultimate in Heavy Music. And again, this is from April 8th, 1970, page 7 of the Formby Times. Black Sabbath, Vertigo LP. Black Sabbath turn out sounds which are as doomy as their title suggests on this, their debut album. They are a 4-strong group from the Midlands: Tony Iommi, lead guitar, Geezer Butler, bass guitar, Bill Ward, drums, and Ozzy Osbourne, vocals and harmonica. And you'll notice that it's spelled O-S-S-I-E. And interestingly, back then, a lot of these articles and things, they wouldn't even call him Ozzy, they'd call him John. So it was kind of a variety of things. It wasn't until later that it kind of settled into that O-Z-Z-Y thing that we all know today. This LP should not be played by anyone with a nervous disposition or by anyone who has complaining neighbors next door. The only way to appreciate this album is to play it with the volume turned to a maximum, with the speaker of the record player no more than 2 inches away from your ear. The sound, and you got to remember this. When this was being written, this is 1970. I mean, think about what was going on in the world at the time. This was so original. This was so unique. There was nothing really like this. They were, this super heavy, dark thing was kind of a novel idea back then, at least the way they were doing it. There just wasn't a lot like it. And this was a reflection of the world that they were from. So there was something really unique about this. And so for somebody to make that comment, that wouldn't be unusual to hear it today. But this is back in 1970 when this person's writing it. So the context, I think, is really important. The sound Black Sabbath generate is heavy and closely akin to their philosophies on black magic, which seems to be their current record-selling gimmick. Anyway, gimmicks apart, the album is complete value for money for any heavy music fan's collection. Now that albums have risen considerably in price, it restricts the record buying public to records which are real value for money. Vertigo, for their admirable recording and reproduction techniques, give that value which is so sadly lacking in many records, time-wise, quality-wise. Not often does a record come along which is worth saving the pennies for. This is the kind of, quote, once-in-a-lifetime record which cannot be overlooked. I mean, listen to the fact that this person sees this. This is in the same era where Led Zeppelin is huge. This is in the same era that Grand Funk is filling up stadiums. And for this person to see this, the value, the quality, the sound, that there was something super, super special here, which cannot be overlooked. It could even be described as the ultimate in heavy music. Again, thinking about that, Grand Funk, Led Zeppelin, that's the kind of stuff that was happening at the time. The tracks are side 1, Black Sabbath, the name of the group, and the title track. The Wizard, Behind the Wall of Sleep, NIB. Side 2, Evil Woman, Sleeping Village, Warning. And that's the end of the article. But I just loved seeing that here we were 2 months after this album came out, and this person just could see that there was something special here. And he was so right about it, because think about this. Here we are in 2025. We are 55 years later. And it is being celebrated that the 4 guys that recorded this album are going to get together for a show where people from all over the world, people are talking about it everywhere, that this thing is happening, this event, because these 4 guys went and recorded this album at this time 55 years ago. And an album that was recorded basically inside of a day. For all intents and purposes, what they went into the studio and kind of recorded their live set. And then that was about it. It wasn't a lot of overdubs. It was very simply done. And you ended up with what may be, if not the most consequential hard rock heavy metal album ever recorded, definitely in the top most consequential hard rock heavy metal albums and ever recorded. And on top of that, a cultural touchstone because of its lasting impact. Because everybody today, part of the celebration of having them back together is that Ozzy is going to be, Ozzy's not doing really well from a health standpoint, and then he's back together with them. And I've said this on this channel many, many times before. It's amazing to think about the cultural impact that this ultimately had. Because I bring up this as an example. My mother, who I think watches every single show that I put on here, most of the time she has no idea who I'm talking about or anything. It's just me talking. But you say the word Ozzy Osbourne and she knows who that is. It's incredible to think about it, that these 4 kids that put together this album basically in a day had this lasting impact that was so huge that the lead singer, 55 years later, you ask somebody that had no interest in him or Black Sabbath, still knows his name. It's an incredible thing to think about the cultural impact that this album, this music, and the guys in this band had over the decades. So anyway, just since today is July 5th and they're playing that final concert, I thought it'd be it would be fun for me at least to get on here and talk about that, the moment that I got my first Black Sabbath album and how I got it and the amazing experience of hearing it for the first time. And this video actually combines 2 of my favorite things to talk about, which is Van Halen and Black Sabbath. And we've made a lot of Van Halen videos on this channel before, but we haven't done one in a while. And it was a few days ago, I don't know where, it just popped up in one of my news feeds. It was a thing kind of going back to that initial tour that Van Halen did on their first album. And it's kind of a legendary thing because Van Halen actually went on tour opening up for Black Sabbath. And it was a fascinating time. Of course, this was 1978. It was a fascinating time because Van Halen was on their way in and Black Sabbath was kind of on their way out. So to put all this in context, it was February of 1978. February 10th of 1978 is when Van Halen 1 came out. And it would be later on in that year in September when Black Sabbath's Never Say Die would come out. And of course, that was Black Sabbath's last album, at least at the time, with Ozzy. And it was the first album for Van Halen, and they were putting these 2 bands on tour together. And the whole story is kind of legendary because every single you hear Ozzy talk about it, you hear Geezer, Tony, and to various degrees, they all agreed on the fact that Van Halen kind of blew him off the stage every night. And it didn't feel very good for the band. I mean, Ozzy started getting to the point that he was feeling like that David Lee Roth was stealing some of his stuff and he'd do it ahead of time in the concert. And so when Ozzy was doing it, he'd feel like it was like he was copying David Lee Roth. I mean, there were so many psychological things going on at the time. It was really kind of amazing. But at the core of it, Van Halen, the guys in Van Halen, Alex and Eddie, were huge Black Sabbath fans. As a matter of fact, when they were trying to get the finalizing the name, they had tried Mammoth, which didn't work out. They had for about this long had the idea that they wanted to call the band Rat Salad. And why did they want to call it Rat Salad? Because Rat Salad was a Black Sabbath song on the album Paranoid. That's how big of fans they were of Black Sabbath. And so to have this opportunity for them to go on this tour, to actually open up for these guys that to them were, I mean, they just had them on this pedestal. The Black Sabbath was just one of the greats. And now Van Halen was going to be put in this position where they were going to be opening up for Black Sabbath. And Black Sabbath they were in the middle of all just substance abuse. They were disillusioned with things that were going on. Ozzy Osbourne, the previous year, his father Jack had passed away. And as a matter of fact, on the album Never Say Die, which is the one that we're talking about here, There's even a song that's a tribute to Ozzy's father called Junior's Eyes. So this is a very, very difficult time. Ozzy even leaves the band temporarily. And so this was a really, really challenging time. So Black Sabbath is going out on tour to support an album that was pretty uninspired, that they didn't love. And they were having Van Halen open up for them, who is now up and coming to be one of the biggest things in the world. And then also, when you put this whole thing, the timing of these things is really important too. Because when you look at the other things that are going on in the world, especially in the world of music, think about so Black Sabbath, of course, they were huge for years and years and years. But then in 1977, the year before this, Sex Pistols come out. And so you've got that extreme that's all of a sudden taking over. And then on the other extreme, you have Saturday Night Fever, which makes what, like $750 million. So you've got disco and punk rock, and just put yourself in Black Sabbath's position at that point, you know? It's just this feeling of the world is changing all around you. You're losing your direction. You've got all this substance abuse, all these different problems. And they put out this uninspired album, and they go on tour with Van Halen opening up, which is basically going to be, and everybody could kind of see it, they were going to be the next big thing. And so what I wanted to share with you today that I think you'll find kind of interesting is I found a newspaper article that was published on November 19th of 1978 from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. And I just... Because I was thinking about this, and it kind of popped up in a news feed, kind of these little memories about, what Ozzy said, or what one of them said about how Van Halen kept blowing him off the stage. I thought, I want to go back and see if I can find just something from that period that maybe addresses that. And so I found this little article, and it's called, you can see it on your screen, it's called Van Halen Returning. And you can see the band right there, the guys. And this article just... It basically just is this, it's not very long, but it does this little overview of them touring with Black Sabbath and what was going on at the time. And for me, just because I find these things so interesting, I just thought it'd be kind of fun to read this and talk a little bit about this today on the channel. So, Van Halen returning. I would be hard-pressed to name a band that's enjoyed more success in Texas this year than Van Halen. Look at the record. Early in the year, they played to a sellout crowd at Will Rogers Memorial Auditorium as part of the Montrose Journey package. A few months later, they played before 80,000 people at the Texas World Music Festival. Now, as part of the Black Sabbath show, they sold out 10,000 seats in 3 hours for the November 25th concert, and another 10,000 seats in around 6 hours for a second show, November 26th. Regardless of those impressive statistics, Van Halen still isn't coming back as what most rock bands want to be, a headliner. And this next thing I'm going to read to you is a really, really important thing contextually of what was going on here. Okay, let's see here. We could have gone out headlining, says Michael Anthony, Van Halen's bassist, on the phone from Mobile this week, but we would have to play the smaller halls, 3,000 to 5,000 seaters. Sabbath is like an institution. I saw them when I was in junior high. Exposure, playing before 10,000 and 20,000, is something we get on their shows. Now, this is a really fascinating point. Because as it says there, Van Halen, during the tour, while they're touring with Black Sabbath, this album, the one I have out in front of you right now, Van Halen 1, actually went gold. And this is that notorious story in Aberdeen, Scotland, where they trashed the hotel after they found out about it. But anyway, they were big enough to actually go out and do some headlining. But to his point, they'd have to do it in front of smaller groups. Now, if you read Geezer Butler's book, he actually talks about this a little bit. He had kind of some, negative feelings about this. They were being seen by the record companies really as has-beens. And so Warner Brothers was putting millions of dollars into Van Halen and saying, we're just going to send them out with Black Sabbath and just basically just poach off of Black Sabbath's audience and just build up Van Halen's notoriety, which of course you're doing anyway as an opening act. But Geezer's talking about how the record execs were just ignoring them. They didn't care about them anymore because they were being seen, Black Sabbath was just being seen as this washed up band. And so Van Halen were sending them out on tour rather than taking advantage of the fact they could be headliners. We're just going to go build off of their audience. Now, this was kind of an interesting thing because when you read the different accounts, there's a couple of different ways that people look at it. Because you'll hear some people talking about the fact that Van Halen, by them being on these tours, they were actually bringing girls to these concerts where Black Sabbath's audience was always a guy thing. And so it became even more difficult for Black Sabbath to follow up Van Halen because you've got David Lee Roth and Eddie Van Halen, these young guys out strutting their stuff. And then when Black Sabbath comes on, and it's attracting a lot of girls to these concerts. And then when Black Sabbath comes on stage, and you've got Tony Iommi doing his extended guitar solos, and they just didn't get it. And so it just actually made the situation for Black Sabbath in that being in that position even worse than it already was. Now when you read these people and you listen to Alex Van Halen specifically, they weren't necessarily trying to blow Black Sabbath off the stage because they had such respect. They loved Black Sabbath, but just by nature of the situation that was happening at the time, that Black Sabbath was becoming more and more uninspired. They had all the problems that we've already discussed, and Van Halen's on the way in. They couldn't help it. And that's just what happened in this situation. Okay, let's keep going here. Let's see. And exposure. Getting your act before the maximum number of people possible is the name of the game in the rock biz. Yeah, like I said, this wasn't a new idea. It was just that you listen to Geezer and they just felt a little bit, especially because they were getting blown off the stage, they were feeling a little bit like they were being taken advantage of, that they weren't being respected by the record companies, and they were being put in this kind of awkward situation where in some ways they were kind of handing over the keys in that situation where they're no longer going to be the behemoth that they were. And Van Halen was kind of walking into that situation and taking over in a way. Okay. Let's see here. For an up-and-comer like Van Halen, a gig like the Texas Jam is a dream come true, but as Anthony recalls it started out like a nightmare instead. Quote, we came to the Texas Jam after a tour of Japan, he said. We were taking a few days to rest up from jet lag when we found out our equipment was missing. It was misplaced somewhere between Japan and Chicago. And that's also an interesting thing because while they were on that tour in Japan, because of some things that had happened with Rainbow, on their previous tour, the people in Japan in these concerts were told to sit. And there was no craziness. There was no standing up. They had changed all these rules for concerts. And can you imagine that? Can you imagine going to a Van Halen concert and everybody's sitting there quiet? I don't know. Anyway, it's kind of strange. But that's what they had to go through when they were doing the Japanese leg of their tour. Okay. Let's see here. So, Japan and Chicago. So we had to rent everything. We had to use this little drum set. Anthony said they couldn't believe all the people at the Jam, and like many of those pressed against the barricade, he almost passed out from the heat. Quote, but you can learn to live with the heat, he said, saying Fort Worth, Dallas is one of their favorite places to play. Van Halen, who call Pasadena, California home, have soared to success on the strength of a hit single, a cover version of the Kinks classic, You Really Got Me. And actually, I can't remember if it was Tony Iommi or Geezer Butler, but they actually, in one of them in their book, actually talk about the fact how much they loved Van Halen's version of that song. And really, it was kind of a big deal when they put that single out. And I remember for me, some of the early times you're hearing about Van Halen, that's what you heard was You Really Got Me. And, of course, they put their signature on the thing, but it did become kind of a classic, even though it was an old Kinks tune. Okay. Let's see here. Warner Brothers signed them, released an album featuring the single, and the group hit the road in February with Montrose and Journey. As the single began to build momentum, so did Van Halen's career. Recently, Sabbath asked the band to join them on a tour of Europe and Japan, then continue with them on the US leg. Quote, they wanted us to play dates through December, said Anthony, but we had to put our foot down December 3rd. The circus is over. After that, we're taking a few days off to rest, then we'll go into the studio and start work on our second album, which is exactly what happened. So if they wrap that up in December 3rd, they actually went into the studio on December 10th, and I think they spent about a week, and then they recorded Van Halen 2. So this course that I have out in front of you is Van Halen 1, and I got out Van Halen 2. Just as a visual reference point, This is their second album, the one that Michael Anthony's referencing, that right after they got off the Black Sabbath tour, they went into the studio to start recording this album. Okay, what goes into that second album may be pivotal to Van Halen's future. Now remember, this is November 19th, 1978. That's when this newspaper article is being written. I don't know if I said that at the beginning, but this is from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. This is November 19th, 1978. And so this is being written right as they're about to go into the studio to record this next album. So let's see, what goes into that second album may be pivotal to Van Halen's future. Already the band is faced with whether or not to include a cover version of another hit similar to You Really Got Me. And in the end, they did. They ended up they put the song You're No Good, which Linda Ronstadt had made popular a few years earlier, although it had been done, a few times even before that. But Linda Ronstadt, I think, had put it up in number 1 back in 1974. And so they just thought, yeah, let's put that. And then they led the album off with You're No Good on Van Halen 2. And it ended up being just I don't want to say it ended up being a huge hit, because I don't know that it really was a huge hit, but it was awesome. Their version of You're No Good was so cool. So I've talked about this on the channel before, but the first album, as I recall, that I owned by Van Halen was Diver Down. I got it off of one of those, buy 11 tapes or records for a penny, and I got cassette tapes. And I remember getting Diver Down, and I just loved it. Thought it was so amazing. And somewhere, I think the next album that I owned, God, I get this mixed up sometimes, but early on was Van Halen 2. It might have been that somebody made me a copy of it or something, but I remember hearing You're No Good and just loving it. And just the whole album. So let me finish here, because he says something kind of interesting here that I wanted to build on. So he goes on, Michael Anthony goes on, he says, the second album will be a lot better than the first, he continued. Material-wise, we're a lot wiser. It will be a lot better musically, like the first, very few overdubs. And that's kind of an interesting story too, because when you hear about Van Halen when they first went into the studio, like the first time they did was with Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons was producing them, and they all wanted to play in the same room and just kind of get that live feel. The whole overdub thing was kind of really a new concept for them. And so when you listen to Gene Simmons talk about this, but personally, that second album, I actually owned, I don't remember what order again it was that I got it, but the second album I definitely owned before I owned the first one. So I'd heard this one all the way through before I heard the first album all the way through. Of course, I'd heard Runnin' with the Devil and You Really Got Me and Eruption, but I don't know that I'd heard anything else. Remember, this goes back to when I'm 12, and you're just kind of discovering these things. And I still kind of like Van Halen 2 better than 1. One's amazing, obviously. It's like this iconic, one of the greatest things ever created. But man, like Michael Anthony says there, he says 2's going to be better. I actually kind of agree. If I were to go hop in the car and I had to grab one of these to take with me, I'd probably take Van Halen 2. If I needed to just listen to one thing, just because I don't know what it is about it, but it was just awesome. Just so great. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting that he'd made that comment. Of course, you're always going to make that comment. Yeah, the next thing's going to be better than the first. But I think in this case, at least for me personally, I think he was right about that. Okay, he said since they started touring, the band has learned to write on the road. And, quote, we have a lot of stuff that is nearly completed. The hardest part will be sifting through them. The leap to stardom has been like a dream come true, he said. It's hard to believe there's 1 million kids who have copies of our album. And that's pretty fascinating. Like I said, they were early on in that Black Sabbath tour when it hit gold. And they just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger in that whole year of 1978. And again, it's just fascinating. I know we're talking about Van Halen here, but it is fascinating. You know, they're out on this tour with Black Sabbath, and you can almost feel why Black Sabbath would fall apart after this. And of course it did. You know, the next they kind of resurrected themselves with Ronnie James Dio a couple years later. But Van Halen was just so big and things were changing so fast, and Van Halen had taken over so much, and they were getting blown off the stage every night, that it must have just been depressing, humiliating, you know, demotivating to be Black Sabbath, to have been so big, so important for so long. And then you got this young upstart that actually Black Sabbath liked them. I mean, you listen to what they had to say about it. Like, we dug Van Halen. They were cool. They were great players. Matter of fact, if you read Tony Iommi's book and Geezer Butler's book, they both talk about watching Eddie play guitar the first time they watched him when he was doing his tapping stuff. They were just amazed. And so, and actually they even really became close friends too, but there was that rivalry. And you could just imagine this band, Black Sabbath, had been around now for close to 10 years, was just kind of going, it would be that one of those things where you would just maybe feel humiliated, discouraged, and on top of everything else, like Ozzy's losing his father and all the drug abuse and everything else, you see, when you look at it from that angle, you kind of see why at that point Black Sabbath was just like, that's enough, you know, and they kind of fell apart. Okay, let's see here. Still, we don't thrive on star treatment, said Anthony. We ride in limos because that's the kids' fantasies about us, but I'd ride to a concert in Volkswagen just to play. Anthony said the band has 10 shows left before their part of the tour ends, and they're calling those shows, quote, the Van Halen Blitz. And that's also kind of, it's a subtle thing, but it's also an important thing to think about. When Van Halen was on this tour with Black Sabbath, you know, Black Sabbath, of course, is in their big buses, and they've got all this money and all this stuff behind them. And when you read Alex Van Halen talking about that tour, he said we were in, you know, smaller cars. We'd sleep sitting up every night. And so again, it's this comparison. You have this band that had just gotten too big and maybe a little careless and drug abuse and all that other stuff. And you got this other band that's like hungry. They're hungry. And we'll sleep sitting up. We don't care. We'll take a Volkswagen. Where Black Sabbath now was they were the elder statesmen, and they'd gotten, like a lot of these people, to use a Rocky reference, they'd lost the eye of the tiger, so to speak. And so, anyway, and that's the end of the article. But I thought it was just interesting. It's always fascinating for me to go back and look at this time period and take some of these things into consideration and notice, because that tour was so iconic. Van Halen opening up for Black Sabbath was such a big deal. And it's the thing of legends these days. You know, everybody remembers this and knows about it and talks about it still, what had happened there. And it's so fascinating in that moment to watch this, you know, Van Halen in, Black Sabbath out, and watching those two things juxtaposed against each other, watching Black Sabbath feeling kind of lost, and because they're having this young upstart opening up for them, and then in the rest of the world around them. You know, you've got the Sex Pistols and like we said, Saturday Night Fever, and then in 1978, I mean, think about what happens then. You've got the Cars. They hit with their debut album, which is this whole kind of new sound coming in, and then you've got Blondie that comes out with Parallel Lines. You know, Heart of Glass and One Way or Another, and they kind of start taking over the scene, and then you've even got Police. Outlandish d'Amour, I can't remember how you say it, but it's got Roxanne on it. So you have these, even at that time, you've got this new sound, these new things coming in, and you watch a band like Black Sabbath you can see why they felt lost. Okay, if you're a fan of Ozzy Osbourne, especially the early days when he first started out on his solo career and this album came out, Blizzard of Ozz, I think you'll really enjoy the video I have for you today. What this is I found an article that's basically a concert review while he was on this tour, but it asks an interesting question or has this interesting idea right at the beginning that I want to share with you and get your feedback about. You know, it's always interesting thinking about how did we first get introduced to some of these people, some of these rock stars, like Ozzy, for example. You know, when it was probably it had to be 1981 when this happened, but I was going to what was then junior high school. I was in 7th or 8th grade, and I would go into my math class, and this particular class, I don't know what it was, but every single time we would have this class, this kid, that was older than me, so, I mean, I was 12, he was probably 14 years old, but had this long hair, jean jacket, would come walking into my math class. He wasn't actually even in the class. He just was, he knew the teacher or something, and he'd come into the classroom, and on the board, he would very artistically write out Ozzy. And he'd come in, Ozzy, he was just one of those kids. And he'd have Ozzy, emblazoned on the back of his jean jacket. And I'm sitting there as this kid in this junior high school going, what's an Ozzy? And of course, it didn't take long before all the kids that were into hard rock and heavy metal were talking about Ozzy Osbourne and this album that had come out. And it must have been, when this was happening, must have been right around the time this article was written, because it was just probably not long before Diary of a Madman would come out. But it's amazing looking back. We have a few videos on this channel about this album and different things. And it just always fascinates me that this album has had the staying power that it has, especially the song Crazy Train. Just go to some sporting event. I'd imagine if you've been to a sporting event sometime in the last year or so, you've probably heard this song at a sporting event. The introduction to the song Crazy Train is so iconic, that gonna, dun dun. It was just, and then the Randy Rhoads guitar riff that comes in, it's so amazing. And again, it's just one of those things that just has that perfect energy for moments like a sporting event. And that's why I just know I've been to sporting events before, and it comes over the loudspeakers. All of a sudden, it's like, there's Ozzy again, 40 years later. All right, I'm going to read this article to you. And this is from the Arizona Republic, Tuesday, June 30th, 1981. And so again, this is on the tour for the album Blizzard of Ozz, and just a few months before Diary of a Madman comes out. And the title of this article is Solid Heavy Metal Performance Puts Fans in a Boisterous Mood. And now this first couple of paragraphs, this is the thing I wanted, that jumped out at me when I read this, that I wanted to talk to you about today and get your feedback on. So listen to how this starts. Ozzy Osbourne is not what God intended lead singers to be. For a start, he has a round, merry face similar to that of the English comedian Benny Hill. And then there's the sturdy, earnest figure he cuts on stage. It's not dramatic or sensual, or lean and hungry, or graceful, or any of the other star qualities lead singers are supposed to have. And so you think of kind of what you imagine a rock star is supposed to look like. And again, put this in the context, especially of this is written in June of 1981. The 70s started out, we lost Jim Morrison at the beginning of the 70s, but he's the front man for the Doors. He's this sex symbol, this really good looking guy. You had Paul McCartney, who was now not in the Beatles, but had his solo career in Wings, and he's just this really good looking dude. Roger Daltrey is with The Who. They're popular through the 70s, another really nice looking guy. Mark Farner. Grand Funk is huge throughout the 70s. He's got that long hair, and he's kind of muscular. This another really, really nice looking guy. I mean, you got Ted Nugent, Barry Gibb. I mean, even Brad Delp from Boston was a relatively good looking guy. What Robert Plant, for heaven's sake. Talk about a sex symbol. He is the ultimate rock star all through the 70s. Paul Stanley, the sexy guy in Kiss. David Lee Roth, obviously. You have all these guys that really look like what you would think this is what a rock star looks like. And then there's Ozzy. He is not the stereotypical idea of what you think a rock star should be. And what's so interesting to me is every once in a while you have these people, like Meatloaf, for example, not at all what you expect to be that guy, and yet he becomes this utter legend of a singer. Just had this massive impact on the industry, one of the biggest selling albums of all time. And again, he doesn't even come close to the stereotypical idea of what a rock star should be. And then you look at a guy like Ozzy, and here he was in 1981, and similarly, what was it? What was it about him that not only made him famous then, so that, you got this kid walking around and writing his name, being the evangelist for Ozzy in my little junior high school, probably happening all over the country. But what was it about him that he, to this day, here we are in 2025, I think everybody knows his name. I look at all the people that were famous when I was a kid. How many of them do I think my parents would be able to say who they are? Not a lot of them, some of them, but they certainly know the name Ozzy Osbourne. Everybody does. And so you have to ask yourself, when you have this guy that does not fit any of those stereotypical ideas, what was it about him? What was the charisma that Ozzy Osbourne brought to the table that made him this iconic figure that he became and remains to this day? And it's interesting because I think of these things every once in a while. And then when I stumbled across this article, the first thing this guy says is he goes, he's not what God intended lead singers to be, because we kind of look at him and go, yeah. And you look at the pictures that we'd see of him throughout the 80s. And a lot of times he was a little bit overweight, and then he cut all his hair off, and there was just nothing really about him that just said rock star, especially when you go down like that list that I threw out just a minute ago. Anyway, I'm going to keep going on this because this is actually kind of an interesting article historically, talking about some of the people that were involved. And it says, so it finishes that, qualities lead singers are supposed to have, but it is well loved. At 31 years old, 3 years after splitting from Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne can still count on loyal fans. More than 8,000 of them came to the Activity Center, probably more than would have turned out if the show had gone ahead as first scheduled at Veterans Memorial Coliseum last Thursday. So I guess in this situation, there'd been some sort of a cancellation or a reschedule. Osbourne and his band, Randy Rhoads guitar from Los Angeles, ex-Rainbow bass guitarist Bob Daisley, and this is actually a really interesting thing too from a historical standpoint. Bob Daisley, who had played bass guitar with Rainbow since the album Long Live Rock and Roll. Now, who sang on Long Live Rock and Roll? You guessed it, Ronnie James Dio. So fascinating. Dio, who is with Ritchie Blackmore when he forms Rainbow, eventually leaves Rainbow to join Black Sabbath. Ozzy gets kicked out of Black Sabbath, and the guy who'd played bass with Dio, who's now with Black Sabbath, goes off and plays with Ozzy. Anyway, just interesting things to see all these little interconnected people. So Bob Daisley had played with Rainbow. And one time Uriah Heep drummer Lee Kerslake. Now, Uriah Heep, a lot of people know a lot about them these days, but if you remember the song that Uriah Heep had was kind of a hit called Easy Livin'. Lee Kerslake had played on that song. Okay, give their audience an energetic and highly appreciated set that lasted about 75 minutes. They're just saying that that's what the concert was, that came from Ozzy. As one might expect from a founding member of Black Sabbath, one of the premier heavy metal bands of the 70s, the music was basic and extremely loud. The even sound balance of the new band's debut album, Blizzard of Ozz, was not reproduced accurately live. In its place was the inflammable energy of a live performance. And by the way, if you've ever seen Ozzy ever in concert, you talk about a guy that just brings it, that brings the performance to the people. He's that guy. And by the way, it's also interesting to note, when it says band's debut album, there were so many weird little misunderstandings about this when it first came out, because this album was not intended to be called Ozzy Osbourne Blizzard of Ozz. Blizzard of Ozz was supposed to be the name of the band. And these other two guys, who were actually like veteran rock stars, didn't really like it when the album showed up and this was the cover, where they put Ozzy in this big, main billing, and then Blizzard of Ozz kind of in subtext. That was supposed to be the name of the band, and Ozzy was just kind of a name to just an attraction part of it, right? Where people would go, oh yeah, this is Ozzy's band, but the band was supposed to be called Blizzard of Ozz, and that ended up causing some ill feelings in the group because of that, the billing that Ozzy took in this. The material came from the album and also from Osbourne's contribution to Black Sabbath's repertoire. Rhodes, Daisley, and Kerslake did what was expected of them smoothly and professionally. The show was not visually spectacular in terms of lights or effects. The focus naturally was on Osbourne, who made use of it to arouse the audience. Between stomping and pacing and having tete-a-tetes or tete-a-tetes, or I actually, before reading this, I'd never seen that term before. I had to look it up, and it's spelled TETE-A-TETES. With his lead guitarist, he issued directives to the crowd. I think I looked it up, and what it means is that you have kind of a little private conversation. Apparently that's what that means. Issued directives to the crowd. These began with things like getting people to stand up, put their hands up, and shout, and ended with Osbourne encouraging a general rush to the area just in front of the stage. Neither Osbourne nor his accompanists have a particularly distinctive sound, but the songs they have composed are a cut above the usual heavy metal subject matter. And by the way, again, part of the question I wanted to ask here, and he addresses it a little bit, but what is it that made Ozzy such a big deal? Well, if you ever saw him in concert, there was something about him, the massive amount of energy that he just brought to the audience, and he's constantly trying to get people to clap and stand up and shout and yell and on and on. But if you never saw him live, again, then what was the attraction? Because I was a big fan long before I ever saw him live. So lyrics on the Blizzard of Ozz album are refreshingly offbeat. Quote, "If you're going to sell an album, write something with a bit of a message on it," says Osbourne in a brief interview after the show. "There's too many people polluting rock just for the financial gain. I'm in it for the fun of it," unquote. That's Ozzy saying that. Instead of the usual rock diet of girl songs, Osbourne and the band effectively tackle war. In Revelation, a song he said was inspired by the crisis over Afghanistan, the folly of suicide as a solution, and a song about British occultist, the late Aleister Crowley. Black Sabbath has a long history of occult songs, but Osbourne said he has never been involved in the occult, and that the song could just as well have been called Mr. Smith as Mr. Crowley. Except then I think most of the words probably wouldn't fit so well, but anyway, just reading what he says here. Like many others who have suddenly branched out after years with the same outfit, Osbourne talked like a revitalized man. And this is what I was talking a little bit about earlier. There's so many people, so many bands where a member will leave and go strike out on their own to do their own thing. The band may carry on, and so often it just doesn't work. But in this case, one of those rare situations where the singer gets kicked out of the band, goes and does a solo thing, and arguably does way better than the band he left. Has a longer, stronger career as a result of it. As a matter of fact, you could argue that the reason Black Sabbath continued to succeed was because Ozzy kept succeeding. So anyway, this is just a really unusual scenario. And it gets me back to that question. Why? Why? What was it about him that this worked? Let's see here. Osbourne spoke about the challenge of starting fresh after years with Black Sabbath when sold-out tours were a virtual certainty. Asked why he had left Black Sabbath, he first said, "Musical directions. I didn't like their music and they didn't like mine. I feel I outgrew them. I was fed up with singing about wishing wells and fairy tales. The best way was to get out of it and start again," unquote. Later, he admitted to serious personality clashes in the group. Quote, "For the last 5 years, working with those people, I was working with it was so depressing. No one was talking to each other," unquote. After quitting Black Sabbath, they have a misprint here. Osbourne said he thought about retiring. It lasted a week, and in that week, I wrote 4 songs. Now, if you go back and listen to the stories of Geezer Butler and Tony Iommi, they have a kind of a different view of why and how Ozzy left the group. But it's fascinating here that in both cases, as the band split, as Ozzy went off and as Tony and Geezer and Bill were on their own at that point, in both cases, there was this question, do we just quit? Because Black Sabbath, Tony felt the same way. Like, maybe this is over and we just need to start over with something else. And ultimately, Black Sabbath, as we said earlier, picked up Ronnie James Dio. They carried on. I loved the Ronnie James Dio stuff. And then he left, and then, that's a whole nother story. And then Ozzy went on, as he said here, wrote some songs, and then he ended up having this massive career. The band now has the material for a second album to be called Diary of a Madman. Osbourne said, and to be released in the fall. So Diary of a Madman then would be released in October of 1981. So July, August, September, October. So about 4 months later, after this article was written, Diary of a Madman would come out. With his financial future secure, Osbourne said he stays in rock music to keep young and in the hope he can communicate something worthwhile to his fans, who included a 14-year-old boy that used to come into my math class and write his name on the chalkboard. I'm curious, did any of you have something like that where you had these kids with the jean jacket, the long hair, and they were just these Ozzy Osbourne crazy fanatics? If you had somebody like that in your school, because we had more than just him. We had a lot of people in that school that just was all about Ozzy, and that was them, the long hair, the jean jacket, the whole thing. Okay. He was particularly concerned after Sunday's show about what he considered to be very heavy-handed treatment of concert goers by security men. He claimed security men had beaten up fans near the front of the stage and was concerned this might reflect badly on his show. Parents, he said, might keep their kids from his shows because of such incidents. And there were legends following Ozzy from town to town. He didn't even need this in particular to happen. There was so many rumors going on around him all the time that gave parents plenty of reason for them not to want their kids to go see him. Anyway, if you know about Ozzy, you know about all that stuff. Earlier, near the end of a heavy metal set even more basic than Osbourne's, Motorhead had dedicated a song called Overkill to, quote, the security men of America. Okay, so to put this in context, I think I may have read this earlier, but Motorhead was opening up for Ozzy on this concert. And this song Overkill, if you've never heard the song Overkill by Motorhead, I don't know when double bass, double kick became a really, really big thing in heavy metal and hard rock. But Phil Taylor, the drummer from Motorhead, I think they call him Phil Filthy Animal Taylor, he's a great drummer. And if you listen to that tune or go watch a video of it, this is, again, remember, this is happening in 1981. And Phil is doing this double kick pattern. I don't think he stops through the entire song. I mean, it's like this, it's not super, super fast, but it's fast enough. And that I'm always amazed by a drummer that can just do that for 3-4 minutes straight. Just keep going and going and going. And also, it's just interesting from a historical standpoint that this was happening, Motorhead doing that song Overkill in the early days of the double kick thing, when people really started this idea of bringing that a double kick drum into a song. These days, it's everywhere. I mean, by the time heavy metal really got going, I mean, so many people were doing it. But this was in those early days. So if you haven't listened to it, that's a really cool tune to go listen to by Motorhead, where you can get that sense of those early days of double kick, double bass drums. Okay. Osbourne believed his fans should be able to express themselves physically during a show. That was part of the rock and roll heritage. And then this is interesting listening to him say this next. Rock and roll is my life and my religion, said Osbourne. which is kind of interesting because on his next album, Diary of a Madman, he would have a song called You Can't Kill Rock and Roll, and it says, 'cause rock and roll is my religion and my law. So knowing that he was putting this album out, he'd probably already written and recorded that song at this point, and it's on his mind, and he says in this article, unbeknownst to everybody else who had no idea, what was going to be coming in a few months, he makes his comment, rock and roll is my life and my religion, said Osbourne. Once you get into this game, it gets into your blood, keeps you young. Most of the guys I grew up with have ulcers and miserable wives. My wife said to me, what are you going to do when you're 55? As long as these kids want to hear me, I'll be there forever. They'll crucify me in the end, which is also kind of a funny statement because as you recall, back in the early 90s, Ozzy retired. He had his No More Tours tour. And I actually went and saw him at Red Rocks on that tour, which was going to be his last tour. And as you know, it wasn't even close to not only Ozzy's last tour, but it wasn't even close to his last tour as Ozzy as a singer of Black Sabbath, because years later he'd go back with Black Sabbath, and I saw him on that final tour as well, with Black Sabbath. And so he just kind of, every time he threatens to quit, he just keeps going. So when he talks about he talked about being 55, that he just keep doing it the rest of his life. And then he decided to retire, and then not really. Anyway, just kind of a funny thing watching him over the years. Responding to Osbourne's complaint about the security men, Miriam Bogle, managing director of the Activity Center, said she knew of no out-of-the-ordinary clashes between security men and fans Sunday. Quote, the way I interpret it, there was simply a difference in philosophy, she said. I think the band is a little more easygoing about the way their fans behave. We are a little more strict. Safety is emphasized, and we expect people to behave like ladies and gentlemen and stay in their seats. If they want to play our building, the philosophy comes with the building. It's as simple as that. And I just think that's just funny because, because Ozzy's whole thing, he wasn't necessarily telling people to go, start a riot, but he always, if you ever saw him in concert, it was always this, go crazy, yelling, shouting to go crazy 500 times every show, telling people to stand up, telling people to clap and move. And, that was his thing. And so it's no surprise that when some of these concerts would happen, there'd be a little bit of mayhem in the process, because you combine that with the music, the attitude, the overall thing, the young teenagers that were there, experiencing something that you would have that kind of a thing at a concert like that. I never saw him in these early days. I was 12 when this album came out, or 11 when this album came out. So, but I ended up over the years really being a big fan of Ozzy in general. I didn't love all of his quote unquote solo albums, but there was a lot of stuff over the years I thought was really spectacular. Of course, he had some amazing guitar players over the years that worked with him, starting with Randy Rhoads. Brad Gillis was an excellent guitar player. Jakey Lee, of course. Eventually we get to Zakk Wylde, who is just really just a spectacular, that's just such an understatement. He's such a great, and he's really cool. But even with that, because he didn't always have the same guitarist, things were changing around him all the time. I want to get back to this question. What was it? What was it about him? What was it about this guy that, as he says at the beginning of this article, for a start, he has the round, merry face similar to that of the English comedian Benny Hill. What was it about a guy that did resemble Benny Hill a little bit that turned him into arguably one of the biggest rock stars of all time? That made him got him to the point that he became a household name, even having songs that would long outlast his career. I'd imagine that the beginning of that song "Crazy Train" will be played 40 years from now, still in sporting events and around, just because of what happened there. And so many of his songs were just spectacular that way. And then you go back into the early Black Sabbath days, and he was this just interesting guy. I've wondered about this over the years, because I think about things like this. What was it that made him that made him this legend in that way, that put him on the map. Hey, if you're a fan of Ozzy Osbourne, especially in the early days of his solo career, I think you'll enjoy this video that I have for you here today. I know for a lot of us, our first introduction to Black Sabbath was from the heavy metal soundtrack, the song Mob Rules. And so our first exposure to Black Sabbath was with Ronnie James Dio as the singer. And we became fans of Dio and Black Sabbath, but didn't understand at the time that there was a Black Sabbath before that. We'd heard the name Ozzy Osbourne, and then we just, over time you start making these connections and realizing, wait a minute, Ozzy was the singer for Black Sabbath, and then of course Iron Man. You discover all this old music. Anyway, it was the early '80s, and I was just, a lot of us were just figuring out. We were coming off a Kiss, and we're starting to figure out all the other hard rock and everything. And so anyway, when the story, Ozzy goes off, he leaves Black Sabbath, and that's a kind of an ugly story how that all happened. Then Ozzy goes and he goes out to start a new band, and the band is going to be called Blizzard of Ozz. And that's what the other guys in the group thought they were signing up for. But the powers that be, and there's a lot of different stories behind this, but the powers that be decided that from a marketing standpoint, they needed to have the Ozzy Osbourne brand front and center on this. And then what we kind of then assumed was that the name of the album was Blizzard of Ozz, but actually that was supposed to be the name of the band. And it's kind of amazing when you look back at this album, especially just the song Crazy Train, the staying power that song has had. And this launched Ozzy into this whole new career. I mean, he'd been big enough with Black Sabbath, then he goes off on his solo, and so many people wrote him off. And then he just amped it up and just became more and more famous over time. It was really kind of incredible. So anyway, what I wanted to read for you here today, one of the things we do a lot on this channel, of course, is we'll go back and we'll find old record reviews, old concert reviews. And in this case, I found something that was really well written, and it's kind of funny, and it actually it's very negative about Ozzy, but it's still entertaining listening to this. Whether you're a fan of Ozzy or not, I still thought this was hilariously funny listening to this person's take on Ozzy and his solo career. And so I think you'll enjoy this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to read this for you. This is from the Boston Globe. This is August 12th, 1981. And so to put this in perspective from a timeline standpoint, this was the album that was out at the time that he would be touring on. It was about 2 months later that Diary of a Madman would come out. Anyway, but that gives you an idea of what was happening at the time. So this article is from the Boston Globe, August 12th, 1981, and the title of the article is Once an Oz, Always an Oz. Okay, and it says Ozzy Osbourne's Blizzard of Ozz in concert with Def Leppard at Cape Cod Coliseum Sunday. All right, here we go. I think I've got it. Heavy metal in its classic form is the inverse of the blues. With the blues, pain and loss are liberated, given emotional release. With classic heavy metal, pain and loss are flogged and amplified, and then, most importantly, nullified. A simple equation. How can you care when you can't think? Ozzy Osbourne, ex-lead yowler for Black Sabbath, brought his new juggernaut, Blizzard of Ozz, to the Cape Cod Coliseum Sunday, along with a lot of mescaline dealt in the parking lot outside and the deafening cement mixer sound dealt inside. There was a fair bit of irony dealt throughout the evening. Ozzy's intent, naturally enough, is ultimate macho aggression, but with a charted musical course that predominantly starts, develops, and ends at the same place. We're talking about controlled aggression with highs and lows, not unlike the ones your washing machine runs through during its cycles. I love this. When you find a good writer that just knows how to put those little subtle jabs in there, I love this stuff. It's so much fun. Okay. Still, giving credit where it's due, Ozzy might be smarter than he seems to let on. Example 1. he uses the word polemically in a song. Now this is interesting because when I read that, I thought, wait, what? When does he? And then you realize, and part of this is because you don't always understand what he's saying in his lyrics. So I'm going to show you that, and this is kind of a beat up copy of Blizzard of Ozz, but at least you'll be able to see it. Mr. Crowley, the epilogue of Mr. Crowley. Was it polemically sent? I want to know what you meant. For some reason, I've heard that song how many times before, and I just never understood the word in there. And here's this guy goes, well, at least he used a big word like that, which I thought was just kind of funny. So example 2. He opened the show with I Don't Know, a superbly ironic head knocker that ends with the line, it's up to you, which is about the same do-it-yourself message progressive rocker Peter Gabriel put across a while back. And if you didn't know, Peter Gabriel actually had a song called DIY, Do It Yourself, and it was actually produced by Robert Fripp. Anyway, that would have been back in the late 70s, I think 78. But of course, the volume and sledgehammer drive of the music overwhelms everything, making the impact about anything but taking control for yourself. Neat touch. The true heavy metal attitude toward taking action was later exposed in Ozzy's encore, the old Sabs tune, Iron Man. Nobody wants him, Ozzy yowls. He just stares at the wall. And of course, those are lyrics from the song Iron Man. Right to the point. Predicament and solution all in one. Despite an erroneous image as some satanic worshiper, Ozz looks more like an out-of-work geezer who spent a few years drinking beer. Mostly, Ozz waves the peace sign, grins like the village idiot, and hunches over, clapping his hands like one of those toy monkeys. And if you sift through the lyrics on the album's inner sleeve, Forget Him in Concert, you'll find that, despite a pleasant new number played at Cape Cod called Die High Again, Ozz can be a bit of a fun-loving humanist. From Steal Away, Love Will Flow Like Wine Tonight, from Revelation, Mother, Please Show the Children Before It's Too Late to Fight Each Other, There's No One Winning, We Must Fight All the Hate. Okay, let's get back to the question. Is Blizzard of Ozz better than Black Sabbath? And by the way, just listening to all the stuff that we've heard so far, if you saw Ozzy in concert during this particular tour, I'd love to hear about it. Please put that in the notes. What was your experience like watching Ozzy as he kind of set out? And again, we call it Ozzy as a solo artist, but at the time it wasn't supposed to be. So anyway, so let's see here. Okay, so let's get to the big question. Is Blizzard of Ozz better than Black Sabbath? Are day-old leftover burgers better than week-old leftover burgers? Is a 1980 calendar more useful than a 1975 calendar? Would you, and remember, this article is being written in 1981. So anyway, that's important with that line. Would you rather be run over by a train or a steamroller? Fact is, despite certain, dare I say, growth exhibited on the Blizzard of Ozz LP, in concert, Ozz proves that once an Oz, always an Oz. Rock and roll is a bludgeoning instrument. Sunday's saving grace, though, was Randy Rhoads, who is by no means a good guitarist, but is also not Black Sabbath's Tony Iommi, whose guitar as an oral torture device drives laboratory mice to suicide. This is so interesting because when you take these things in hindsight, again, this album has staying power now, what, 40 plus years later? What is that? 44 years later, this thing is still, that song, especially Crazy Train alone, still resonates. So this thing had a massive staying power, and Randy Rhoads, in retrospect, and a lot of people knew it at the time, but in retrospect was one of the great guitarists of that era. And here's this guy poo-pooing all of it, looking at Randy Rhoads going, well, he's not as bad as Iommi was, But the truth is, Tony Iommi was fantastic in his own way, and Randy Rhoads. But one thing that's interesting also in here, and I want to give this guy credit for even saying it, is that he used the word, he said, dare I say, growth. Because one of the interesting things that happened with both things, with Black Sabbath when Dio comes in, and then Ozzy hooking up with Randy Rhoads and his new, Blizzard of Ozz band, they both interestingly grew. The musicianship, the music, what came out of them. Now, you don't have to like Ozzy's solo stuff as much as the Black Sabbath stuff, and I love the old Black Sabbath stuff with Ozzy. But you have to realize that from a musician standpoint, there was actual real growth in the music. It changed, it progressed in some ways. Now, you might say it regressed in the output, but the skill set behind it definitely it just increased. Just when you look at this album, when you look at the next album, because Randy Rhoads forced that band to get better, the band that Ozzy was with. And he probably in some ways forced Ozzy to step up his game. And you listen to Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi, they talk about Dio the same way. Bringing him into the band at that point forced them to step up their game. And a lot of times that stuff's needed. You have a band like Black Sabbath that really by the end of that first Ozzy, the first Ozzy era had gotten a little stale. And so when he says growth here, he's right, because sometimes you have to have that. You have to introduce these new elements. You have to force yourself out of that situation that's become stale and force yourself to deal and work with a guy like Randy Rhoads. And you become a better person or a better performer or a better player or a better singer or whatever because of it. And on the other hand, the same thing with Tony Iommi and Geezer Butler and Bill Ward, having to now have somebody like Dio walk in, where Dio is a lyricist and he plays instruments, which Ozzy never wasn't really involved with that part of it. It forced them to step up their game, and they'll be the first ones to tell you that. You can see it in interviews and their books. They talk about this stuff. Anyway, it's just interesting that he makes that point here. Okay. Whose guitar, it's so funny. Laboratory Mice to Suicide. I love Tony Iommi's guitar playing. I just do. I think he's one of the, I love his guitar playing. Okay. If Blizzard of Ozz is a modern dinosaur of heavy metal, Def Leppard is a cheetah of the same field. Like Iron Maiden, Def Leppard is part of AC/DC-influenced school of British heavy metal. They let it rip. Now, again, to put this in context, this was, I think, a couple of months after High and Dry had come out. So now this person's kind of shifting gears, saying they're talking about Def Leppard and kind of comparing what was happening with Def Leppard at the time, because they were the kind of the new British heavy metal or whatever. I don't know if the word heavy metal is so difficult to use, but they had a very, very intense AC/DC sound, especially on that High and Dry album, for obvious reasons when you understand the production. But okay. AC/DC influenced school of British heavy metal. They let it rip. Def Leppard aren't as dexterous with melody, and they make a point of not breaking new ground, but they do play screaming, tight, driven rock with the requisite crankshaft riffs. Sure, it's bone-crushing bluster, but it's not pretentious bone-crushing bluster, and one must take refuge in pleasures, however qualified. And that's the end of the article. Anyway, I thought you would enjoy that, because again, this guy obviously doesn't like Ozzy, didn't like Black Sabbath, none of this, and he was out to kind of attack it. And do with that whatever you will. But it's interesting still to see somebody from the outside, their view, especially at the time. And especially now, all these years later, when you realize that those things that were happening at that time, that Black Sabbath, their entire career, they are now legends, that whole Ozzy time period. And then the Ozzy, this solo if you will, when Blizzard of Ozz came out, this now has had staying power for several decades. And interestingly, the Black Sabbath stuff with Dio, same thing. It kind of stuck, and it made a splash, and it continues to resonate even to this day. what I have for you today, I am so excited about. You know, I do a lot of research for this channel. We read old newspapers and periodicals and magazines and books. And I'm just hoping that every single week we can maybe come up with one or two like really interesting things. And then every once in a while I come across something that is truly special. And I think what I have for you here today is that. So what this is there was a concert, a Black Sabbath concert that was happening on February 9th of 1974 in the Spectrum in Philadelphia. And what happened, there's this guy named Stephen Gaines who spent 2 hours with Ozzy basically as he got ready for the concert all the way up to the moment that he got up on stage. And it's not like there's any big revelations in this or anything. It's just that there's all these little things of what's going on behind the scenes and what Ozzy acts like in these moments. And it is just so interesting to listen to this. And so I'm just going to read this to you. The first thing I'm going to show you before we get into the article is just an advertisement for the actual concert. I always find these things kind of interesting. So this was published on February 3rd of 1974. So this is about, 6 days before the concert. And you'll see over here on the left-hand part of the screen, you'll see this full advertisement that includes Johnny Winter, Chicago, but then right there in the middle is the ad for Black Sabbath. And I'll just give it a little closer here. So it says right there, Saturday, February 9th, dance concert with Black Sabbath, Black Oak, Arkansas, Bedlam, and it's $5.50 in advance and $6 at the door. Okay. Now, one other thing that's kind of interesting that I'm always curious sometimes when we read these things, if these places that these concerts took place still stand. And it turns out that the Spectrum in Philadelphia apparently was torn down back in 2009, 2010, and the last people to play there apparently was on October 31st, 2009. It was Pearl Jam. Anyway, so the place that we're talking about right here. Okay, again, I think you're really going to enjoy this. This is from the Daily News, April 14th, 1974, and this is published in New York. And it just music scene, and the title of this article is 2 Hours in the Life of a Groupie by Stephen Gaines. Okay. In the old days of rock and roll, a groupie was a person with a single-minded purpose to bestow sexual favors on rock stars. In modern rock and roll, groupies come in all different brands and varieties, with as many different reasons for being groupies as there are rock stars to group. Now, that, by the way, is so interesting because it starts out with this idea in the old days of rock and roll. I mean, here's 1974. And for me, if you throw the word groupies out, I'm thinking the old days are 1974. Like, that's really old days. But apparently, something like this goes way, way, way back. So anyway, that was just kind of an interesting thing to see. Okay. Some groupies are just zealous fans who spend their lives dreaming from afar and never make it to first base. Some, like Linda McCartney, grow up and marry their rock stars. Some, like Faye Dunaway with Peter Wolf, are stars themselves. Some groupies need only to breathe the same electric air as their idols to obtain satisfaction, while some need total physical possession. Some groupies even work in the music business to legitimize themselves, getting jobs as publicists and talent scouts. Some become writers. With the excuse that I was doing it for all the would-be groupies who would never get the chance themselves, I spent a recent evening glued to the side of a rock star just before a sold-out performance at Philadelphia's massive Spectrum Arena. My subject was a groupie's delight, Black Sabbath's Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy, 24, is the lead singer of a very rich, very loud, not very talented, super famous English rock band. Like most of the wonderful inconsistencies of rock and roll, you don't have to be good to be big. And Black Sabbath's enormous popularity testifies to that. Their music is called heavy metal rock, a loud, droning sound good to listen to only while banging your head against the wall. Their lyrics are flavored with a strong dose of adolescent Satanism, hence the name Black Sabbath. 3 years ago, in a kind of nuclear reaction, they exploded onto the music scene, capturing the imagination and hearts of American youth, along with several million of their dollars. 5 out of 5 Black Sabbath albums have sold over 1 million copies each. By 1971, tremendous public demand brought them to the United States for 8 tours in 1 year. Then the group suddenly vanished in a mysterious, self-imposed seclusion. Now, also to put this in context then, the album that they would be touring on here is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. And that came out in November of 1973. And when it says suddenly vanished in a mysterious self-imposed seclusion, what happened is they'd put out basically those 4 albums, Black Sabbath Volume 4 was the one prior to this. And after that tour, they were just absolutely exhausted. And by the time they went into the studio, they were basically all looking to Tony like, okay, what's next? Let's do some recording. And if you listen to Tony's book, he talks about this time where he felt a little bit of the pressure that he needed to be coming up with these riffs because everybody expected them. And they also were feeling a little bit of exhaustion. First of all, they were just worn out from the tour, and they were the making of an album was starting to become a little bit humdrum. And so this whole thing, he was not really sure what to record. They ended up recording in a couple different places. And finally, when they finally settled on where they were going to be, they ended up coming up with what Tony Iommi thinks is kind of the pinnacle of their recording. And if you listen to Tony Iommi's book, he says this, at Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, he felt like they'd reached their peak. And he says the next time they did something he thought was that good was when they did Heaven and Hell with Dio. Anyway, just wanted to put that in context. Here we are in 1974. This is on the Sabbath Bloody Sabbath album tour. Okay, here we go. Talking with Ozzy. My evening with Ozzy was set up toward the end of Black Sabbath's first American tour since their reappearance, and fans went wild to get at them, slurping up record albums as fast as they could be pressed and buying out concert halls as soon as tickets were put on sale. Black Sabbath was for big-time groupies only. I first spotted Ozzy loping across the lobby of Philadelphia's Penn Center Hotel. From afar, he looked like a real tough character. But as soon as he started to speak, the hardness melted away, and he seemed vulnerable and shy. He had brooding, childish brown eyes, full lips, and a lovely long haircut, which framed his pouting face. His words came crumbling out of his lips in a nearly impossible Birmingham English accent. Around his neck dangled the famous solid gold Black Sabbath crucifix. Mark Forster, Black Sabbath's tour manager, an older man with a Dutch boy haircut and a red velvet sports jacket, ushered us into an elevator so we could talk in a veritable groupie's paradise, Ozzy Osbourne's hotel room. Well, aspiring groupies, the temporary den of Black Sabbath's favorite lion was no neater than the room of a typical 14-year-old. Several suitcases were strewn around the floor, overflowing with clothing. Sweaters, shirts, and dirty socks lay everywhere. One suitcase held a pair of knee-high silver boots, a copy of Circus magazine, and a tiny aerosol spray can of painkiller for sore throats. Sitting on the dresser was an expensive portable cassette player, along with a carrying case with several cassettes. Now, wouldn't you love to know what the cassettes were? If these were cassettes of groups, of bands, or if these were cassettes of song ideas or something like that. But anyway, probably bands and things he was listening to. And what Circus magazine would that have been? Now, by the way, I looked it up. And the Circus magazine that was out in April of 1974 had Jeff Beck on the cover, just FYI. So who knows? But anyway, it'd be interesting to know what Circus magazine was Ozzy carrying around with him and reading. Making small talk with a rock star, as every groupie could tell you, is no easy task. Grouping Ozzy Osbourne was much like being a psychiatric nurse. A self-admitted neurotic, Ozzy mumbled constantly and chain-smoked cigarettes, sometimes lighting several at one time. When I asked if he was nervous about the 22,000 people who were already assembling at the Spectrum to see him, he said he would be just as nervous if only a few hundred people were waiting. It was just the waiting he didn't like. His favorite subject was The Exorcist, which Ozzy had seen the night before. he did a stunning imitation of the possessed Linda Blair, complete with the proper profanities. Just as Ozzy was entertaining me with a recap of the movie, Mark Forster knocked on the door and escorted us down into the street where a limousine was waiting. In the back seat were huddled two young girls who had talked the chauffeur into letting them wait for Ozzy. The girls, like me, were groupies, but unlike me, they hadn't had the privilege of an invitation. Ozzy, however, didn't have the heart to throw them out, and the girls were allowed along for the ride. Now, this is so fascinating listening to this, because all the things you hear about, Ozzy being really soft-spoken and how friendly he was and kind of disarming and unassuming, and all that stuff is right here. I mean, he's got these groupies, these girls who just want to be in the limousine, and he just kind of doesn't have the... Anyway, this is so interesting. I love this. As the massive space marshmallow called the Spectrum loomed just before us, the fans ran alongside the limousine for a glimpse of Ozzy inside. Ozzy stared impassively, while the other groupies and I waved and smiled. And you got to also imagine at this point that this is old. They've been doing this for years. And this is old news for them going through this experience. Suddenly, we plunged down a ramp and were discharged in the carefully guarded backstage hallways of the Spectrum. People stared at us as we walked briskly to his dressing room. And I heard a few squeals of delight from fans lucky enough to get near the backstage area and catch sight of Ozzy. The roar of the crowd. For the next half hour until Black Sabbath went on stage, the tension became unbearable. Ozzy paced, drank orange juice, and smoked cigarettes. His English manager, Patrick Meehan, arrived in a floor-length mink coat, which seemed to make everybody even more nervous. Ozzy, dressed in a yellow satin costume with purple fringe, a gift from a groupie, and combed his hair no less than 5 times. Finally, a caller stuck his head in the door. Black Sabbath was on. At Ozzy's side, I rushed down the curving hallways of the Spectrum. Crowds of bystanders separated in waves as we passed by. Flashbulbs popped in our eyes. Above us, there was the sound of monstrous applause, which increased in intensity until the building vibrated. The veins in Ozzy's neck stood out as we reached a gaping entrance onto the floor of the arena. 10 yards away, a ramp led up to the darkened stage. A voice echoed over the loudspeakers, "Black Sabbath! Black Sabbath!" The roar of the crowd turned into a wall of noise. For a moment, I was deaf. Then, living out my wildest fantasies, I raced up the ramp next to Ozzy. A piercing white spotlight picked us out, and for a few short seconds, I felt the emotional swell and adrenaline rush a rock star must feel when 22,000 people are all groupies for you. This was part of the magic of rock and roll. As I strode onto the stage alongside Ozzy, the noise got even louder if that was possible. At the last moment, I ducked behind the amplifiers and hid there for the rest of the show. 3 hours later, in the bar of Ozzy's hotel, the real groupies had taken over. Ozzy was surrounded by fawning admirers, girls and boys asking him about his music and himself. As I passed, I heard him say, "It's not really all that great being a rock star." A young man stared at him in disbelief. "Really," Ozzy continued, "I'd change places with you anytime." But the young man couldn't believe him, and I didn't blame him one bit. And that is the end of the article. And that, my friends, is a gem. That is so fascinating, listening to that just little narrative of the experience of being with Ozzy Osbourne as he's preparing to go on stage and actually going onto the stage. Well, just awesome. And then there's a really, really cool picture of Ozzy right there. Black Sabbath's Ozzy Osbourne, and there's the quote, "It's not really all that great being a rock star." The one I found today is really, it's very short, so this is going to be a really short video, but it's an interview with Ozzy, very short one from this was published on November 20th of 1973. This was published right around the time that Sabbath Bloody Sabbath was released. And so anyway, I think you're going to find this really interesting. This is from the Daily Mirror, November 20th, 1973, published in London, England. And interesting, first thing right there is there's a picture of Ozzy over on the side, and it says rock star Ozzy Osbourne and his 22-month-old daughter, Jessica. Life isn't all black. And she's one of his kids that has really, really stayed out of the limelight. There's not a lot of information out there about her. And the headline of this article says, Prophets of Doom. And then it says, Ozzy's despair pays off. I actually really loved listening to this. I think you're going to like this. So, every time rock star Ozzy Osbourne reaches the depths of despair, he makes himself a little richer. Every time he hammers the hopelessness of it all into the black grooves of an LP, a bright golden replica is laid at his feet by a record company grateful for another $1 million worth of sales. Every time his band, Black Sabbath, tried to obliterate an audience with leaden waves of doom, the public happily queue for more, as they have been doing for 5 years since the band's first album, Black Sabbath, blasted its way into the charts. Now, it's close to 5 years. The Black Sabbath's first album actually came out in January of 1970. And so we're getting close to January of 1974. So they're not exactly right there, but you know, it's actually almost 4 years since the first one came out. Why this happens, Ozzy doesn't know. But despite the success and true to form, he's still complaining about the 10 long world tours that have wrecked the four-man band's health, about the plastic shortage that has held up his latest ear-splitting message of death and destruction, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Now, this is an interesting thing because in 1973, actually in October 1973, there was an oil embargo. That's what they're talking about right here. And the Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries, the OAPEC is what it was called, had an embargo for anyone that had been involved in the Yom Kippur War. And so they started this embargo in October of 73, and so it had some impact on plastics because of that. And that's what they're referring to right here, the plastic shortage that has held up his latest ear-splitting message. About everything from his numerous tattoos to his nagging tax man. Anyway, again, these are the three things that he's supposedly complaining about. Ozzy was born in the Black Country near Birmingham and intends dying there. Now, just by the way, he actually passed away just outside of London, which was about 100 miles away from where he was born, just FYI. The son of a toolmaker, he joined his mother on a factory assembly line when he was 15. 5 brothers and sisters had to be fed. Quote, I went from factory to factory. I couldn't stand the machines and the noise and the dreariness and the pointlessness, Ozzy told me. I'll never forget what it was like all my life. It marks you. Certainly, it seems to have marked Black Sabbath's music, which sounds as though it has been welded together in some giant horror factory. I love that line. I've never heard it put that way. Black Sabbath music sounds like it's been welded together in some giant horror factory. Anyway, it's really, really cool. No preaching of peace, no glimmer of hope for the thousands of Black Sabbath fans. But Ozzy hasn't done too badly. Quote, eventually I broke my machine and got out of the factory, he said. He married a girl called Thelma 3 years ago, and they have a 22-month-old daughter, Jessica. And so anyway, the picture that I just showed you a second ago is Jessica. And so from that first marriage to Thelma, he actually had 3 kids. This is the second oldest right here, Jessica. Quote, okay, so now I'm married and I've got money, but I'm still the same bloke. People try to treat you differently if they know you've got money. I hate that, said Ozzy, still trying to look on the darker side. Quote, maybe I'll land up like a battery hen back at the factory bench. And that's pretty interesting. I mean, because here they are. they're putting out their 5th album, their worldwide success, and he's just looking at that like, well, maybe I'll end up back in the factories either way. And what a battery hen is it's literally just a hen that lays eggs, and they have these very small little cages that they keep them in, and that's called the battery, or the battery hens are kept in these little cages that are organized and then lay eggs. Now this is awesome right here. So he says, maybe I'll land up like a battery hen back at the factory bench, but at least I can say I had an ambition and I achieved it, he added defiantly. Isn't that fascinating that he's looking at that going that even if he ends up back in the factories, at least he can say he accomplished something. It was just so cool to hear that. Jessica delightedly threw a packet of crisps all over the new carpet. Dad smiled despite himself. Life can't be all black. And that's the end of the article. And it's pretty cool just hearing this stuff. And again, to also put this in context, Ozzy was about 25 years old here. So even though he's on his 5th album, I mean, just think about that. This is a really young dude, and they've taken over the world at this point. They're on their 5th album. He's married and he's got kids, and anyway, it's just such a fascinating time in his life. And I thought that was kind of just a cool little thing, hearing a few of those quotes of what his life was like and what he was thinking about back at that time. Hey, it's July 29th, 2025. It's been exactly 1 week since we got the news that Ozzy Osbourne has passed away. And we've done a video almost every day since then about Ozzy. And this little series we've done has been pretty successful. I mean, we've had so much feedback, so many views, so many comments. We really appreciate y'all, all your feedback, all the time you took to watch these videos, and we're really glad everybody enjoyed them. I think we're going to do maybe just one more of these because I did find another really kind of cool article that I wanted to show to you. It's an interview with Ozzy, another one from 1974, and it's really cool. And then after this, by tomorrow, we'll probably just start getting back to our normal stuff. And that doesn't mean we won't be doing more Ozzy or Black Sabbath stuff, because anybody who's been following this channel for any length of time knows that's probably my favorite topic ever, is things related to Black Sabbath and Ozzy. So there'll be more of that in the future, but just kind of this week-long version of this, we'll probably wrap this up today. So what I found here is in a newspaper called The Tennessean, and it looks like a little article that's in maybe a section of the newspaper called The Young World, probably focused toward kids. And this is Sunday, June 9th, 1974. And so to put this in context, this would have been the time period when they're out doing, touring on Sabbath Bloody Sabbath still. And this is, for all intents and purposes, kind of an interview with Ozzy. And there's actually quite a few little quotes from him in here that I think I thought they were cool enough that I should show them, that I thought you'd like this. And so the title is Black Sabbath's Exhausted But Works Better Than Being Poor. And then there's the guys right there. This is during the Tony Iommi without the mustache period. I always thought he looked so weird without it. He has the coolest rock star mustache look ever, in my opinion. I think he always looked so cool. He was such a cool looking guy. So anyway, you can see him right there without it. So here we go. All right. I'm so confused by what's happening in the world. There are just so many bad things going on that you wonder how it's all going to end. Ozzy Osbourne plops down onto an ivory-colored couch, squeezing a lit cigarette between his lips. Burnt ashes flutter to the floor around him, but he seems oblivious to them. Quote, I know it sounds like a cliche, but I'd really like to buy an island where I could get away from it all whenever I wanted to. I'd only let nice people on it, unquote. If he were really serious, Ozzy could probably afford that island. After all, he's the lead singer of Black Sabbath, one of England's most successful rock bands. Each of the band's albums have attained the 1 million sales figure. It says $1 million, but it means 1 million records. And Ozzy admits that he has more money now than he ever dreamed possible. Money has put me through a lot of changes, he says. I have all the things I could ever want, and I've done all the things I wanted to. But it's interesting how money changes the way people treat you. Suddenly, just because you have money, certain people automatically respect me. They think I'm somebody important. That's a sick attitude. I'm still the same person I was when I was poor, but people look at me a lot differently just because my wallet is a little fatter. All the members of Black Sabbath live in a high life style. On respite during their concert tour of the United States recently, Ozzy stayed in a $150 a night isolated bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel. When the sprawling 15.5-acre hotel first opened decades ago, it played host to show business pilgrims like John Barrymore, Harold Lloyd, and W.C. Fields. And now, the new breed of celebrity, like long-haired Ozzy Osbourne, lounge around the pool, hiding behind dark glasses, dipping creme de la menthe in, and following current events in Rolling Stone and Crawdaddy. Crawdaddy is a magazine similar to Rolling Stone. It was named after something called the Crawdaddy Club back in England, which is incidentally where the Rolling Stones played their first concert. 2 days earlier, dressed in a gaudy and frilly outfit, accented by a pair of knee-length boots with 4-inch heels, Ozzy had pranced from the end of the stage to the other at a day-long concert at the Ontario, California Motor Speedway. His fingernails were painted with walnut brown polish, and there were flashy rings on each of his fingers. And what they're talking about here, by the way, is something called the California Jam. It was on April 6th of 1974 at the Ontario Motor Speedway in California, and there was something, around 250,000 people that came to this concert, and it was a big day-long festival, and there were a lot of different bands that played there. And one of the interesting stories about it was Deep Purple and ELP were fighting over who was going to be the closing band. I looked it up just so I could tell you who was in the show, and this is a promo poster that I found. And it says California Jam, Deep Purple, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Black Sabbath, Black Oak, Arkansas, Rare Earth, Seals and Crofts, Eagles, and Earth, Wind and Fire were all the bands that played there. Saturday, April 6th, 74 from 10 to 10. Now, what's kind of interesting about this also is that it said, of course, Seals and Crofts had played in the California Jam. And I found one other kind of incidental, really cool thing related to Black Sabbath and Seals and Crofts. So check this out. So there's this interview in this Pensacola News Journal, and they're interviewing the guys in Seals and Crofts, okay? And one of the questions they get asked is, what is the largest crowd you've played before? And then he says, California Jam. Wow, what an experience. And then, then it goes down a little bit further. And then they ask him the same question. Ozzy Osbourne of Black Sabbath had a great way to describe California Jam. Do you remember what he said? And again, this is asking one of the guys in Seals and Crofts. And this is so great, the answer that he gave. Oh yeah, he said, wow, oh wow, man, gosh, oh what a trip, wow, wow, wow. Ozzy was never one for words. Anyway, I thought that was kind of hilarious that's how the guys from Seals and Crofts, after being around Ozzy Osbourne, that's how they reacted to him. And it does sound a little bit like him, because you'd see him in different things where he'd be kind of have that, wow, this is so cool, this is so interesting. And so you can see why he would have kind of gotten that kind of vibe off of Ozzy when he was talking to him. Anyway, I thought that was pretty funny. Okay. Now, while he talked, he caressed a crucifix. This is back to the Ozzy interview. Now, while he talked, he caressed a crucifix hanging around his neck and sipped a Coke during brief breaks from his nervous chain smoking. Since the release of their first album 4 years ago, Black Sabbath has earned a reputation for producing grim and humorless music. Their songs are loud and politically oriented. They are often critical of society and quote, the politicians who purport to lead it. Black Sabbath's music has always been better received in the United States than in Britain. Quote, frankly, the British kids don't seem as realistic about what's going on as the kids over here, observes Ozzy. And when music makes a social comment, the kids back home just can't handle it. Just look at the top 10 records in England. They're a bunch of garbage. They don't say anything. And they're giving people a false impression of life. American audiences seem to pay more attention to what they're listening to. They care more about having a song of substance, unquote. Osbourne and the other members of Black Sabbath, Tony Iommi, guitar, Geezer Butler, bass, and Bill Ward, drums, all grew up in Astor, a poor and rough area of Birmingham, England. The sons of laborers, they seemed destined to follow their father's footsteps. But while working during the day on assembly lines, at slaughterhouses, and as truck drivers, they formed a band and practiced at night. And that, by the way, that's just an interesting thing to note. Because one of the reasons so many of these bands happened was that that's all the future that they could see. That their father had been worked in this factory his whole life, and they just kind of, as they got into their teenage years, they were just going to go start working in the factory. That was going to be their life. And so there was a lot of these kids that said, we have to get out of here. And then they saw music as a way to do it. And Black Sabbath was one of those bands. And so there were other groups that had that same experience. And that's, anyway, but this is the way that so many people back in England, back in that period, thought. It was just same thing. They lived in a place around where the Industrial Revolution had happened. And so then it had kind of carried on into this next century. And there was just this mindset, especially after World War II. And there were so many things that still hadn't been rebuilt. And it was very dark, and it was very dreary, and it was hopeless. And so anyway, that was, they make this point here where he said they seem destined to follow in their father's footsteps because that's what everybody did. Anyway, just it's noteworthy that that's the world that they came from. Quote, I just couldn't stand working on an 8-to-5 job forever, recalls Ozzy. I had no motivation to work where I was nothing but a machine. I had a job for a while in a slaughterhouse where I used to kill 250 cattle and 300 sheep a day. I decided I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. Unquote. In the beginning, the band called itself Earth, but before they released their first album, they had changed their name to Black Sabbath, which was the title of an old British horror film starring Boris Karloff. Their name alone led rock enthusiasts to assume that the group was somehow involved in black magic, mysticism, and the occult. Quote, actually, we were never into that stuff, says Ozzy. We've always sung about truthful stuff, and the occult never appealed to us at all, either in our music or in our private lives, unquote. Despite his aversion to work, Ozzy admits that he and the others in Black Sabbath channel tremendous amounts of energy into perfecting and performing their songs. Their concert tours are particularly rugged. By the end of one recent tour, guitarist Iommi collapsed from exhaustion. On the current tour, Ozzy battled the flu in New York, straining until his voice finally gave out on stage. Quote, we've worked really hard for 4 years, says Ozzy, but then, looking at the luxurious Beverly Hills hotel suite around him, he smiles and adds, but we got something in return for it. I like this better than being poor. So this was Ozzy's third kind of solo effort.
Sure.
Oh, man, whenever you start talking about Ozzy's solo albums, this is always a thing because it wasn't supposed to be, it started off with Blizzard of Ozz. It was supposed to be the name of the band, but then it just kind of became Ozzy's solo career, and that's how we refer to it. But Bark at the Moon, this was such an important thing. And the reason I want to talk about this today is that this actually came out around this time of year. This was a Christmas release, at least in the UK.
Yes.
So it came out in early December in the UK, although it was released in November in the United States. Now, do you remember when you first heard this?
I remember seeing it at the store, and I remember, hearing it on the radio. I never bought it. Again, for me, it's more of an imagery thing.
Yeah.
And,
You thought it was silly, didn't you?
No, I look at that and I won't sleep well at night.
Okay. So I seem to remember talking to you about this before.
Yeah, because we talked about The Ultimate Sin, which is the album after this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, that was never going to be in my house.
That was kind of even kind of more creepy-ish.
Yes. And I think that was my thing. I mean, I know the songs on here, and yeah.
So not only did this come out at this time of year, which is one of the reasons I wanted to talk about it.
Merry Christmas.
It was a Christmas release. It was in time for Christmas. But this was such an important album in the history of Ozzy because this was in some ways kind of, can he survive without
Randy.
Hey, before we jump into this, we want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. We have some of their stuff up here behind us. We have more posters coming. We've got one of their pedals up here on the set. We got some cool stuff going on with Digitech. Go to digitech.com, check out their stuff, tell them that we sent you. Did you see the performance of this song at that last Black Sabbath concert?
I did.
And do you remember? So how many of you remember this song at that concert, and who sang it? Yeah,
I can't remember who sang it.
I will show you. So check it out, dude. This is funny. So I get a hard time for this.
All right, what you got?
Check that out, man.
Oh, the ghost guy.
Yeah,
Tobias
Forge. Tobias Forge was the one that sang "Bark at the Moon" on that big concert. And Tobias has all these different personas. I can't remember. I don't know what the current one is, but and I got another one here too. Picked up a couple of Ghost albums when I was down in Vegas last. And it was pretty funny because I like Ghost, and people give me a hard time for liking
they're good.
them. I think I actually really, really like their stuff. I was introduced to them by this girl that was kind of sort of a step relative niece through relationships and whatever, and I didn't know anything about him, and then she started telling me about Ghost and telling me she listened to this heavy metal stuff. I was like, wait a minute. And then I started listening, and I heard the song "Mary on a Cross." Have you ever heard that song?
Yes, I've heard that one.
It's a great tune, man.
Yeah, it's a great song.
It's a great song. So anyway, so I started buying some of their stuff, and anyway, I actually really dig these dudes. So anyway, but he
sang it at the
sang "Bark at the Moon," and he was flat through most of it. I hate to say it because I like Tobias a lot, but he wasn't great at it. But I loved the way kind of just there's something about his presence.
Yeah, he has a great presence on stage.
He's great,
performing.
Man.
He definitely does. And yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of people who knows if he could hear himself, if his earbuds weren't working.
Dude, yeah,
right. I mean, there's so many technical things, right? It's not like, hey, I just got my monitor sitting in front of me. You know, you see him.
No, especially when you're in a setting like that. If you've ever, because I've played not anything that big, but I've played in things like that where you have all these rotating musicians and bands coming in and off, and it's like quick change to this and throw the and
you're
it's
lucky
like, dude, I can't hear.
Half the crap works.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But where I was going with that though is even though he was a little bit flat, I have watched that thing several times since because I just liked it so much.
Sure.
You had Nuno playing the guitar,
yeah,
just the whole thing. I was like, dude, because this song, okay, the album, in my opinion, pales in comparison to the first two. Diary of a Madman and Blizzard of Ozz. This doesn't even come close to those two.
It's a step back.
But the song "Bark at the Moon" is, in my opinion, as good as anything he's ever put out. Jakey Lee is just crazy awesome.
Yeah.
He did a great job with that song. And so, you know, from a can he survive without Randy Rhoads, this kind of showed that he was going to be able to do it. Now, you know, the history behind this thing, there's so many different stories being told because at this point, Jakey's like, hey, I wrote all those songs, but then Ozzy, you know, whatever. But whoever wrote them, whatever happened, Ozzy proved that he could carry on and have a really solid career because there was great stuff that came off of this.
Devastating, right? With the Randy Rhoads loss, you're thinking there's no way, because Randy contributed so much, right? There's no way he's going to be able to kind of carry that on. Yeah, so now you have this, which is definitely, as we're saying, it's a step back, but it wasn't that far back.
No, it wasn't.
And Bark at the Moon's so strong.
It's a great song.
You know, the rest of the stuff, you know, over the years, there's a couple that I kind of like, but it definitely wasn't like the first two where you can just listen to the whole thing and it's just fantastic, right? But you're going to have a little bit of a drop off. It's just, that's natural. You don't have Randy. Now, you know, then the next one and, you know, then when you get Zach and all that stuff, I mean, he's definitely proved that Ozzy was a good entity on his own, that he could carry it. Now, does he carry it as good as in later years? But, you know, I think that's up for debate, right? I mean,
but he had at this point, he'd had all the Black Sabbath years. Now he's got these 2 incredible albums under his belt, that came before this. But I think what made some people kind of wonder, he had those first 2 albums. You're thinking, was all that just Randy? Was all that just Randy, that those 2 things are so great?
Because that's the question.
Because the thing that came out after that actually, even though it was cool, it kind of kept that question going, was he put out the live album, Speak of the Devil, and what was on that album? Just all Black Sabbath tunes.
Right.
And he picks up Brad Gillis from Night Ranger to come play guitar, who's a great guitar player. But all it was doing is like, does this just prove even further that he doesn't, without Randy, he can't do anything? Because all he's doing now is just putting out Sabbath stuff. There were excuses for why he did, but it was like, Yeah,
in the timeline, when this comes out, I mean, that's the other thing is that for me, as a visual type of person, I look at this and I'm thinking, besides scary, the imagery to me is also, looking back, is kind of like, that's kind of kooky. It's kind of like, come on, man.
That's funny.
It's like who's the brains behind this marketing plan that we want you dressing? Even though in hindsight it is kind of cool. All right, he's that, but at the same time,
he looks like a Muppet.
Yeah, right. I mean, he could have been a character on what's the Dark Crystal?
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, right,
right. And he would have fit right in.
For those of us that love this classic media, I think most of us remember these things, audio and videotapes. And I recently realized that a lot of the viewers of this channel don't realize that behind this channel, there's a company called the Audiomover Digitizing Studio. And for 25 years, we've been digitizing old media like this for individuals and organizations across the United States and Canada. So if you have any old audio or videotapes you need preserved, we can help. And for anybody watching this video today, we're offering a 15% discount on any Audiomover digitizing service. Just use the discount code on the screen. So visit audiomover.com today to learn more and get an order started.
Or, what if he was a scary guy in like Labyrinth or something like that?
Yeah, he would fit in all those things with this look. Dude, when I first saw this thing, it actually freaked me out a little bit.
Thriller.
Actually, yes. He could have been one of the dancers in Thriller.
But the thing is that in my head, when I saw this, I'm like, okay, he's trying to make up for, because he's going down like, I'm Ozzy and the Blizzard of Ozz, and the marketing of the crazy guy.
Yep.
To me, I'm like, this is a gimmick. It's not really going to be as strong.
That's a really good point, because the imagery on Blizzard of Ozz, the very first one,
sure,
is about as cool as you will ever get. He's in that weird like attic looking thing, holding that. There was something about that. I was
cool.
Like, dude, that is awesome.
Right.
Cool. Then Diary of a Madman was maybe a little bit silly. When you get to, because I don't know, just the way they did the makeup and the thing. And then this, I'd never really thought about that before, but it kind of was, because then Speak of the Devil, it's like, let's throw some strawberry jam in my mouth,
Right. That looks even crazier.
And then we go to this and you go, we're on this downward trajectory from an imagery standpoint.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm going. Like, this is the beginning of the gimmicks.
Yeah.
Are you trying to gimmicky? Is it gimmicky to sell? Because as a teen, that you're into this scary, whatever. I mean, if I showed up and I'm opening up my Christmas presents in the UK, ooh, look, I got, Ozzy. Whoa.
That's awesome.
Look, Mom. And, sorry, that's the worst British accent.
That was beautiful,
ever,
dude.
Right?
I love it. Yeah.
And you're like, look what I got.
Look what Santa brought me.
Look what Santa brought me. They're going, you're on
Santa.
You're on the naughty list.
This stuff. Exactly. You must have been if he gave you that.
Right.
So they and then same imagery back here in the back. And it's all, of course, this is Ozzy.
Right.
But this is the one I bought. I think I bought this like right after it came out because I was a believer. I loved Ozzy, man. I was so into it. And Diary of a Madman, Flying High Again, even to this day, might be my 100% favorite song that he ever did. I just loved it. And so I was so into it that I was super excited about this. Now, when this album came out, Bark at the Moon was, again, as good as you get. The rest of these things, You're No Different, now you see it, now you don't. Rock and Roll Rebel, they tried, I think, to sell that one as a hit. And it was kind of like, it was okay. It was a little catchy. Just a rock and roll rebel.
Yeah.
They say I worship the devil. Anyway.
Again, kind of, even the lyrics there were gimmicky.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It was just... How can we kind of write a hit sort of
on the
that's
occult
catchy?
And the devil and, let's throw all these things. I mean, that's almost more, the Dio thing, like the Dio formula. Can I have,
We're going to mention a rainbow somewhere in here. At some point in this song, we're going to say, or this album, we're going to say rainbow at least 8 times. Check, check, check.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's like that formula, right? And so I don't want to make fun of that.
Yeah.
I need to mention crosses, rainbow, darkness, some sort, rain, thunder.
Got the checklist of all the imagery that we need to do. So, but anyway, the one song though that I liked at the time that I don't like so much these days was the song "So Tired." It was a very slow, mellow song, and it has a funny story behind it because they went and filmed a video for this. And at one point during the video, Ozzy goes and he sits down because the whole thing's like in this kind of stage.
I've never
video.
seen it.
Okay, well I'm going to tell you the story.
Tell me the story.
So Ozzy goes and he sits down in front of a mirror, like a makeup chair. Okay,
gotcha.
To go on to this whole kind of weird stagey thing. He sits down in front of this mirror, and he's told that at some point the mirror is going to shatter while he's sitting in front of it. There was no plan. Basically, he goes and sits down in front of this mirror, and some stagehand from behind the mirror hits it with a hammer. There's no protective glass, nothing. And in the video, it happens so fast, it's like almost, why did you even bother? You should see it. Because he sits down, and then all of a sudden you see it kind of go, crit, and then that's all you see in the video. But the glass literally flew out, got all over him, cut him, and the next thing they were flying across the ocean to come over here to play some shows, and while they were flying, he starts bleeding. No kidding. When they land, I think they landed in New York, like JFK, and they immediately had to take him to the hospital. I think they had to cancel the concert the next night or something because he had all this glass embedded, like in his nostrils or stuff like this. Because in this video, that was their master plan, is you're going to sit in front of this mirror and we're going to explode it into you. And that was it. Anyway, that's a true story. That really happened. And it was with this song, So Tired. So anyway, kind of silly, crazy stuff. So let's take a look on the inside. Now, lyrics on this side, not my favorite color scheme, to be honest, but...
There's the band.
That's a cool picture. I always dug this. Of course, you've got Tommy Aldridge, who's just always cool. And then there's Jakey Lee right there. Again, this is our first time that we really got introduced to Jake. And anyway, so kind of a cool picture. The music on this thing was... Bark at the Moon was fantastic. The rest of the album was okay.
Yeah.
And...
but great Christmas gift.
But man, dude, if you wanted a good Christmas gift. So what I wanted to share with you, I found a couple of reviews of the album. One of them actually, because today's December 9th, as we're recording this, one of them actually was in the Grand Forks Herald on December 9th of 1983.
42 years ago.
So this is the real deal. So check it out. Now, Richard, let's see here. Is he the one that gave these ratings?
Yeah, he writes the reviews.
Looks like he might be the guy.
His 1-star rating means don't bother with the album. 2 is the record likely will appeal to the fans of the recording group only. 3 stars, which is what this got. The album's worth listening to. And 4 stars, the album is superior and shouldn't be missed.
So now so Bark at the Moon is 3 stars. So let's listen to what he
listen
has to say about it. Bats, werewolf, bane, and a hint of the devil are Osbourne's trademarks.
There you go.
What many don't recognize is his immense talent as a lyricist.
Nice. A compliment. Okay.
He may not always show it, but Osbourne is one of the most talented musicians the heavy rock world has to offer. The greatest drawback to his music is that each album includes a few mindless heavy metal songs meant to maintain his image. Now, by the way, I just have to wonder about this, because while he was in Black Sabbath, he wrote lyrics a little bit here and there,
right?
But not really much.
Yeah, he wasn't the lyricist there.
And so I wonder, the stories about all this stuff, who really wrote the words and this kind of thing. I don't know, man.
It's Jakey Lee.
I don't know that it was Jakey, but when I hear this, that he's a great lyricist, I go, well, first of all, the lyrics on this album, it's not like they're great lyrics to begin with.
Right.
Second of all, did he really write them? I don't know. Well, and we'll never really know for sure, because these stories are, everybody's got their own story of what really happened. Yeah, exactly. Bark at the Moon is a fast-moving, energetic song about the life of a werewolf. Osbourne hits back hard at his critics with the straight-from-the-hip performance on You're No Different, which is, again, these are okay songs. The cuts, Now You See It, Now You See It, Now You Don't, and Rock and Roll Rebel have interesting lyrics, but are buried by a musical accompaniment that wallows in mediocrity. A Gregorian chant introduction and ominous background vocals give Center of Eternity a distinctive touch. Yeah. So Tired is a slow song done with grace and softer vocals. The style on So Tired will make you wonder if Ozzy isn't really a closet member of the Electric Light Orchestra.
Slow baby.
Down and Waiting for Darkness prove once again that for every good song there must be a poorly executed equivalent. That's funny. That's actually really funny. For every good song, there's got to be the equal and opposite. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
There you go.
Isn't that one of Newton's laws?
Newton's laws, baby.
So now we have the Ozzy's law, the Ozzy Newton law.
Right.
For every good song, there has to be one that's equally bad. Poignant lyrics and original arrangements could take over as Osbourne's trademarks, but this less theatrical approach would not be as commercially successful. Like Kiss, Osbourne has gained a following by appealing to the darker side of human nature. Cut through the pretense and Osbourne's talent will shine through. Best cuts, Bark at the Moon, You're No Different, Center of Eternity, So Tired. Wait a second. Does Kiss appeal to the darker side of human nature?
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've never really seen
them. But in 1983, Creatures of the Night.
Okay. Yeah, I can give you that, I guess.
Maybe.
I don't know. Okay, so this one's actually a little more interesting. This one actually was not written until January, a month later. This is from the Los Angeles Times. The record rack is Ozzy Osbourne losing his bite.
It's not the most appealing picture of Ozzy, right?
But this is, this is maybe part of the reason that they were doing this, because he really was the madman, and they wanted to have that persona, and so he would do these
stunts
stuff, these stunts, things that were a little bit stunty, a little bit gimmicky, as you said earlier. And so then you'd have pictures like this, and
sure.
Ozzy Osbourne, sounds of stagnance. Okay, like the carnival geek whose act he has emulated by biting off the heads of birds and bats, Ozzy Osbourne realizes that his main appeal is crass sensationalism. The current star of heavy metal shock rock fringe seems intent on nurturing his menace to society image on Bark at the Moon, but he seems more of an economic than a social threat.
That's pretty funny.
I don't know why that hit me so funny, dude.
Because it is
great. That's really great. Okay, but he seems more of an economic than a social threat to America's youth as he plows through the same lucrative hard rock vein of his first 3 albums.
Which is 2, really.
Two studio albums.
Right, gotcha. And
then the live album. Rock and Roll Rebel and You're No Different are assaults directed at Osbourne's social and religious critics, but instead of the coherent attacks he intended, the songs have a surprisingly defensive, if not paranoid tone, as Osbourne rationalizes himself as a disobedient star in rock and roll's great tradition. Most of the remaining tracks, with the exception of So Tired, are an overblown and futile attempt at a pop crossover ballad, are routine hard rock with gothic or misogynistic themes. Musically, Bark at the Moon suffers from the absence of the late Randy Rhoads,
True,
whose searing guitar work made Osbourne's previous two albums better than average heavy metal.
agreed.
Though his replacement, Jakey Lee, approximates Rhoads' blistering style, he never transcends the standards set more than a decade ago by Osbourne's original group, Black Sabbath. By the way, you have to give kudos to Jakey Lee.
You do.
When you put him in that situation,
No matter who you are,
you just, yes, that's right.
you're
You just
following
Tony Iommi for a decade.
right
Then Randy Rhoads comes in, who is this
icon.
who
Virtuoso.
and then a virtuoso and icon, and then he becomes kind of a martyr for heavy metal. Then because when somebody then dies and everybody's, you rally to them and all this other stuff, and then you're the guy that has to walk in and go,
Fill those shoes. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
the
gonna be the next guy.
yeah. Then whatever you do, it's going to be tough.
It's not only is it going to be tough, you're destined to probably fail more than succeed. It just is.
Yep.
I mean, think about it in like a Souls context, right? You got this great girlfriend or whatever. You guys break up or something tragically happens, right? Your next one in line isn't usually going to work out. It's going to be like the rebound or the, something. Usually isn't the one. It's the one after. It's the Zakk Wylde of the bunch.
That's really funny, dude. But you know what?
I know.
That's dude. You're so full of wisdom today. These
I don't know about
insightful
that.
comments.
I don't know about that. But the reality is, you're set up, to do that.
Dude,
It's
so
not.
I'll tell you.
It's just human nature. We are all gonna love the Randy Rhoads, Ozzy. So no matter, and Eddie Van Halen could have been. Ozzy could have picked anybody. It's just not Randy.
Yeah.
And Randy's style and sound was so unique. Nobody's going to do that. Look, Jakey Lee's a great guitarist, but I also am of the opinion of, okay, when you have guitarists come together with a good singer and they have that chemistry, they usually complement each other. But when they break up, as so many bands have done, you have the lead singers, usually what people tend to follow, and then the guitar player usually does something else. But I look at their body of work post breakup, right? What sounds or what holds up, right? I mean, I'll bring up like Don Dokken and George Lynch from the Dokken days. They can fight, and all these people, Jakey Lee and Ozzy, they all fight.
Yeah.
I did this, I did that. Jakey Lee, let me ask you, all your solo stuff and all the bands that you've done since, is it as good as your Ozzy stuff? Your 2 albums with Ozzy? That's debatable.
Yeah.
Right? Because if it was as good or better, was it you were on the Ozzy coattails per se? Maybe. But then you look at like other people. We talked about David Coverdale and the Whitesnake album, John Sykes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at what they've done separate since that album, since they worked together and then didn't work together, right? Or like I was mentioning George Lynch. George Lynch's Lynch Mob, when it first came out, sounded great. And
Yeah.
it still is great, Don's solo stuff without George, not as good. So so that's kind of like the debate. And I just kind of look at that, I mean, as a fan, you're buying both, right? I'm buying the David Lee Roth album, Eat 'em and Smile, even though I just bought 1984 and, 5150. It's just what it is. But, yeah, I mean, to be the rebound, the next in line, the heir to the throne, I mean, you can go through history in different scenarios and you're going to see a great ruler, president, girlfriend, Billy Joel, right? You were dating Christine Brinkley, bro. You guys break up. I don't know who you got on your list, but that shit ain't going to be as good as Christine Brinkley. Straight up. Right? I mean, it's just
oh my gosh,
what it's going to be like.
So funny and horrifying.
You know what
I mean, yes.
And I'm just saying from, I don't know, just a relationship standpoint. It's not even like, Randy Rhoads is in 11. Christine Brinkley in her prime in 11. Right? That's kind of my parallel here. Jakey Lee or whoever Billy Joel married and hung out with after, they're not going to be 11s, man. They just can't. Maybe a strong 8 or 9. It's still not an 11. It's just what it is.
That's really funny.
All right.
So
my wisdom is...
That's beautiful, man. I am touched. I think it's fantastic. So I love Jakey Lee just because of that. He had to come in here and take that.
Let me just say my last final thought. It takes some pretty big stones to answer that call and be like, you want me to follow in those footsteps? Got to give Jakey Lee credit, or anybody to fill in that void of any of these scenarios.
But also, it
right?
would be, yes. But also, let's be honest about it. That set up Jakey Lee. Because to this day...
Who else would know who the hell he is?
Right, because to this day, we all know who Jakey Lee is.
Right.
If we know something about... I mean, we're interested in him.
Right, I bought the Badlands
I was going to say...
CD because he was in it.
Because he's in it.
Right?
It's a little...
And Eric Singer was the drummer, I think, for them, too. But, I mean, I seen him in Reno playing, and he got some new band, like... Red Dragon, or I don't know, it was some weird name, like in the last decade. I'm like, yeah, no.
But
I knew who he was.
We still know who he is. And we're still kind of interested.
Red Dragon featuring Jakey Lee. Like, he's still a name.
Dude, if it was Red Dragon featuring Vinnie Vincent,
yeah,
we'd also be like, okay, I'm interested.
Right?
Just whatever.
But what's Vinnie done? Zero, right? I mean, there's a great example, too. I can't believe I forgot that one. Come on, man. You're filling in for Ace. Didn't matter who it was going to be. That was a tough.
Yeah.
Right? That's going to be tough.
So you may as well get somebody like Vinny.
Might as well get somebody like Vinny.
You may as well go all the way with the...
Oh, man. Vinny, I miss talking about you, man.
So let's see this last paragraph here. But it's the writer of all 8 of the album songs. This is funny that this says this.
Because this is the big debate.
But as the writer of all 8 of the album songs, Osbourne is primarily responsible for the record's stagnant approach. While hardcore heavy metal fans might find the material here satisfying, Bark should mark the decline of rock's self-proclaimed madman, no matter how absurd his future antics become. This is the reason I love this channel. Because here we are, reading something from January 1st, 1984, and listening to what people were saying back then, and they had no idea what we know now. I love this so much. Because he's writing him off.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, whatever, this guy's over. Whatever he does from here on out, it's downhill. Little did he know that whatever it was, 80 years later, or whatever it was, when we lose Ozzy, the entire planet,
42.
Everyone on the planet is paying attention and knows. And it culturally significant thing brings millions of people around the world together over this guy that this self-proclaimed madman, how absurd his future antics, the guy had left such a mark. Yeah. So it's so fascinating.
It is fascinating. And, but it could, I mean, that's the slippery slope of fame. It could have
gone the other way.
Could have gone the other way. And this Jim Reeves could have been right.
And this article that I have for you today, I think you're really going to have fun with this. This is somebody that was put on assignment to go report on an Ozzy Osbourne concert. And when you read this, it's clear she doesn't know a lot about this at all. And then, and some of these people that write these reviews, they're actually really good, like good writers. You know, they're writing for these newspapers. And so when they get put on these assignments to go experience these things, it's kind of entertaining listening to what they have to say about their reaction, especially because they weren't a fan of this stuff. They don't really understand it. So the one that I have for you today is from the El Paso Times. This is February 24th of 1982. And it's this person that's been asked to go see Ozzy in concert. Now, to put this in context, you know that at this point, they're on the Diary of a Madman tour. And Randy Rhoads is playing. So this is before he got killed in the plane crash. And anyway, this person just tells this story of going to this concert. And those of you that are watching and not just listening, you'll see there's a picture there with Ozzy with his hands up in the air, and you can see Randy in the background. And the underneath the picture, it says Ozzy Osbourne left. Let's see here. Emotes as guitarist Randy Rhoads grooves. Former member of Black Sabbath drew a full crowd of young teenagers Tuesday. Okay, so here's the article. And this is really fun because this person starts out explaining the little interaction this person had with their boss who was asking him to go to this concert. Okay, here it goes. And the title of the article is Ozzy, Legend Preceded Monster Rocker, but no one lost his head over it. Okay, Jim Brooks, Times staff writer. All right. Ozzy Osbourne will be here Tuesday, my editor said casually. Could you cover his concert? Sounded simple enough. Sure. Is there anything I should know about him? Well, he's a hard rock singer. Uh-huh. And he's got sort of a reputation. Yeah. Well, they tell me he bit the head off a dove. What? After that, he took a chunk out of a bat at one of his live concerts. Probably won't try that again. Appears he had to take rabies shots afterward. Does this assignment include combat pay? And then the editor says to him at the very end, are your life insurance premiums paid up? And then his note there, compassionate editor. Okay, now he starts off his story. Tuesday afternoon, teeny boppers invade El Paso County Coliseum. Rockstar devours screaming chihuahua. That was my nightmare headline, especially after I talked with Coliseum manager Pam Smelter before the concert. He's already been told not to pull anything, Miss Smelter said. The Coliseum management threatened a lawsuit if he tried anything too bizarre, Miss Smelter said. And forget about those dog rumors, she assured me. You know, the ones about how he kills canines right on stage? You know, by the way, it is kind of interesting if you've followed this and if you've read the stories about all this, how these legends kind of went from town to town, all these crazy things that he was supposedly doing on stage, none of which were true. They all came off of one very, very almost innocent thing that happened on stage once. And then as he moved from town to town, it just turned into this legendary thing. Okay. Late Tuesday afternoon, only about 500 of the 8,050 tickets remained unsold. Teenagers were flocking in. The younger ones are the ones coming in, Miss Smelter said. Some of them look 10, 12. Word of Ozzy's penchant for the grizzly had even reached deep into Middle America. Friday, we got hit by a bunch of calls from little old ladies, Miss Smelter said, who were concerned about the antics of the rocker. They'd probably read in the paper a warning to Osbourne from the Baton Rouge, Louisiana district attorney. He told Osbourne and crew not to come to that city for a scheduled March 3rd concert. Everywhere this guy goes, it is the same thing. Something happens, the district attorney was quoted as saying. One place he bit the head off a bat. He might expose some of our young people to rabies. Okay, now we move into the next phase of the article. Tuesday night. A sellout crowd, and nobody looked frightened at the prospect of rabies. Given the pungent aroma that wafted through the cavernous Coliseum and the gallons of beer being consumed, probably nobody was worried about anything. T-shirted teenagers, some sporting Ozzy's current T-shirt with a dagger bloodily gutting the American landscape, squeezed into the arena to see the monster rocker stomp. By the way, does anybody remember that? I don't remember that concert t-shirt. Maybe somebody watching this remembers on that tour, those concert t-shirts. I don't remember that particular image. Before that, though, they had to sit through an hour-long set by heavy metal band UFO. The band probably played some okay melodies, but with the heavy amplification, you'd never know it. And then in parentheses, it says, the Coliseum's Stone Age acoustics, a whole other story, didn't help either. On a few numbers, especially the popular Too Hot to Handle and Lights Out, UFO ignited the already inflamed fans. They were primed for Ozzy. Known more for his theatrics than his music, the former member of Black Sabbath opened his set by jumping from a puff of smoke bearing a huge silver cross. The stage set included Gothic arches soaring to the Coliseum's ceiling. Heavy, Ozzy, heavy. He's not as campy as Alice Cooper, nor as commercially accessible as Kiss, but his fans are just as devoted. Ozzy brought them to their feet more than once. And by the way, anybody that I remember when he toured on this concert, but I didn't go. I was, 13? It was before I really started going to concerts much. But if anybody saw this, I'd love to hear if you remember him doing that at the beginning of the show. His average voice belted out with some success, such tunes as Flying High Again, a cut off his current album Diary of a Madman, Suicide Solution, and Steal Away Tonight. He also gave acclaimed guitarist Randy Rhoads a chance to wow the spectators with his fancy fingerwork. My favorite song of the evening, Ozzy's atypical, almost ballad-like Goodbye to Romance. Curiously, the number featured a mock hanging. Ozzy just can't play it straight. When you hear this article, one of the really cool things about it is it gives you kind of a glimpse into Ozzy's sense of humor. And as I go through this, you'll pick that out and you'll notice it. And what I found was this really cool newspaper article about Black Sabbath, and it just talks to them at the time that this album had come out, because they were looking at this like Black Sabbath has now been around for basically 10 years. So when Never Say Die came out, Black Sabbath was about 10 years old at that time. And so this newspaper did this little article on Black Sabbath, and it's really pretty interesting, and I think you're going to enjoy it. And stick around to the end, because I'm going to show you something really cool also in this newspaper, and it's this article that says, Woman Wakes Naked Intruder. Which is as strange as it sounds. And before we get started, we want to thank Digitech for their continual supporting of this channel. If you're a guitar player, visit digitech.com and see all the latest cool gear and technology that they have there. That's digitech.com. So anyway, back to this Black Sabbath thing. So the title of this article says 10 years of paranoia and chuckles with Black Sabbath, which is quite an interesting title. Okay, here we go. They certainly don't look 10 years older. An early Black Sabbath photograph shows Osbourne with shorter hair and Iommi, Butler, and Ward with considerably more. Ward has a beard now, that's about it. They're still selling out arenas across the country and have been since August, with 1 month off while they sold out auditoriums in Europe. And they're not through with us yet. Their first new album in 18 months, Never Say Die, is finally out after a recording process roughly analogous to a cesarean section. It was pretty rough getting this album recorded. And by the way, on this tour, this is the tour where Van Halen is opening up for Black Sabbath. And we have other shows on this channel about that. And it's quite a story to have both those bands touring together at this time. So, and after all these years, people still think they're Satanists. Vocalist and chief lurcher, Ozzy Osbourne, shakes his head. There's always one of these people in the audience doing all these weird black magic signs, throwing garlic on the stage. It's raining Bibles these days, all with little quotations underlined, spelling out like, Ozzy, you are going to die, stuff like that. They must spend a lot of time on this, underlining it all. Why me? I don't do it to Frank Sinatra, unquote. Osbourne keeps all the booty thrown on Sabbath stages, or so he claims. Quote, I've got vaults of Bibles. I'm a hoarder. Built a room especially for my junk. I have a stuffed bear 7 feet tall, a Russian bear. I call him Eric, unquote. By the way, I've never heard this before. This idea that Ozzy keeps all the stuff that gets thrown on the stage. I don't know how true that is, but it is funny thinking about that. Osbourne and company have long been characterized by the press as having personalities like their music. Dour, somber, lethal, a 4-part barbiturate-inducing numbness of the skull. At times, this has been true, because they are simple lads and don't often bother to put on an act for the press. Earlier on this tour, Osbourne, upset and miserable one day, granted an interview, the extent of which was Ozzy saying, "Screw this and screw that, I want to go home." But on a good day, and they're not all that infrequent, Ozzy is a comic, a rapid-fire staccato machine gunner who can exaggerate any subject to a laugh, such as Iommi's vitamin pills lined up on his dresser like squat brown soldiers. Quote, "He used to take much more," Osbourne says, grinning wickedly. "He was like a rattle at the end of the day. Shake him and he sounded like an avalanche. He gave me a hug. He gave me a huge niacin horse pill once and said, 'Take this and you'll feel better.' Aha. It was so big you had to take it in 3 chapters. I started to feel hot. I thought I was dying. My hands and arms were all red. I'm exploding," unquote. By the way, I had somebody that was not long ago that kept telling me to take niacin pills. Those things, that is pretty intense when you take, if you've never taken a niacin pill before, it like makes you feel like you're on fire. It's pretty interesting. Okay. It's hard to imagine the band without the rough energy of Osbourne, but they lost him for 2 whole months when he quit the band last year. Quote, "My father was dying," Osbourne said. "I went through a lot of trips in my own head. I couldn't get it together while I was with the band. When you're in a band, you're part of it 24 hours a day," unquote. Later, when he faced certain career decisions, quote, "What was the point of leaving one band and going into another with the same trips? If it ever happens again, I think I'll give it up completely. Eventually, everyone has to slow down," unquote. Which is such an interesting statement because, again, they're only 10 years into their career. And of course, Ozzy, if you know the story, his father passed away, and they were having all kinds of inner turmoil in the band. There were so many different issues. And of course, Ozzy did quit for a short period of time, and the band looked like it might just completely fall apart during this period. But somehow they managed to get it together, to finish up the album, and then they went on that tour. But in the end, that really was it. Ozzy left after that, started his solo career, and that's when Ronnie James Dio came in and started the band, or started with Black Sabbath. But then he said, it's interesting though that he says if I ever stopped, I'd have to just give it up completely. But he didn't. Obviously, he went off and formed a new band, which was called Blizzard of Ozz. We sometimes think that the album was called Blizzard of Ozz, but the truth was it was the band that was called Blizzard of Ozz, and it was kind of later that we all just started referring to the album as Ozzy's album called Blizzard of Ozz. Anyway, just FYI if you didn't know that. One happy outcome, they claim, of all the leaving and regrouping and retiring and not retiring, they no longer have a manager. Quote, "Managers, all you get is a broken heart and a tax bill." They employ a man who does managerial tasks without the usual percentage. When Osbourne left, the others carried on. According to soft-spoken Iommi, "We were writing new numbers all the time. We wrote some with Ozzy, then Ozzy left. We wrote some more numbers. Ozzy came back. We wrote some more numbers. In between, Dave Walker, who was once with Fleetwood Mac and Savoy Brown, joined the group, and we wrote new songs for him. We had so many songs, we just kept doing them." They had to edit and choose and record in Toronto for tax reasons. Toronto was absolutely bloody freezing. We couldn't believe it. So, and that's true. So when Ozzy did leave the band, they brought in this guy, Dave Walker, to actually sing. And they had actually written a few songs with them. And when Ozzy came back, he just wouldn't sing any of those tunes. So anyway, but they did have this other guy for that very, very short period of time. Okay, now we're skipping to the next page. All right, so the group says they're quite pleased with the new album. Quote, "It's a very mature album," Osbourne says. "You'll notice certain changes that have happened to the music. Little bits of the old, past, future. It's been one of the most difficult to do. We'd written so much stuff we didn't know what to put on it," unquote. Osbourne's opinion aside, half of Never Say Die is raw Black Sabbath meat, the kind of unsophisticated, blood-pulsing thumpers we expect. The other side is more experimental with a few excursions into slower, jazzier formats that seem alien. Maybe they'll get better at it. And I'm just curious, your input, your thoughts on the album Never Say Die. Does that, in your opinion, is that an apt description of what that album is like? Before recording, they had rehearsed in a house in Wales, and now they're on tour, so they don't get home much. Ward's wife traveled with him. She's American. Her folks live in Huntington Beach, California. Iommi is no longer married, contemplating a move to Los Angeles, but that would mean selling his country estate with its 200 rooms of antique furniture. Quote, I want something smaller, but I also want to keep the furniture, he sighs. Osbourne adamantly refuses to consider a move to California. Quote, I'd rather not be with my family in England than not be with my family in Los Angeles, unquote. Hey, we want to hear from you. And what I mean by that is we really, really want to hear from you. Down in the first comment below and in the show notes, there is a link where you can literally go sign up for 15 minutes to actually give me a call. And what I want to hear from you is, number one, I want to hear the 3 videos that we have made that you liked the most. Number 2, I want to hear the topics that you want us to do or that you enjoy the most. We'll have a quick meeting, go through those, and then anything else you want to chat about. We got 15 minutes. There's a link down below. So sign up for one of those slots and we're looking forward to talking to you. Osbourne, for all of his boyish bumpkinism, he's the worst kid of all, Iommi said of Osbourne's paternal capabilities, obviously likes his family. His wife Thelma doesn't drink or smoke or take dope. Ozzy has a stepson, Elliot, 12, a daughter, Jennifer Starshine, 6, and son, Luis, 3, called Louis Bombins. Like a child, Ozzy admits, I've got to be kept amused 24 hours a day. I'm considering employing my own court jester, and I love getting people totaled out. I love being the only one left standing at the end of the day, he says, striking a King Kong pose. Osbourne claims he's a drunk rather than a doper, although there are unconfirmed reports of prodigious druggery throughout the years. By the way, he may claim that, but you go back and read the books and they were all of them were using everything. It's pretty crazy stuff. Quote, I love English beer, he claims. When I was a kid, I couldn't wait to drink beer because I'd see Dad leave the house for the pub all grumpy and he'd come back. And when he came back, he was so happy, unquote. He hated that first taste, but he got used to it and started drinking steadily at age 11. Quote, there's a great pub right here, he said, waving his tattooed arm in the general direction of the Beverly Hilton Hotel, where the group is staying. Poolside, Osbourne wore a Black Sabbath t-shirt and shorts, which revealed his legs with their disconcerting little smile faces on each knee. These tattoos, and the ones spelling out his name on his hands, look as if they were scratched in with a ballpoint pen. Yeah, that is true. Those things looked like they were just kind of really, really sloppily put together. Maybe that's part of the charm, too. He has several other tattoos that were obviously executed by a professional. Gratified by their success after such a long absence from our stages and charts, every gig has sold out, most of them very quickly, Iommi calmly smiles. And by the way, like I said a little while ago, this was touring with Van Halen. And there's a lot of people that were saying maybe some of the people that were coming to see the show was because Van Halen was on they were on the way in and Black Sabbath was kind of on the way out. But one thing for sure, though, is if you go back and you read people, I think Tony might even address this in his book, but they were looking at this thinking that the record company was using Black Sabbath to build a following for Van Halen. And they were actually feeling like they were being used. Like the record company was looking at Black Sabbath like they were this washed up band, even though they were still pulling a crowd. And they were basically saying, hey, we can get Black Sabbath's crowd to come to their concert, and then we'll sell them on Van Halen when we're there because Van Halen's going to be the moneymaker in the future. Anyway, that's the way some of the guys in Black Sabbath believed what was going on at the time. That they were actually being used. That they weren't being sent out on the road to promote the album. They were mostly being sent out on the road to promote Van Halen. For those of us that love this classic media, I think most of us remember these things, audio and videotapes. And I recently realized that a lot of the viewers of this channel don't realize that behind this channel, there's a company called the Audiomover Digitizing Studio. And for 25 years, we've been digitizing old media like this for individuals and organizations across the United States and Canada. So if you have any old audio or videotapes you need preserved, we can help. And for anybody watching this video today, we're offering a 15% discount on any Audiomover digitizing service. Just use the discount code on the screen. So visit audiomover.com today to learn more and get an order started. Calmly smiles. It really has been a good tour, he understates. Asked if he had ever thought the group would last this long, he shrugs. I don't really think about it. Pause. I wouldn't like to see it end. We all do enjoy it, which is so funny to listen to this stuff now. One of the reasons I love reading these articles, because now we know what was really going on at the time. You know, the strife, the difficulties, the problems. Because right after this, of course, Ozzy's gone. They kick him out, and then Ozzy has to go off. You know, he kind of picks up, and they put that new band together with Randy Rhoads, you know, Blizzard of Ozz, like we talked about a minute ago. And then Black Sabbath picks up Dio, and they, in some ways, you know, when you look back at that, you could argue that it was good for both parties, because they were kind of, it seems, losing their way by the time Never Say Die came out. Even though there are people that watch this channel that think that's their best album, it did seem that they were losing their way. And with Ozzy being able to go out on his own and being introduced to Randy Rhoads kind of gave him a shot in the arm, and he started picking back up and finding himself, and of course became a legend again after that, a whole new career. And then Black Sabbath picking up Dio, you had this whole new energy brought into Black Sabbath, because Ozzy never wasn't as involved with writing the music like Dio was. When Dio came into the band, I mean, Dio was a multi-instrumentalist. He could play different instruments. He wrote lyrics. He wrote songs. And so it was so both camps, both groups were kind of introduced this whole new thing that kind of helped them almost resurrect in a new form. And so you could argue that it ended up being better for both, for Ozzy and for Black Sabbath, to have that experience, because they were able to get this new energy and make some really great things happen. I mean, because when you ask me, some of my favorite stuff that ever was done under the name of Black Sabbath was the stuff with Ronnie James Dio. I love that stuff. I mean, the first time I was introduced to Black Sabbath, the first time I remember hearing a quote Black Sabbath song was the song Mob Rules from the Heavy Metal soundtrack. And and then about the same time, we're all being introduced to Ozzy, and it wasn't until after I had heard of Ozzy that I even realized that he had been with Black Sabbath. You know, and that was true for a lot of us, because we were all very young and we're just kind of figuring things out. And so, anyway, it arguably was a good thing for both camps. If you like Ozzy Osbourne and you're interested in the early days of his solo career, then I think you'll enjoy what I have for you here today. So there's been a lot of talk about Black Sabbath lately, because they've announced this concert that they're going to do. And it's going to be the original guys all back together. And I guess they said that maybe Ozzy isn't going to be singing more than a few songs with them. But what got me kind of excited was the fact that Bill Ward was going to be there, because I went and saw them on their final tour. Of course, Bill Ward wasn't involved, which was kind of a letdown. But anyway, it's just always interesting. It's one of my favorite topics to just talk about Black Sabbath, Ozzy, and just, it's such an interesting history how the whole thing happened. And what I have here is a newspaper article that I think you're going to enjoy, because what it is it's basically an interview with Ozzy and this was published July 14th of 1981. So what was happening at this point is Ozzy is basically just started a month or so earlier, I guess a couple months earlier, his tour of North America on this album right here, Blizzard of Ozz. So to put all this in context, the history gets a little bit messy when you start talking about the personnel, and I'm going to go into that in a second to try to clear up really what happened between these two albums, the first two. So this album was released in the UK in September of 1980. But it wasn't released in North America until the following March 27th of 1981. And so what happened then when they released it in the United States, March 27th of 1981, about a month later, they started the tour of the United States. Now, what's interesting about that, though, is that after they finished the European leg of this tour for Blizzard of Ozz, they actually recorded the entire next album before they even came to the United States to tour on this album, which is what made the personnel changes in this thing a little bit weird. And I'm going to get into that in just a minute. But I want to jump into this article because, again, this is an interview with Ozzy. And to just kind of hear what he was saying back in 1981, it is actually pretty interesting because he's got this solo album out. And keep in mind, I mean, by 1981, you know, he had been, for all intents and purposes, a drunk, washed up rock star from a couple of years earlier. He got kicked out of Black Sabbath. He had no money. He had no future. Nobody knew what to do with him. And he managed to get this album recorded, put out, managed to put a band together, and then started touring on this thing. And then it just started leading to personnel problems. And that's what I'll talk about here in just a second. But anyway, so the title of this article is Ozzy Lacks Horns. And you'll notice the people in the picture, and this is kind of important. You have Randy Rhoads over on the left. You've got Ozzy there in the middle. And then you've got Tommy Aldridge. Of course, Tommy Aldridge was the drummer at this point. And he'd been recruited from Pat Travers. And the one they don't show here is a guy named Rudy Sarzo. And he was the bassist at this point. Again, I'll get into this in just a second. Okay, Ozzy Lacks Horns is the name of this article. And this is a quote, "People seem to think that late at night when I'm at home, my teeth turn into fangs and I grow horns out of my head and I start flying around the attic," Ozzy Osbourne is saying earnestly. "Nothing could be further from the truth," unquote. This doesn't sound like a man who recently shocked a meeting of CBS record executives by biting off the head of a dove. But then it was an early phone call from LA and the sun was up. Okay, now, what is this all about? This is a story that's been told and misunderstood many times what happened because we have a couple of head biting off incidences. And they get kind of mixed up for some people, I think. Well, okay, so here's what happened. And this is why I brought up the timeline a minute ago, because this will actually make this whole thing make sense. All right. So they had put out this album on Jet Records. Let's see, right there, Jet Records, okay? So they'd put out this album on Jet Records. Now, they're getting ready for the American tour of this album, but it hadn't been released in the United States yet. So now it's being released in North America on March 27th of 1981. So on March 27th of 1981, when CBS is now going to take this album, so to make that clear, it's Jet Records is the record company, but it's being distributed in the United States by CBS Records. And so for all intents and purposes, they're going to be responsible for getting this thing in the stores, making the promotion happen, et cetera, et cetera. So on March 27th of 1981, to get the people at CBS excited about Ozzy as a solo artist, they went and participated in this meeting of basically executives at CBS Records. And this was on the day of the release, March 27th. And the idea is, they're trying to get all the executives, all the promo people and everybody excited about this guy, this washed up rock star from Black Sabbath, which is this old band, trying to get them excited about him. So they have this meeting. And so Ozzy and Sharon both show up to come to this meeting, and it's in kind of a business boardroom kind of thing, right? So, and what she had said is we need to go in there and we have to do something that gets their attention, that makes a statement. And because one of the things that Ozzy was really well known at was whenever you see him in concert, he'd always have these peace signs up. I mean, there's pictures of him everywhere back with Black Sabbath. That was always his thing, peace, peace. And so what Sharon decided to do was, why don't we take a couple of doves in with us? And Ozzy was basically going to put them in his pocket and then wait for the right moment. And as a symbol of peace, he was going to take these doves out of his pockets and release them. And then the idea was they were going to fly around in the room and it was going to be a little spectacle, kind of a fun little thing. And then I guess the doves were supposed to come back and land on him or something like this. But anyway, that was it. It was kind of make a splash, do something kind of interesting, a peace offering, if you will, to this record company that is now basically going to be at the head of deciding whether or not he's going to have a future by whether or not they're really going to promote him. So they're in this boardroom, they're in this meeting, and Ozzy, who is bored at this, in this meeting, and he hates this kind of stuff. I mean, if you ever read his interviews and listen to him, he hates that kind of thing, going in these meetings with all the executives and what have you. So apparently, and he's probably, it sounds like he's a little bit inebriated too. And it is, of course, it is 9 o'clock in the morning or something like that at the time. So what he does is he's getting bored with this kind of meeting that's going on and the little formalities and the executive stuff. Apparently what he does is he just, in the middle of the meeting, out of frustration, he stands up, he walks to the front of the room and proceeds to sit on the lap of this young woman who is one of the, I don't know if she's an executive, but she's one of the people that works there at CBS Records. Ozzy then proceeds to take out one of the doves. This story is told slightly different variations, but I think this is the one how he tells it in his book. He takes out one of the doves, and rather than letting it fly away, he sticks its head in its mouth, rips the head off of it, spits it out onto the table, and apparently when you bite the head off of birds, the waste that is in the bird ready to be released anyway comes shooting out of the bird, something that we probably just wouldn't have known otherwise. And this then proceeds to shoot out of the bird all over this girl that he's proceeded to sit on her lap. And everybody is dumbfounded for a second, not knowing what to do. And then she, starts, and it just turns into this kind of chaotic, what the heck is going on situation. And then supposedly he takes the other dove out, throws it up and then says peace or something like this. Okay. But that was basically it. The basic idea of the story is that they were at CBS Records because they needed CBS to push the album. So they wanted to make an impression while they were there, a good impression, and Ozzy proceeded in Ozzy fashion to turn it into a chaotic, crazy experience, and he was banned from the offices after that. They kicked him out, and he and Sharon didn't even have a car there apparently, and they're sitting out front, and it was kind of a funny story. I mean, it's sick, but it's just and it's crazy. What happened? It's so wild. But anyway, so it ended up, even though they were there trying to have kind of this peace offering to get them excited about promoting the band, they ended up just upsetting everybody, banning them from the building. But of course, when this story started getting around, it just turned him into more of the notoriety he had for being a little bit crazy and wild. It just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And these are the kinds of things that helped him just over time become more and more of a household name. So it actually added to the legend of Ozzy, the fact that he did that. And the bat one happened a couple of years later, and that's a whole nother story. And maybe we'll do a whole show on these things at some point, because it's just so interesting. So anyway, so now by the time this bite the head off the dove incident happened, they had already finished recording the entire next album, Diary of a Madman. It was in the can, ready to go, and it was set to then be released later on that year in October of 1981, which is part of the reason why the albums were released so close to each other, this one and the next one. And I'm going to talk about the personnel thing here in just a second when we get to that. In fact, the former lead singer for heavy metal doomsayers, Black Sabbath, prefers to stay at his English home with his wife and 3 kids, drink with the farmers at the local, and be normal. Right now, however, he's back on the road with his own Ozzy Osbourne band, touring to promote the LP Blizzard of Ozz. Now, this is a mistake that was being made early on. And a lot of people, I didn't understand this at the time. Not sure many people actually did. It was intended to be called, the band was going to be a band called Blizzard of Ozz that just happened to have Ozzy in it. But for promotional reasons, they decided that they needed to connect Ozzy's name to this band, and so they just put his name really big, and then everybody kind of assumed that the album was called Blizzard of Ozz, but this is Ozzy Osbourne on his solo tour. And this actually rubbed some people the wrong way. Randy Rhoads, who was in the band, he was kind of an unknown, so he didn't have a lot of leverage, or he didn't really have, wasn't in a position to be too bothered by it, because he's just bought into this great meal ticket for himself, to be with this this legendary frontman, even though he was a washed-up rock star. He was actually out doing his thing now. But the other two people that played on this album, and I'll show you right here. Well, you can't really see him. There's Randy, there's Ozzy. This is Bob Daisley playing bass. He had actually played with Rainbow, and that's what he's best known for. I think he also played for Uriah Heep, and he was a fairly well-known guy. And then back behind there is a guy named Lee Kerslake, and he was the drummer who had also played with Uriah Heep. So these two were actually kind of established musicians. And so they joined the band. They were the kind of people that had done enough that they weren't seeing Ozzy as some godlike figure. He was a peer. And so they were forming a band with Ozzy that was going to be called Blizzard of Ozz. And so they didn't really like finding out that they were now we're playing for Ozzy. So it rubbed them the wrong way a little bit, those two specifically. And then, so now I'm gonna read what it says here in this paragraph, and then I'm gonna explain something. So promote Blizzard of Ozz, which was again supposed to be the name of the band. The band, Ozzy, drummer Tommy Aldridge, ex-Pat Travers band, guitarist Randy Rhoads, and bassist Rudy Sarzo appears at Kerrisdale Arena Wednesday, and then it's saying that they appear with Motorhead, which means reverting from normal to mental. Okay, so you'll see the people though that they just named in here. You've got Tommy Aldridge as the drummer, Randy Rhoads and Rudy Sarzo are his band. Now, okay, I'm going to just show this to you visually so you can see what's going on here. So again, this is Blizzard of Ozz. This is the first album. This is the one that came out, at least in the States, March 27th of 1981. Then, later on that year, in October of 1981, is when Diary of a Madman was released. Now remember, this was finished before the Dove incident, before the release of this album in the United States. Okay? Now, here's the thing that's interesting about it. When I pull the sleeve out, look who is listed as the people in the band. Ozzy Osbourne vocals, of course, there. There's Rudy Sarzo, Randy Rhoads, and then Tommy Aldridge. These two, Rudy Sarzo and Tommy Aldridge, did not play on this album. Because what happened, again, this album was released, Blizzard of Ozz. Blizzard of Ozz was released. I know a lot of Ozzy fans already know this, but my mom, who also watches these videos, doesn't know this stuff, so she's getting educated right now, so bear with me. Okay. Lee Kerslake and Bob Daisley they'd been upset about some of the things related to how much they were being paid. And so they said, we want to get paid more for our travel and various things like this. And there were some other personal issues, again, because they didn't like a lot of this stuff that had happened. And so they kicked those two guys out of the band. Lee Kerslake and Bob Daisley are kicked out of the band. So by the time they start the tour for this album in the United States, they needed a new drummer and they needed a new bass player. So they picked up Tommy Aldridge, who, as we said, played with Pat Travers, and they picked up a guy named Rudy Sarzo. How did they find Rudy Sarzo? Well, Rudy Sarzo had played in Quiet Riot. And where did Randy Rhoads come from? Quiet Riot. So they brought Rudy Sarzo on board. So here, when they put the album out, this is the picture that they put on the inside of the album, but these two guys didn't even play on it. It was actually the two guys that had played on this album, actually played on both albums. So the long and the short of it is, the band that played on Blizzard of Ozz was the exact same band that played on this album. But they had been kicked out by the time these tours started. And so anyway, that's why you end up with this picture on the inside of the album. And boy, it led to legal troubles. I mean, all kinds of stuff over the years. As a matter of fact, at one point, they even re-recorded those tracks to get there, and people, it was an ugly, ugly thing. And so anyway, that's what happened with the personnel there. Okay, now getting back to this interview, which is I think is so interesting. So here's Ozzy again. Now again, we're referring to Blizzard of Ozz at this point. He says, the album is really taking off, says the affable Oz. and really doing well in Canada from what I hear. I'm bowled over by it, because to be successful once is great, but to have a second crack at the whip and at 31 years old. Of course, he's talking about the fact that he got booted out of Black Sabbath, where he was on top of the world at one point, one of the most famous rock stars in the world, and then slid all the way down almost to the bottom, where he's just kind of this washed up has-been. And now he's looking at this, and for whatever reason, he seems to recognize, like, hey, I got another chance here. It's kind of lucky, especially now that I'm in my 30s. Okay. Although several artists from Jimi Hendrix through Cream were the blueprint for heavy metal and Led Zeppelin laid the foundation, Black Sabbath was the archetypal heavy metal band, a group that turned up the volume on a few simplistic monolithic chords and plodded forth as comic book antichrists. Although Black Sabbath quickly fell victim to self-parody and was widely cited as the first dinosaur band, a group that should be extinct by now, it has retained its popularity. Ozzy, who left the group approximately 18 months ago, is glad to be rid of it. Now, left the group, he was, as far as I've been, it's so funny. You read all these books and everybody has their own little twist of what happened. It's pretty clear they kicked him out. They just couldn't deal with him anymore. He was a disaster. He was a mess. But anyway, his spin on this whole thing here is that he says, quote, "I feel free," Osbourne enthuses. "I have the chains of doom sawed off my legs. For the rest of their career, Black Sabbath will have to sing about gloom, death, and destruction. Like Never Say Die, the last LP I made with Black Sabbath was the worst piece of junk I'd ever had the displeasure to record. I didn't want to work with those people anymore. I can say this now as it looks like things are happening for me, but I think the other guys are living off the past, and it's sad to see. The dream is over," he continues, unfortunately quoting John Lennon, "and they won't own up to it. It's garbage." Now, that is an arguable statement. So again, now putting some of these things in context, Black Sabbath, with now new singer Ronnie James Dio, put out the album Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell came out in April of 1980, and in my opinion, and I think and a lot of people share this, it was great. Black Sabbath stepped up their game. The music was fantastic. It was like a shot in the arm for the guys in Black Sabbath to come up and you listen to the guys talk about it. Tony Iommi, he'll say that having Dio brought into the band actually kind of forced them to step up their game. And so Ozzy's knocking it, saying those guys live in the past and it's awful. Of course he is. But the truth is, several months before this album came out, Black Sabbath put out this new album with Dio, and it was awesome. And it actually did okay. I mean, people responded to it fairly well. So to put the timeline, that was released in April of 1980, Heaven and Hell. This was released in September of 1980 in the UK, and then it was again March of the next year that it was released in the United States. So Heaven and Hell was released widely, instantly, but it took almost a year before this one showed up after Heaven and Hell, before this one even showed up in the United States. So it seemed kind of further apart, at least in the United States, than it really was, the release of the two things. Anyway, but Black Sabbath did just fine without Ozzy. And I actually love all that Ronnie James Dio stuff. And that's a whole nother story, how that kind of fell apart. Okay. Blizzard of Ozz doesn't exactly present Ozzy as Buster Brown or Little Ford Fauntleroy. He's posed on the cover with crucifix, cape, skull, and ram's horns, and he's written a song about Satanist Aleister Crowley. Of course, they're referring to this album cover right here. Quote, "I was an integral part of Black Sabbath," Osbourne explains. "Part of the sound that is identified with Black Sabbath. So when I started the band, I knew I wasn't going to sound like the Kinks or anyone else. But now I can try anything I want. We've already recorded the second LP, Diary of a Madman." That's what we were talking about a second ago. And this article, remember, is in July 14th of 1981. And so this is just a couple of months after the biting head off the dove incident while they're touring the United States, and just a few months away from releasing the next album. But let's see here. Diary of a Madman, which will come out in October. And when that comes out, people won't be comparing me to Black Sabbath. And I got to tell you, part of the reason that these articles, and I do these things when we do these segments on reading these old articles, is the context is so fascinating. Because at this point, Ozzy was not the worldwide legendary figure that we know him today. The record companies weren't even sure whether to promote him because he'd been this kind of washed up, drunk, drug-addled rock star, kind of a loser, kind of what he seemed like at this point. And, today it's fascinating because here we are in 2025, and I could call my mother and she'd know who Ozzy is. It's just amazing. I did a whole nother video. You should go look for it where I kind of asked the question, why him? Of all the people in the world, why is he the guy that everyone in the world knows who he is? It's just so amazing to think about all the things that had to fall into place for him, who was in 79 getting kicked out of Black Sabbath, this has-been, and now in 2025, everybody on the planet knows who he is. It's an amazing story. And so, but here at this point, nobody knows that's coming. All he's got is this one album out, and you listen to him, read his book and listen to what was going on, and they were struggling. They didn't have any money. They were just bootstrapping this whole thing. Matter of fact, I think they paid for the recording of Diary of a Madman, as I recall, out of their pockets. They didn't even have an advance from a record company really to do it. And so a lot of this stuff was just being bootstrapped. So, okay, the next LP varies drastically from track to track, he says sincerely. It's the most tasteful LP I've ever made. The title track is an epic. Again, we're talking now about this album. He's talking about this one that has not been released yet. But the title track, of course, is this, Diary of a Madman. But listen to what he says about it. It's not overproduced or anything, but I think I've finally got my Stairway to Heaven. It's so interesting when you listen to people compare things to that song, because to so many people, that is the touchstone of magnificent, perfect song, right? Perfect recording, perfectly written, everything. And so he's even comparing himself to, I've got my Stairway to Heaven. Well, Diary of a Madman, in truth, is a really interesting song. And it's produced well, it's written well. Randy Rhoads' fingerprints are all over that thing. And as a matter of fact, it's about 6 some odd minutes long, so it is a longer piece of music, and it has some cool little movements in it. And of course, it ends up with that choir. Ah, ah. You've heard the song before, which is kind of neat. And it has all these really interesting things it does through it. But Stairway to Heaven, it was not. But it was it was still a solid song for Ozzy. While some of us may gag on this horrific piece of news, this is not him anymore. This is the writer of this article. And after he says, I've finally got my Stairway to Heaven, the writer says, while some of us may gag on this horrific piece of news, it is indicative of the Ozz's heavy rock orientation. Born of late 60s experimentation, which is where he probably will remain until either he dies or reincarnates. This solid, reliable, guileless mentality also is the source of the Headbangers' continued identification with the earthbound Birmingham singer. That's me, agrees Osbourne. I'm trying my hardest to be one of the boys. And then it goes on and it explains this concert. And it says opening, it's an attitude he also respects. In his opening act, the Decibel Crazy Motorhead. Be interesting if anybody saw this tour. Did you see him with Motorhead? That'd be really cool to hear about. There's no ifs or buts about it. There's no ifs or buts about it. They get out and play, he says, offering his endorsement of Fast Eddie, Filthy Phil, and Lemmy. They are the ultimate heavy metal band. That's Ozzy talking about Motorhead again. So anyway, it's kind of an interesting history. When you look at this guy who was a has-been only a couple years earlier, and then managed to not only resurrect his career, but turn himself into a legend in the process. It's just fascinating how he pulled that off and how that all happened. And in reality, I actually really like this stuff, and especially this one. This album is one of my favorite things that he ever did during his solo career. I still think this is just absolutely incredible listening to this. So anyway, I hope you find that interesting. I'm fascinated by the whole Black Sabbath history, and then all the stuff that happened with Ozzy, and all the different connections, all the different directions all this stuff went. I think it's so interesting to talk about. Like many of you, I've had Ozzy and Black Sabbath on my mind a lot since that final show. And the day before Ozzy Osbourne passed away, I recorded a video about him asking a question I'd been thinking about for a long time. What is it about this man, once nothing more than a poor kid from the heartless industrial streets of Birmingham, that made him one of the most recognizable people in the world? Well, we edited the video Tuesday morning, scheduled it to go live just after noon, and then moved on to other projects. But as the video went live, we noticed suddenly thousands of views. I was kind of shocked until I saw one of the comments and found out for the first time, Ozzy is gone. And over the next few hours, people from all over the world were commenting on that video, sharing their thoughts on the answer to my question. Some people wrote paragraphs filled with emotion, memories, and deep analysis. Some just wrote a few words. People talked about his voice, his music, his personality, his vulnerability, his guitarists, Sharon, the reality show, and many more things. Well, that afternoon, as I scrolled through the growing list of comments and the outpouring of love and sadness, I couldn't help but think of the first words the world heard from Ozzy. The very first words on the very first Black Sabbath song. What is this that stands before me? At the time, it was part of the drama, the mystique, the horror movie vibe. But looking back, it feels like a premonition, like some blurry glimpse of what was coming, years and decades in the future, something massive, something mythic. And not just for him, but an eruption that would spread across nations and across time. Now, Ozzy couldn't have possibly understood what was really standing before him when he sang those words. Premonition or not, those words, sung by the most unlikely of voices at the time, opened a door that would never close. Ozzy didn't have a traditional rock voice. It was kind of strange, eerie, almost otherworldly, and perfect in its imperfection. It brought something unusually authentic to an unexpected world. They took the blues and turned it into thunder, capturing fear, war, addiction, and dread without flinching. And millions across the world got it. And in an instant, his voice and that music took him to the heights of worldwide fame and success. And in less than a decade, he had gone from being a kid who didn't own a decent pair of shoes to one of the most popular rock stars in the world, to a washed-up drunk kicked out of his own band. Same old story. Most people don't get a second act. Ozzy got a second empire. When Sabbath let him go, he could have faded away. But then came Blizzard of Ozz, Randy Rhoads. Crazy Train, Over the Mountain, Diary of a Madman, music that not only revived his career, it kicked it up a notch. And with budding guitar gods that he introduced to the world by his side, he became a solo icon with a whole new generation of fans. Now, for me, that's when I heard of him. Kids in school writing his name on their notebooks, chalkboards, their hands and arms, wearing shirts and jackets emblazoned with his image and name. Ozzy was the voice for the weird kid in the back of the room. The teenager who didn't fit in, for the adult who felt invisible, for the ones who were hurting, confused, angry, or just different. He was never polished, never perfect, and maybe that's part of what made people hold on to him. And the music. Ozzy is one of the few people on earth who created a song that nearly everyone has heard. After watching a few of our videos last week, my mother called me and said, I don't think I've ever heard any of Ozzy's music. So I sent her a link to Crazy Train, and of course she answered, oh yeah, I've heard that. Crazy Train isn't just a metal anthem, it's a part of global culture. You hear it at sporting events, in nightclubs, played in cover bands, used in commercials, broadcasts, remixes. It never goes away. And that song is unique in a way that most people never notice. Because it does something truly rare in popular music, something that most people can't or won't try. You see, it switches between major and minor keys several times in the song. It's so subtle and so seamless, you almost don't notice. That subtle shift, positive and negative, light and dark, oddly mirrors the man who brought it to the world. And like him, represents all of us in some small way, the dichotomy we all have inside. And that dichotomy was part of a broader Ozzy mythology that started with bats and doves. Even those animals side by side perfectly represent him. As his career progressed, there were moments when he seemed like a cartoon, too bizarre to possibly be real. But there was also pain, honesty, fragility. He talked openly about addiction, about his personal demons, about fear. And in doing that, he gave others permission to be honest too. One of the most famous and successful men in the world seemed like one of the most common. Ozzy's concerts brought that paradox to life. The music was filled with that alluring dark energy, but the vibe in the arena, it was joy. Pure, manic, electric joy. He would pace the stage like a madman. He'd put his mic on and off the stand, it seemed 20 times a minute. He'd bounce, shout, clap his hands, throw buckets of water on the crowd. He couldn't sit still, and he didn't want you to either. All night long, he'd yell, "Let me see your hands," clap, scream, go crazy. While ministers were outside his concerts warning people not to go in, inside, there was a revival. A time to let go of your inhibitions and enjoy the unique collective energy that only he could create. And then, something no one could have imagined. He moved seamlessly and inexplicably from scaring parents in the 80s to being invited into their living rooms just over a decade later. The Osbournes turned him into an unlikely TV dad, and people loved him even more for it. The old audience and a whole new audience, and the connection grew. This time, a generational connection. And you begin to realize that connection was broader and deeper than we understood at the moment. Because behind the flaws, the imperfections, the strange behavior, there was love. You see, he didn't wait until the end of his shows to say, "We love you," like most performers. He shouted it in between songs, in the middle of guitar solos, during the loudest riffs, "I love you all." And the thing is, he meant it. It wasn't performative. It wasn't a routine part of the script for the concert. It was his kind of unique hymn of acceptance. In the middle of all that darkness, he was shining something bright. This strange, broken, beautiful man telling a whole arena of outsiders that they mattered, that they belonged. And then that final show. He couldn't pace the stage anymore. He couldn't lift buckets or move from one end of the platform to the other. You could feel his frustration. But even though he couldn't, I think all of us who watched it could see it anyway. Ozzy was a walking contradiction, a madman and somehow entirely sane, drunk and sober, chaotic and still, part of the elite yet perfectly common. He was a millionaire who never stopped talking like a working class kid from Birmingham. A devil on stage with a heart full of love. He terrified parents and became America's most unlikely TV dad. He sang of war, death, and fear, and then kissed Sharon on the forehead and told his fans he loved them. At times, he was lost and damaged, and he didn't hide any of it. And maybe that's why people trusted him. He didn't pretend to be perfect. He just kept showing up, broken, wild, hilarious, emotional. His imperfections weren't flaws, they were features. But his real legacy is the people, the fans, tens of millions of us who felt like misfits, who found meaning in his music and in his story. He not only showed the world you could fall down and get back up again, but he showed them you could fall down again and get back up again, over and over. Just keep moving. And if you do, there's a throne waiting for you. You know, as the days passed after his death, the initial premise of that first video I posted became more obvious than ever. Everyone, young and old, rich and poor, east and west, had heard of him. And that odd name, Ozzy, was suddenly on the lips of hundreds of millions of people across the world. And it occurred to me, his final purpose may have been one that nobody would have ever expected. In our time when the world feels fractured, where everyone lives in their own echo chamber, follows their own tribe, consumes their own customized news feeds, we've lost something. A sense of unity. Something that can only come from collective experience. Those rare, almost sacred moments when the entire world seems to pause and feel something together. They're hard to come by these days. And who could have ever expected that this unusual, unlikely man would give us one of those moments? One that was different and strangely personal. When the news broke that Ozzy Osbourne had passed away, something strange happened. The world paused. People everywhere stopped scrolling. And for just a moment, we were united, not in outrage, not in argument, but in memory. And it didn't matter how you knew him, whether he was the Black Sabbath frontman, the solo artist, the MTV dad, the TikTok meme, or just the guy your older brother used to blast through the walls. We all knew him. And for one fleeting moment, we all kind of got it. And that phrase he probably shouted 10,000 times, "I love you all," takes on new meaning as I personally look back at the insecure kid I was. That whoever you are, you're a child of God with value and purpose. You matter and you belong. He wasn't perfect and we may never know why, but in this moment he became the focal point of that collective experience, reminding us that for all of our differences, we are not as far apart as we think. We still have memories we share, songs we hum, legends we pass on, and once in a while, we still feel something together. And we can take to heart the most memorable words of his most famous song. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate.